The 7-hour Zombies Iceberg explained? Let's go. Beware of the Six.
This is talking about one of the first things you see upon spawning in Kino der Toten. On the wall, you can see the writing, "Beware of the Six." And for a very long time, this puzzled the zombies community. What could this possibly mean? There were plenty of theories floating around, and two of the more popular theories was that one, it's talking about hellhounds. Hellhounds can spawn in on round 6. And we do know that hellhounds were originally Fluffy, Samantha's dog, and that was experiment number 6. So could Beware of the Six be talking about hellhounds? Probably not. Hellhounds can not only spawn in on round 6, they can also spawn in on round 5. And that would be a little weird if you're telling someone to beware of something that could not happen at that time. Another popular theory was that Beware of the Six could mean watch your back, beware of your 6 o'clock. A lot of people took this to mean beware of the zombies coming from behind you, or beware of the person that's supposed to have your 6, aka the other people in your game because maybe they're not doing their job. This one is kind of a far-fetch and I don't think it's true whatsoever. The true meaning of Beware of the Six is pretty simple. It actually just means beware of Nova 6, aka the Nova Crawlers. Now, of course, this is the simplest and the easiest explanation. Nova 6 was introduced with Black Ops 1. This was the first map, well, this and 5, that we see Nova 6 crawlers on, so it's pretty obvious that that's what it means. But what I find interesting is on Kino der Toten, you can find a piece of paper that has this written on it. We have listed both Tabin and Saren. I'm bad with pronunciations. Be wary of the Doctor. His involvement should be minimalized if you want to make it out alive. We are not sure how he achieved this time and place. Do what you must. And this was from the Illuminati to FSER, who I would assume to be Faithful Servant Edward Richtofen. Now, Tabin and Saren, again, pronunciations are not my strong suit, are both nerve agents that are used as chemical weapons, and could have a strong link to Nova 6 gas. Now, this piece of paper could always just be a stretch, but I still think it's a very interesting connection. And other than all of that, I really don't think there's too much else to the Beware of the Six. In my opinion, it's definitely just talking about Nova 6, or the Nova 6 crawlers.
Multiverse and Cycle. The Black Ops 3 zombie storyline, if you didn't know, is a little bit of a mess. I mean, we went from a simple plot about German scientists using some space rock to accidentally causing the zombie apocalypse. Then we went to giant squids from other dimensions creating zombies to benefit them in some ancient war with dragons, spirits, magical bows, some weird ball with infinite power, different dimensions, and just whatever else they felt like adding. Not that it's a bad thing, but just saying. Black Ops 3 Zombies really put a lot of focus onto a narrative about an alternate universe version of the OG crew, now known as Primus, consisting of the iconic Dempsey, Nikolai, Takio, and Richtofen. These 4 go and travel across time and different universes to extract the souls of their original counterparts, to reach another dimension called Agartha, where some old Epstein client named Dr. Monty keeps a bunch of kids in his house, or something, I don't know, I didn't read the thing. And then these squid things called Apothicons infiltrate Agartha with the help of another Epstein client called the Shadow Man. And basically the Shadow Man's name gets leaked in the files, so he goes to space prison, and the OG crew get thrown into an infinite cycle because Dr. Monty doesn't really know what to do with them. Which could be interpreted as every playthrough that you as the player has ever done on any COD Zombies map officially becomes canon because of this cycle. It's always repeating and it's always going to be a little different. Element 115 Origins.
I believe this is talking about like the origins of Element 115 and not 115 on the map Origins, I think. Through World at War, Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2, all we really knew about the origins of 115 was that it came from space. Meteorites had come down from space and deposited 115 around the world. Many such places such as Shinonuma and the whole Tunguska event were pockets of just raw 115. And for the long time, that was pretty much the explanation. It was just meteorites containing this unknown element. Until Black Ops 3. With Black Ops 3, we did eventually learn that the Apothicons had deliberately sent 115 into a bunch of different dimensions in order to try and free themselves. After the Keepers and the Apothicons had a little spat between each other, and with the Apothicons knowing that they are going to lose, they ended up hiding the pyramid on the moon and deliberately sent meteors of 115 to Earth in hopes that humanity would one day use Element 115 and open a rift that would allow the apothecans to escape the dark ether. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I'm not a huge fan of the whole Lovecraftian aspect of zombies. I preferred it a little bit more when it was more Nazi conspiracies and like behind the scenes CIA stuff instead of just saying gods and aliens are the cause of all of it.
Tombstone.
A lot of newer zombie players might recognize Tombstone from Cold War or more recent zombie games, but did you know that it was actually first introduced in Black Ops 2 Transit? Costing you 2,000 points and only being available in co-op. You could not get this perk in solo. And basically what Tombstone did is allow you to kill yourself if you go down. Holding the use button will basically make you bleed out and not spawn in until the next round. But upon spawning in, a new Tombstone drop will appear for 90 seconds, and if you grab the drop, you will get all of your perks and your weapons back, excluding Tombstone. And I can kind of see where they were going with this perk. It can be used in certain circumstances to get all the perks in the map, but to me, the perk itself isn't really that good. I definitely think they could have done a much better job at giving it more useful scenarios, and I mean, you can't even get it solo, so kind of a bottom rank perk.
Sniper Cabinet.
The Sniper Cabinet is actually a wall buy that you can get in Nocturne Toten, and buying it for 1500 points, you will be provided with the scoped Kar 98. And you might be thinking, well, 1500 points for a Kar 98, that's absolutely absurd, and you would be right, but this is the scoped variant, and for some reason, adding a scope onto the Kar 98 makes it much more powerful, and it is now a one shot to the face up until round 12. Whereas the regular Kar 98 is only a one shot to the face till like round 4 or 5, so for some reason, adding a scope just makes it insanely more powerful. Still, it's not really the greatest weapon, especially since it costs 1500 points, but it's still much better than the other alternative.
Bleeding Mannequin.
This one is pretty simple. In Kino der Toten in the dressing room, you can find a mannequin that seems to have this red little spot exactly where his heart should be. And if you were to take out your gun and shoot it, it's gonna start bleeding as if it actually did have a heart. Now, other than just being absolutely creepy, there's nothing really more to this, but the implication is definitely disturbing. Is this mannequin alive? Was someone's beating heart placed inside of the mannequin? Was someone shoved into it that was still alive, and you just ended that person's suffering? All of that we may never know, but it's still a creepy little Easter egg nonetheless.
Dr. Monty. By now, I'm sure you all know who this is. If you've been around zombies for a while, you've probably heard the name Dr. Monty. He was a member of the Keepers that was first really introduced in Black Ops 3, and the argument could be made that he was hinted at in Black Ops 2. And he is basically the game's version of a god, and is the one responsible for things like gobblegums, perks, chalk drawings, power-ups, and all the other magical stuff that we know and love about zombies. Even though a lot of this stuff had kind of different meanings in Black Ops 1, they ultimately decide to throw that all away and make it all just Dr. Monty. And he starts out as a supporting character, aiding the Primus crew throughout the events of Black Ops 3, but he eventually becomes the antagonist during the events of Black Ops 4. And after Black Ops 4, not really much else is known about him. His fate at that point becomes unknown, and the only real reference you get to him in modern zombies would be the appearance of his red scarf that Samantha Maxis finds during her first visit to the Dark Ether, and eventually begins wearing it. But before her sacrifice to contain the Forsaken, the scarf was apprehended and later cataloged by Project Janus, and it was described as such. Another souvenir from Maxis's first Dark Ether imprisonment. Original owner unknown. A severely worn monogram only containing the letters M. Surely not for Maxis. Primus and Ultimus.
Primus and Ultimus are the main characters that we play as through different games. So World at War and Black Ops 1 would be Ultimus, Richtofen, Dempsey, Takio, and Nikolai. And with Black Ops 2 Origins, we got introduced to the Primus crew. We got Primus, Richtofen, Nikolai, Dempsey, and Takio. They would be these same characters, but from different dimensions. And the reason for the multiple dimensions thing was just a way for them to explain some of the inconsistencies and some of the holes in the zombie storyline up until that point. Because at that point, Jimmy Zielinski was on his way out and had already put us into Buried, and Jason Blundell used this as a way to write themselves out.
Black Ops 2 Bank.
The Zombies Bank was first seen in transit in the town area. If you have a grenade and you throw it at these metal doors, you not only unlock the entrance to Pack-a-Punch, but you also get the bank, which you can use to deposit or get points out of. The bank can store up to 250,000 points, and you can deposit 1,000 at a time. And you can also take out 1,000 at a time, but you will technically only get 900 because you gotta love bank fees. And the bank was not only on transit, it was also on die-rise right outside of the power station and the showers for some reason, and you can also find it buried in the actual Western Bank. And the bank isn't just map specific, so if you put money in transit, you can take it out in die-rise. And the same thing with buried, so if you go to one high round, you can just deposit all your money and then take it out the next time you play, making for a much easier experience.
Dentist chair.
I would hope everybody would know about the infamous dentist chair in Verrucht. In one of these spawns, if you come up to this dentist chair and interact with it, you will hear something very creepy. And I do miss little scary Easter eggs like this and the atmosphere that zombies used to have. Now, I'm not saying modern zombies isn't great or anything, but that is one thing I do miss about the OG zombies, was just that absolutely creepy and terrifying atmosphere that it had.
Bonfire sale.
The Bonfire Sale is a unique power-up that will make Pack-a-Punch only cost 1,000 points instead of the usual 5,000. And it was only ever seen on Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 4. In Black Ops 1 on the map 5, you can grab a Bonfire Sale by killing the Pentagon Thief before he can manage to take anybody's weapon. And on Black Ops 4 on the map Classified, you can obtain a Bonfire Sale after you have survived 3 rounds in Groom Lake. I can kind of see why it's definitely not used in modern zombies, but for the more older maps, it's a shame that we never got to see really that much of it.
Nikolai's dead wives.
This is a reference to OG Nikolai's many dead wives. As you are playing World at War and Black Ops 1, a lot of times Nikolai will reference many of his past wives, and many of them did not meet a happy ending. Now, there is a constant debate in the zombies community whether this is canon or not. A lot of people will be like, yes, at the time of World at War and Black Ops 1, it was canon, and eventually it was written to just be a drunken hallucination. Looking at you, Go Rod Crovey. So whether you wanted to believe it or not, I personally do, because at the time of World at War and Black Ops 1, they wanted it to be canon. So I'm gonna believe it is. Now, if you are interested in knowing the fate of all of Nikolai's many wives, well, you're in luck. I actually have made a video about this in the past, and I'm gonna let past me take over because I think I did a pretty good job. So Nikolai, canonically, has had 9 wives, and the first one happened to meet her end with a shotgun.
The same weapon I used to kill my first wife. She was bitch. You are ugly, like first wife. Like my first wife, useless. I used this to kill a bear once. She was my first wife.
His second wife also met an end by a gun, but it wasn't a shotgun, it was a PPSH.
Same weapon I used to kill my second wife. It was accident. She talked too much. Oh, the electricity dancing on their corpses is so beautiful. Like second wife.
His third wife was apparently a really good cook.
You are like third wife, always asking for more. I have black hole. Like my third wife. We won't talk about that. Smells like third wife's cooking. I loved it. Dempsey. I like him because he's brave. Like third wife. He's going to die one day, but he'll take many with him. Like fourth wife. Hey.
Now his fourth wife, I think, is the one he probably hated the most. She took his money and ran, and he chased her down and killed her with his bare hands.
First it takes my money, then it disappears. Just like my fourth wife. Oh, that smells disgusting. Like my fourth wife. She pretty, though. Pretty and smelly. Weird combo. Guess I'll have to use my bare hands, like with my fourth wife. Always talking. Shouldn't have kept them in that extra 30 seconds. Like fourth wife. Ugly kid. I have finally made it to the moon. You were wrong, fourth wife. You were wrong. Sexy weapon for sexy Russian. Most women think so, at least. Fourth wife, not so much. Small and powerful. Like fourth wife. No, they were all big. They could plow field.
His fifth wife is the one from the World at War bio that was mysteriously killed when she was cleaning an axe with her neck. The only thing we know about the sixth wife is that she had like the Gluck Gluck 9000.
This thing sucks harder than sixth wife.
Now Nikolai's seventh wife might be one of the only ones that lived to tell the tale.
Oh, you're much cuter now, zombie. Like seventh wife. Thank God, I can go home and tell seventh wife I now make double points. And about new girlfriend.
Now the eighth wife we really don't know anything about, at least there was no quotes about it in Black Ops 1. But the ninth wife apparently was the one that died when they blew up the Earth.
Haha! Goodbye, wife number 9! I do not think I will be able to top that one. She died when I blew up the Earth! Fun times! I will miss her.
Black Ops 2 Locker.
The weapon locker was first toyed around with in, believe it or not, Shangri-La. Some of the earlier concepts for Shangri-La actually had a weapon locker system, but we never actually got to see it until Transit. The weapon locker is basically a fridge that you can store weapons in and come and get them later on. Now you can't store like the wonder weapons or anything, but you can pretty much store almost anything else. And very similar to the bank, it is not map specific, so anything you put in Transit, which is located in the farm, you can take out in Die Rise, which is located right next to the bank near the showers. And you can even take it out in Buried. Now there are some map specific weapons that will give you different guns if you try to take it out on a different map. For instance, if you put the Python in Transit, you will get the Remington New Model Army in Buried.
Shinonuma Zipline.
Now a lot of people, when they think zipline, would probably think like Call of the Dead or Modern Zombies, but the first zipline was actually introduced in Shinonuma. It is connected from the spawn hut to the doctor's quarters, and once you have all of those areas open, you can take it for 1500 points. And honestly, it's really just a waste of points. It really doesn't do much besides just take you back to spawn when you could probably run there faster. I kind of see where they were going with putting this in the map, but that still doesn't change the fact that it's almost completely useless. Now it can kill zombies and even down players, but Shinonuma is already easy as it is, and there are just much faster ways and easier ways to kill zombies than taking the zipline.
Pig in the Labs.
In the map 5, if you head down to the labs, in one of the rooms you can find a very much still alive pig. And it's pretty interesting because this is like one of the only instances where you can find something that's alive in zombies. Kinda weird, right? But you can find this pig sitting there squealing and struggling for his life. Now you can end his suffering and kill him, or you can leave him be and just suffer sitting here not being able to do anything. And for a pretty long time, all we really knew about the pigs were that they were being used as experiments. We didn't really know what for. Well, in the map Classified, we kind of got the answer. They were using pigs and Nova 6 gas to create the Nova 6 crawlers. Or at least their own version of it. There's a whole entire rabbit hole of information that you can go down, but to sum it up, it seems like the Pentagon was trying to recreate the Nova 6 crawlers that Group 935 made with Nova 6 gas and with pigs. Now you can either kill the pig or leave it alive. I don't think it really matters. For a long time, there were a bunch of theories that stated that if you killed the pig, the rounds got infinitely harder, which of course is just not true, but it's one of those old school zombie conspiracy theories right there along with jumping up and down, spinning 3 times, and you'll get the ray gun every time.
Shadowman controlled Richtofen. This is something that was hinted at for a long time in zombies, and eventually kinda got proof in Black Ops 1 Moon. One thing we do know about Richtofen prior to all these events was that he was hearing voices in his head and it was driving him crazy. And during the events of Black Ops 1 Moon, we finally got some confirmation that something is inside the pyramid other than Samantha.
The blackness will swallow your pride. Something far more terrible than you lies here.
And that was hinting that there was some other power inside of the pyramid. And we know that Richtofen at one point had touched the pyramid, and ever since then, he had been hearing these voices that were basically driving him to reach Agartha.
Are you certain you want to do this, Dr. Richtofen?
Nein, Dr. Schuster. But this must be done. Quickly. Put in your earplugs and power up the machine. Is there a power outage? Why is it so dark? I feel almost weightless. How very unexpected. Dr. Schuster? Hello? There. I can see now. Oh my God. I'm standing in a circular cave, surrounded by some kind of machinery. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. It looks almost alien in nature. There's a pyramid structure in the center of the room. I'm going to try and carefully touch it. Ah! Static electricity. It's smooth to the touch. Very cold. Not a speck of dust. Might be hollow. The chamber is quite large. I see what looks like capacitors in the ceiling of the chamber, but there are no obvious connections to anything electrical. What is this place? Dr. Schuster? Is that you? Dr. Schuster? Look at this. It appears to be covered in some kind of hieroglyphic language. I've not seen anything like it before. Why are you whispering to me? There's no need for that. Glass is loose. Do you hear that? It sounds like...
So whether this was all planned since the original zombies, or was something that they came up with during Black Ops 1 Moon, or whether this was something they threw in during the events of Black Ops 3 once Blundell took over, that's only the creators may know. But one thing is for certain, whether it was the Shadow Man or any other being, something was inside of the pyramid and had an immense power and drove Richtofen to do a lot of the things that he did.
You do know that Richtofen is a friend of mine. I say friend, but really he's so much more than that. At one point, I almost considered him my apprentice. I mean, he did stab my reporter friend and steal the summoning key. But at one point, he did everything I told him to. I keep hoping he'll remember the promise he made to me so long ago.
Bus Route B.
This is a reference to Transit and many of its cut content. Originally, Transit was supposed to be much different, and I have a full video where I talk about all of the egregious cut content that they took out of Transit, and I'll leave a link in the description, make sure to check it out. But to sum it up, originally Transit was supposed to have a day and night cycle, and with the daytime you would have a certain bus schedule, and with the nighttime you would have a certain bus schedule. And at spawn, we can even see some remnants of this when you look at this poster. It shows you the times for the day bus route, and it also shows you times for the B or the night bus route. And even some of Ted's quotes may even hint towards it.
New route announcement engaged. Now approaching Consolidated Coach Corporation Bus Depot. New route learned. Cross-referencing mapping software. Automatic route guidance still in effect. Error. Bus transponder non-operational. Defaulting to programmed route cycle. Now arriving Savannah River Tritium K reactor. Error. Global positioning system navigation error. Maintain current course. Implement automatic course upgrade protocols.
So yes, there was originally going to be a bus route B, but because of many reasons, mainly because of console limitations and having to crunch down, and we'll talk about the console limitations here in a little bit, they were unable to implement majority of the things that they wanted to in Transit, so unfortunately, it was cut.
Nuketown's Shed.
The shed on Nuketown is rather interesting. I feel like for all the stuff that is surrounding it, the reward isn't that good. In the back of the map, there is a door that costs 3,000. That opens up this shed and will reward you with a free power-up. Now this power-up will change, but that all depends on how many zombies you have killed. If you come to the spawn area, you will see this population sign, and as it goes down, the number on the sign behind it will also go down. And basically every 33 kills, that power-up will change. So hypothetically, if it starts off as a insta-kill and you don't like it, just continue killing zombies until it changes. And there's also another Easter egg with it. If you get the population down to 15, and that giant clock behind it will say 115, and then you go open the shed door, this musical Easter egg will start playing.
only 24 zombies.
This is a reference to the amount of zombies that can spawn in on any given round. So on Nocturne Toten, Verrucht, and Shinonuma, only 24 zombies will spawn in per round. Now normally in like the more recent zombies, only 24 zombies will spawn in at a time. But as you get to higher and higher rounds, if you kill a zombie, another one will just spawn in, but only ever 24 could have been on the map. But in World at War it was a little different. Only 24 would spawn in per round, and that was until Der Riese. Der Riese was actually the first map to change it, so instead of only getting 24 per round, you kind of would have the spawn system that you have nowadays where you would get more and more zombies. And this is one of the reasons why it was so easy to get to higher rounds on the first 3 maps compared to Der Riese.
Loading screen Easter egg.
This is talking about the Ascension loading screen. In the original Black Ops 1 version, you can see what appears to be a scientist working on something, 3 rockets stationed ready to go, an empty monkey cage, and a man that appears to be teleporting or traversing through some sort of space and time. Now, I would hope you would know about this, but if you look closely behind the 3 rockets, the shadow that they do create spells out 115, or 115, element 115. It's a nice little cute Easter egg that I would have hoped majority of you would know about.
Round 25.
Now the events of Moon and Nuketown are all happening at the same time, and we do know this through multiple radio transmissions, and from the fact that at round 25, Richthofen enters the pyramid on Moon and changes the zombies' eye colors. So at round 25, they go from orange to blue, signifying that Richthofen is now in control.
Ray gun every time.
This is obviously a reference to the amount of videos that were uploaded that would claim to give you the ray gun every time if you followed a certain amount of steps. This was really popular back in the World at War and Black Ops 1 era, but after that it really started to become a meme and everyone kind of caught on that there's no real way to get the ray gun every time. But the amount of videos that would claim if you shot, did a 360, then go prone, then run away, and then come back to the box, and the ray gun would be waiting for you, there were just so many videos like that, and every one you uploaded was bound to get some views.
Blowing up the rocket.
In Ascension, if you wish to get to Pack Punch, you're going to have to launch the rocket, and in order to do so, you're going to want to activate all 3 lunar landers and take them back to spawn. After completing that and heading back to power, you will get the option to activate the rocket, and upon doing so, it will start to launch. Now, if you have something that goes boom, like hypothetically you have a ray gun, and you decide to shoot at the rocket, it will explode and come crashing down. And after doing that, Pack Punch is open, but there's also going to be a little surprise. Heading down to the launch pad, you will find a nice, clean, and crisp double points.
Apothecon stolen from H.P. Lovecraft. Now, I wouldn't say stolen is the correct term. I would say heavily inspired by. And just looking at the Apothecons from Call of Duty Zombies, you can easily tell that they are heavily inspired by the Cthulhu mythos. Whether it's their eldritch appearance, these monstrous beings with tentacles and other alien-like features, or their indifference to humanity, the Apothecons see humans merely as tools to achieve their goals, very similar to their Lovecraftian counterparts, and the whole cosmic horror element. And you can even dive deeper and pick out specific people, like the Shadow Man and this name that I cannot pronounce, who are both manipulative entities, capable of influencing individuals and events for their own sinister purposes. You also have the Margwas and Shoggoths, which are large, monstrous, shape-shifting beings, often described as amorphous blobs of eyes, tentacles, and mouths, kinda similar to the Margwas. And the Apothecon parasites and the Migo, which are both flying insect-like creatures that have an alien appearance. So I wouldn't say that the Apothecons were directly ripped off from H.P. Lovecraft, rather heavily inspired by.
I love mythology, so I've collected mythology through my travels. Every time I used to go to a country, I used to ask for their local mythology and used to collect that. I was very blessed to do a lot of traveling when I was younger.
Oh, that's awesome.
So even like, you know, really obscure stuff, and it sounds strange, but like, you know, Germany, you go there and they've got their old Siegfried stuff, all these kind of things, and you're like, wow, this is amazing.
Of course.
Super Easter egg.
Now, I believe this is just referencing the Black Ops 4 Super Easter egg that never was. So Super Easter eggs have been a thing for quite a long time. Arguably, you could say that it did begin in Black Ops 1, because you would not be able to get the Golden Rod without doing the Shangri-La Easter egg, and therefore making the Moon Easter egg impossible. But in reality, the main Super Easter eggs kinda did start with Black Ops 2. and continued into Black Ops 3, but Black Ops 4 did not have one. And the reason for this is just because Activision. They're the reason behind a lot of things. Originally, Black Ops 4 Zombies was supposed to be way more maintained and a lot bigger and better. But due to a bunch of reasons behind the scenes, Activision ended up pulling a lot of people from Treyarch to start working on the next game instead of maintaining and polishing Black Ops 4. So with even less people working on the game than usual, they had to make a lot of sacrifices. And it seems like the Super Easter egg was one of them. Black Ops 4 budget cuts. Like I just stated, Activision is the reason for majority of the problems in Call of Duty. Greedy Activision, man. Tale as old as time. Throughout Black Ops 4's life cycle, a lot of people from Treyarch were taken to work on the next game, leaving less and less people to actually finish up Black Ops 4. And that's the reason a lot of things just fell through.
Elevator keys.
The elevator keys, in my opinion, aren't as impactful as they should have been. Upon taking the elevator inside spawn, you will come down this hallway, and looking on the ground you can find plenty of glowing objects, and upon picking it up, you'll get an elevator key. Now you can use this on the original elevator to basically just send it back up to spawn so you can use it again. Or if you take the key over to an elevator with a perk, and you insert it, all it does is call the perk to your floor, which is pretty useful if you want the perk, but what I find to be more useful is to get on the perks and take them to the floor you want to go to. I mean, if you're getting chased by zombies and you need that perk to come down now, just calling the perk to your floor so you can see the perk but not necessarily get on the elevator is gonna probably kill you. So I feel like they maybe could have tweaked the elevator keys and the elevators a little bit to make it more useful, but what do I know?
Red barrels.
This is talking about the red barrels that can be found in Nocturne Toten. Now in World at War, these barrels really don't do anything but explode. In the other revamps of the maps, they were actually parts of little Easter eggs, but in the OG version, they just can explode and kill some zombies. Now I feel like when they were originally implementing this, they had much bigger ideas. Like they didn't think we would get to the high rounds that we get to nowadays, and thought that these barrels could actually be used really strategically. But when the community got their hands on them, they're just fun little things to shoot at when you're bored.
George Romero.
George Romero is arguably one of the first big boss zombies that we ever have seen. Now of course you had the Hellhounds and the Nova Crawlers and even the Pentagon Thief, but in my opinion George Romero is definitely one of the OGs. Spawning in with you on round 1 and having 250,000 health per player, so if you have 4 players he's gonna have 1,000,000 points of health. He is definitely not something that you can take care of on an early round. Following you slowly and constantly around the map, if you happen to shoot him and get him pissed off, he will get a little bit of a visual upgrade and start chasing you down. The only way to calm him down would be to use a VR11 or get him into a body of water. Now say you want to take on the daunting task of actually killing him. Well, number 1, it might take a while. And number 2, if you are able to actually successfully kill him, you will get a free perk and a death machine. But if you have done the Easter egg, that death machine becomes the Wonderwaff. And after taking a round off, he'll spawn back in and you're going to have to deal with them all over again. Now a couple things that you might not have known is there are actually a couple weapons that do a little bit better against George than others. Of course you might know about the sniper rifles, which are amazing against George, but a couple other weapons that are really powerful against him would be the FAMAS with a 9.25 damage multiplier, you have the UG and Commando with a 4.75 damage multiplier, and the Galil and the FNFAL with a 3.5 damage multiplier. So if you can't get a sniper rifle, honestly the FAMAS is not a bad choice. Now when you do use these weapons, you really have to shoot one bullet at a time, because after you shoot him, he kind of becomes like invincible for like a half second, and if you just go full auto, you're really just wasting ammo. And you might be thinking, well, I could just use the Matryoshka dolls. Well, those only do 5% of their normal damage to George. Those Matryoshka dolls are actually pretty powerful, and if they did their full damage, George would be taken care of pretty quick. But if you want my advice, stick with sniper rifles and just keep them in spawn.
Nightmare Game Mode. Nightmares was a bonus game mode for Black Ops 3 that threw players into campaign levels with all of the enemies being replaced by zombies, and the story replaced with some random narration between the female player and Dr. Yosef Salim, who was brought over from campaign. There is honestly No real point to this game mode, but at the same time, it is just kind of a cool addition that at least shows that Treyarch were willing to experiment back in the day. This game mode was originally just an Easter egg unlocked through the data vaults or by completing the campaign, a trend which we had only seen in World at War and Black Ops 1. However, they decided to make it available outright, regardless of campaign completion. I really think it would have been better if we just got thrown into a new zombies map after beating the campaign, like World at War and Black Ops 1. And I'll really never understand why they just stopped doing that in Black Ops 2 and onward. Maybe they started to realize people just didn't care about the campaign as much? I'm not too sure. Transit hardware limitations.
Like I stated earlier, a lot of the things that were taken out of Transit should really be considered a crime against humanity. Again, check out my Black Ops 2 cut content video, link is down there below in the description. But Transit had so much taken out of it that its concept and what we got are two completely different things. And one of the main reasons for this is hardware limitations. Now, it's not exactly hardware limitations. The Xbox 360 and the PS3 probably could have handled a lot of what they wanted to do. But because Activision is known for pumping out a game every year and not really giving studios enough time to polish the games, they would not have been able to fine-tune Transit to actually make it work. I mean, look at Call of Duties nowadays. Those things are like hundreds of gigabytes to download. That's insane. When games that should take way more space aren't even half of that. So Call of Duties are just horribly optimized, and the main reason for that is because they are kind of rushed. So Transit was never able to get fully optimized, and because they had to rush it, hardware limitations would kind of be the reason. So if there's anything to take away from this, it's just that Activision is evil. Very evil.
Its ambition was definitely kind of greater than what the final release was.
Okay.
You know, when it was being proposed, and that was Jimmy was kind of working on that at the time.
Of course.
It had lots of game modes and different versions that you could run. So people that kind of know at the moment is, you know, standard mode, and then it was grief, right?
Yep.
Well, Transit was being constructed. It had like 4 or 5 different entirely different ways of playing it. It was very exciting, and it actually kind of suffered from its ambition in a weird way. Lots of different modes. It was really fun, but all the modes were kind of a quarter halfway there. And at the time, again, Black Ops 2, right? Black Ops 2.
Yep.
It was on the back end of kind of development. In other words, Zombies got the kind of the minimum amount of support in the group. Now, when I say minimum amount of support, you know, you're still talking about 30 odd guys, you know, which used to be back in the day when I was young. That was team sizes, you know.
Of course.
But you know, for maps of this size and complexity, it was quite a small team. The problem that happened was, as we got closer to the end of development, you know, something that Jimmy faced was that, and he'll be able to speak about this far better than I would, but what happened was there was a call which was like, okay, we can't get all these modes to the kind of standard we want, so we need to make the call to kind of strip them away and switch them off. But that decision was made, unfortunately, a little bit too late. And so what happened is the core experience that got released had a bunch of things where, if that's all they'd focused on, some of those rough edges would have been smoothed out.
Okay.
And so that's the kind of I'm sure, let's put it this way, you know, if Jim was to sit down and look at that, he would probably make a series of strategic changes if he'd had the full development just looking at that map, just with that focus, because he was doing some really ambitious stuff with the different game modes, and it just ran out of time.
100% accuracy.
This is talking about the Easter egg to get a free perk on Die Rise. During a jumping jack round, if you do not shoot a single bullet, and you just melee or use the trample steam, or pretty much use anything to kill besides shooting, you'll notice that you get a free perk. But why is that? Well, it's actually because you had technically 100% accuracy. You never missed. So just meleeing will definitely get you a free perk. But say you shoot once and you hit a zombie, you still have 100% accuracy, you will also get a free perk. But if you miss just one bullet, you can say goodbye to that because you're not gonna get it.
2 spawn rooms.
In Verrucht, if you play with a full lobby, you will notice that you actually get split up 2v2. One squad will spawn in on the quote-unquote German side, while the other will spawn in on the quote-unquote American side. And we really don't see this that often in Zombies, if at all. I think the only other map that ever really kind of did this was Dead of the Night. And that's really a shame because I actually kind of really like it. Now, you would think that it would force everyone to kind of work together and use your points wisely and actually open all the doors together to get to power, but I feel like that didn't happen as often as they wanted to, but it's still an interesting concept that I wish we would have saw more of.
First female zombie.
Now, it might seem weird, but Shangri-La was pretty innovative. It actually was the first map to have a female zombie. And that's like really weird to think about. Like, you really wouldn't think that it took that long to have just a female zombie, something that really isn't that big of a deal. But that would be correct. Shangri-La was the first one. They're just your average normal zombie that spawns in, just happens to be a woman. And finally, we get a little bit of equality in zombies. I was tired of just shooting male zombies. It's called equality. I should be able to shoot female zombies just as much as the male zombie.
Flytrap Easter egg. I briefly touched on the Giants' revamped Flytrap Easter egg in the intro talking about super Easter eggs. But basically, it was an old Easter egg ported over from World at War, in which the player had to shoot a button outside the map with a pack-punched gun. And Samantha would taunt you and send a bunch of teddy bears around the map, and you had to play hide and go seek, and locate and find each teddy bear, which would eventually reward them with nothing. I mean, come on, you gotta give Treyarch a little break. It was like their first main Easter egg. But in Black Ops 3, the steps are just a tad different, but overall the Easter egg is kind of the same. But since there is a little more, you actually get a reward. And upon completing it in Black Ops 3, you will be rewarded with the Annihilator Specialist weapon and 1000 XP. And along with it also being an essential step in completing the Super Easter egg.
I want to play a game. Let's play hide and seek.
I want to play a game. Let's play hide and seek. Those were her exact words. Hey, you found one. I can hear her, even now.
You want another one?
Wow, you found another one. There must be a purpose to this. I see it. The beacon is lit. I know where and when you are. Sooner or later, I will find you. Together, we will ensure a better future for the children.
SDC Zombie.
SDC zombies are a unique variant of the regular zombie that are going to look like a soldier in uniform but have a little bit more health. So instead of taking just one knife on round 1, they're going to take 2. And instead of taking only 7 shots to the body to kill with the M1911, they will take 8. So they do have a little bit more health, just a little, but it is definitely noticeable on round 1, especially when zombies are known to double swipe you.
Giant 115 Rock.
Outside of Shinonuma, you can find a pretty big 115 rock, and interacting with it with each character will give you a unique quote.
I wonder if that rock brought those freak bags.
Oh, that rock! Must be where element 115 comes from.
I think the Red Menace would be interested in this space rock.
This rock is not of this place.
Astronaut Zombie.
One of the most creepy boss zombies, in my opinion, has to be the astronaut. I mean, just listen to this thing walking. It's terrifying. Only available in Moon and on the remake, which is such a shame. The astronaut will have 4 times the health of a normal zombie, and you can go ahead and multiply that by the number of players, so its health is gonna scale pretty high. Now the astronaut will do 50 points of damage per hit to the player, and if he's able to grab onto you, well, guess what? He's gonna teleport you, and you're gonna lose a random perk, and it always is like one of the ones I love. It's always either Jug or like Flopper or something. It's never like Mule Kick or anything like that. It's always the ones I care about. But if you are able to successfully kill him, a QED-like explosion is going to go off and send you flying. Now this won't damage you at all, but it will send everything around it flying. And one of the more interesting parts about the astronaut is the name. If you are playing solo, it's going to be a set of predetermined names. But if you are playing with more people, back in the Xbox 360 days, it would take someone from the hostess friends list and make that person the astronaut until you killed them, and then it would find a different name. And I loved that. The amount of times it would pick one of my friends' names and I would go out of my way to make sure I killed that was just too many times to count. Now the lore explanation behind the astronaut was actually revealed in Black Ops 4. And it was said that the astronaut zombies were failed attempts by Dr. Schuster in sending astronauts to Griffin Station to act as test subjects to establish a link from Groom Lake. Which, I mean, we pretty much always guessed that they were just failed experiments of sending astronauts to the moon, but it's nice that we have some confirmation.
Upgradable Apothecant Servant. The Apothecant Servant is pretty much the single most iconic Black Ops 3 original wonder weapon, and you'll find this supernatural hunk of flesh on Shadows of Evil and Revelations, on the latter map in which you can actually pack punch it after doing a small Easter egg. However, what you might not know is that it was originally possible to upgrade the Apothecant Servant on Shadows of Evil via a side quest. That involved cocoons and you hatching things. But unfortunately, this quest was ultimately scrapped from the game. And if you want to know more about this, you can check out this video here that's all about cut content from Black Ops 3. On the bright side though, the upgraded Apothecant Servant can still be used on Shadows via console commands if you are playing on PC. But I mean, at that point, if you're playing on PC, you might as well mod in Thomas the Tank Engine and have a Peter Griffin player model. Golden Spork.
The Golden Spork is a melee weapon that you can get in Mob of the Dead that will be a one-shot up until round 34. And in order to get this, you're going to have 1, at least visited the Golden Gate Bridge once, 2, be playing on original difficulty, 3, have the Hell's Retriever, and 4, have the Asagat. And the first thing you have to do is come over to this jail cell and toss your Hell's Retriever at this poster. And after that, you want to head into Afterlife mode and come right over here and zap this little spoon that's laying on the ground. Next up, you want to head to the cafeteria and toss your Hell's Retriever at this little spoon laying on this counter. And if you've done it correctly, you will hear this. And congratulations, now you have the silver spoon, which is roughly as strong as Galvanuckles. The next thing you want to do is head up to the infirmary. And you want to hold the action button on this bathtub and the silver spoon will start stirring the blood. Little creepy, but we'll power through. After you have stirred all the blood in the bathtub, not a sentence that you typically hear, you want to head down to the showers and kill a bunch of zombies using the Asagat. Once you have finished that step, you want to head back to the infirmary and go up to the bathtub filled with blood again, and you want to hold the action button on it and a zombie hand will rise out and give you the Golden Spork. And just pick it up and congratulations, you have a melee weapon that's good up until round 34. Nice.
World at War DG2 glitch.
This is talking about the infamous Juggernaut glitch in Doris. Now the glitch goes like this: if you have the Wonderwaff DG2 and you electrocute yourself and you have Jug, you essentially lose Jug. Or at least that's what everyone thought for the longest time. What actually happens is you lose the ability to regen health. So once you shock yourself, all your health goes away and you're left with a very, very little amount, which will make you a one-shot. And really the only way you could fix this was to go down and pretty much just reset. And this glitch made high rounds for Doris very, very difficult and very, very slow. I mean, if you're terrified of using the Wonder Weapon, especially solo, and fear of losing Jug, and this was before Quick Revive did anything on solo, you might want to stick with traps and other things because Juggernaut was just way too important. Well, I should say, regenning your health is just way too important.
Mob of the Dead Return of Traps.
Traps are a pretty integral part of zombies. No, not that kind. And have been around ever since World at War, but in Black Ops 2, for a couple maps, we really never saw any. Yes, you had the buildable traps, but that's a little bit different than the ones that are already in the map, and you can just activate whenever. And through Transit, Nuketown, and Die Rise, we didn't see any. But upon entering Mob of the Dead, we finally had the return of traps. You have the fan trap, the acid trap, the tower trap, and I guess the gondola. It's not really a trap, it's more utility based, but we're gonna count it because you can technically trap your friends in a certain area if you take it while they're running to you and then you end up killing them. I've done that a lot.
Last Gen Richtofen. Last Gen Richtofen is an iconic meme from the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 versions of the game. Originally started with the ending cutscene for Shadows of Evil, where Richtofen appears and steals the summoning key. And I mean, if this isn't just the most gorgeous being to ever walk the earth, I really don't know what is. But seriously, the fact Last Gen Black Ops 3 looks so bad is still astounding to me, considering Black Ops 2 still looks pretty gorgeous to this day. Well, at least in my opinion. And don't get me started on Black Ops 1. Some parts of Black Ops 1 still look good to today's standards.
I'm so sorry. I really don't have time to explain. I have a universe to set right. Thank you and goodbye.
Time Bomb.
The time bomb in Buried is rather interesting. Once placed down, if you go a couple rounds and then you activate it, you're going to go back to whenever you originally placed it down. So depending on how far back you place it down, this can either be a blessing or a curse. And believe it or not, there's more than one use for the time bomb. It's not just used to troll your friends for days. It can be used to do that, and it should be, but that's not its only purpose. You can use it to basically revive anybody that goes down. You can use it to cheese a free perk from the witches. You can use it to open up all the doors for free, and a bunch of other silly little things like that. But its main goal is to use it to troll your friends. Throw it down right before they hit the box, and if they end up getting the wonder weapon, just activate it so that way they never got it. I'm such a good friend.
World at War perk posters.
In Verruct, we got introduced to the 4 core perks that we all know and love: Jug, Quick Revive, Speed Cola, and Double Tap. And around the map, you can find posters for each of these perks. You can find a Juggernog one with a guy flexing that says Drink Juggernog. You can find a Speed Cola one that says Speed Up Your Hands. You can find a Double Tap one with some bullets and the casings flying, and it says Drink Double Tap Root Beer. And you can also find one that says Wow, I'm alive, get revived. But what's interesting is I'm pretty sure that guy's face was actually one of the developers. And if you look at the Quick Revive logo, this is the logo that they were going with until they eventually decided on the one that we all know and love. So it seems like this little mistake was able to slip by and not get changed before the official map release, and it is still there to this day.
Black Ops 1 Hacker.
The Hacker is honestly one of my favorite things in zombies. It just does so many things and really changes up how you play. Upon getting the Hacker and ending the round, you're going to get 500 points, and if you continue to hold the Hacker without dropping it, you will get an extra 500 points, which will cap out at 2,500 points. So holding the Hacker for a couple rounds is just literally free money. But free money is not all it does. You are able to hack a lot of things. You can hack another player, which will transfer 500 points to that player, and it costs, of course, 500 points, and it takes 10 seconds. You can hack a barrier, which is only going to cost you 2 seconds. You're able to hack a door for 200 points, which takes a whopping 33 seconds, so that takes quite a long time. You are able to hack Pack-a-Punch, which will grant you 100 points and close the gate for 30 seconds. Makes it a little bit easier. You can hack a wall weapon for 3,000 points, which only takes 2 seconds, and it will swap the ammo prices. So the unupgraded ammo cost a lot more, but the upgraded ammo cost a lot less. You can hack a perk machine, which will basically refund the perk, and that only takes you 5 seconds. And you can hack a power-up, which is going to cost you 5,000 points, but that makes all power-ups become max ammos and makes the max ammo become a fire sale. You can also hack the mystery box for 600 points, taking 1.5 seconds, and it will allow the mystery box to be re-rolled. And you can re-hack it and get that 950 points back, essentially hitting the box twice for not too many points. And lastly, you can also hack the mystery box location for 1,200 points, which takes 5 seconds. And this will summon the mystery box to the hacked location for one single use. And this is very useful because once you do that, the mystery box will not go to that location. So if you want the mystery box to spawn in at a very specific location and kind of stay there for a while, you want to hack all the other locations and you will pretty much lock the mystery box into staying into one spot. So the Hacker definitely has many uses, and I'm honestly kind of surprised we really never saw more of it or more things like this. It's very, very useful and one of my favorite aspects of Moon.
LSAT Wallbuy.
The LSAT Wallbuy on Buried still taunts me to this day because for some reason I'm an idiot and I can only get it like 50% of the time. But if you're in spawn and you save up 2,000 points, you can jump onto the sledge and really quickly buy the LSAT. I mean, Buried's already easy enough, so you really don't need to do this, but I mean, hey, it's always nice to have a good weapon early on.
Zombies in Black Ops 3 campaign. I've talked about this one extensively in my Call of Duty campaign and zombies connection video, which you should totally go watch right now. But during the mission Demon Within, in which the player confronts antagonist Sarah Hall, the majority of the mission takes place within her mind, and as it starts to break apart, the player is forced to hold out in a room with waves of zombies coming at them, as Sarah monologues about something that's totally unimportant. Another little interesting detail that is sorta hard to notice is that the room you hold out in is a slightly different version of the Gorod Krovi Pack-a-Punch room. Black Ops 3's campaign is full of little zombies Easter eggs, some which I have covered in the Connections video, some we will also cover much further down. But still, go check out that video, link in the description. Giant robots. Playing Origins, it's very hard to miss some of the giant-ass robots that come walking through the map. Not only do they look like the Iron Giant from the movie, but they also all do actually have names. The far left one is going to be called Freya, the middle one is called Odin, and the far right one is called Thor. And there even is a fourth disabled robot in Thor's path that a lot of people have called Loki. And honestly, these robots are pretty cool, and I think the sound design for them is amazing. Some of the sounds they make is just terrifying and awesome at the same time. QED abilities. The QED on Moon has just so many abilities, and I feel like I've played Moon so many times, I still probably have not seen them all. The first and probably most common and default ability is just the explosion that will kill any zombies that are around it. Throwing one can also spawn in a bunch of guns. You can spawn in the ray gun or the upgraded ray gun. You can spawn in the China Beach, the M72 Anarchy, which is the Law, the Cobra, or the Spaz 24. And all of these guns will spawn in, spin in a circle, and just shoot. And do be careful, because if you don't have PhD Flopper, some of these might down you. You can also revive a downed player, and tossing a QED out can also spawn any weapon that you can grab from the mystery box. Tossing one at a door will open the door for free. You can spawn in a grenade, a Simtex, and there is a chance that when you throw one, you can get teleported to a random location on the map. And of course, you can spawn in your Carpenter, Nuke, Insta-Kill, Double Points, and a perk bottle. And you can also spawn in the anti-perk bottle, which will take away a perk. That one is pretty easy to identify, just don't pick up the red ones. You can also spawn in bonus points and anti-bonus points, which does exactly what you think. You got your fire sale, your max ammo, and your anti-max ammo, so definitely stay away from that one, and you got your death machine. You also can spawn in more zombies, pack-a-punch any weapon that you are currently holding, or do the opposite and revert it back to its original version. Tossing one at a perk can give all the players that free perk. You can also toss a dud, which literally does nothing, and you can recall a excavator, which I have actually never done, and that is something that I need to play around with and see if that's possible. And again, this is one of those things that I'm very shocked we never got to see more of, because just the amount of things that this can do and the amount of things that they could have made it do in like more recent games really could have changed things up and just produced some very insane and wacky scenarios. Doppelganger jump scare. In the map Zetsubo-no-Shima, you can activate the Doppelganger jump scare. That will do this. Kind of a little bit like Five Nights at Freddy's. But the one thing about this jump scare is that even to this day, we don't really know 100% sure on how to activate it. We got a rough idea, but no one knows 100% what you have to do. So a lot of people probably have never actually even experienced this to this day. But essentially what you want to do is get a sniper rifle, come down here into the main bunker, and zoom in on some of these test subjects for around 20 to 30 seconds. And eventually you will get one at the right spot at the right time, causing the doppelganger to spawn in. And upon interacting with it, you'll get the crazy jump scare. Now I don't believe you can do this solo, at least I've never in my entire life been able to do it solo, and I'm pretty sure you have to do it co-op. And I really like how Zetsubo-no-Shima kind of leaned in with the creepiness factor. A lot of the things that they put in this map definitely made it very, very creepy, and I really appreciate that. Maxistrone. Maxistrone can be built with 3 parts laying around the map, and he actually does a couple things. Number 1, he can just fly around and shoot zombies, but he can also acquire power-ups and revive down players.
At last! Ha! Ha! Ha!
Shinonuma laugh.
I believe this is talking about the bookshelf Easter egg in Shinonuma. If you come over here to this bookshelf and you interact with it, you will hear Richtofen's crazed laughter.
Verrucht Fountain in Black Ops 3. So this could be talking about two different things. We'll start off with Revelations. In the map Revelations, if you head to the Verrucht area and you look outside the map, you can see a giant fountain with an MG42 poised right at the top. And if you are a newer Zombies fan, you might have no idea what this is referencing. Well, this is taking us all the way back to World at War's Verrucht. Under the map, you can find a mounted MG42, which seems to have been used for testing purposes and just ultimately left here. But that will never stop the community from constantly overthinking things. And thus, the legend of the MG42 under the fountain in Verrucht was born. And even in the Black Ops 3 Zombie Chronicle version of Verrucht, that very same MG can be found under the fountain, with it also having some new textures. And I believe this was actually supposed to be a turret trap that would rise up and behave very similar to the one you see in Kino der Toten. Hence why it has a new makeover and all the stuff around it. It was supposed to rise up, become a turret trap, and then eventually go back down. But unfortunately, it does seem like it was cut. Why? I have no idea. This would have been one of the coolest things ever. Maybe it was because zombies just really never spawn over here and it kind of would have been useless, but still, I think it would have been freaking awesome, and they should have included it. Crazy Place.
The Crazy Place is a location in Origins that you can reach upon entering any of the 4 elemental portals. If you ever wondering like what the actual Crazy Place is, I saw it described as this. It's a bridge between our world and Agartha. Don't think of it as like its own little place, but think of it as a way to actually reach Agartha, if that makes any sense. But what's interesting about the Crazy Place is one, it not only makes for an amazing training spot after you've done the Easter egg, but if you do not pick up any of the stones, the walls will not fall down. So you can still train in here without getting trapped in any of the corners. And if you grab the Zombie Blood power-up while you're in the Crazy Place, you can find a message that says, follow the steps, which you can only see if you have the Zombie Blood power-up.
Carpenter debut.
Now when you think power-ups in zombies, you naturally would think like double points, insta-kill, nuke, max ammo, Carpenter, you know, the OGs. But if you played World at War back in the day, what you might misremember is that the Carpenter never actually made its debut until Der Riese. It was never on Nocturne, Toten, Verrucht, or Shinonuma, and you might just misremember it like I totally did, and just assume that it's been there since day one, but it actually wasn't and came with Der Riese.
Kino was DLC 4.
Kino der Toten was originally supposed to be World at War's 4th DLC, but due to the fact that it would have released a little bit too close to Modern Warfare 2's release, Activision ended up saying, no, push it back, and that's exactly what they did, and Kino ended up being a launch map along with 5 in Black Ops 1. And I'm kinda glad they did because Kino, or Cinema as it was referred to for World at War, would have been a vastly different map, and honestly I think it really does thrive in Black Ops 1. But saying that, there are still a lot of things that ended up getting cut. Number 1, the Engineer Zombie. This was a boss zombie that would have appeared in Cinema. But since it got pushed back to Black Ops 1, they ended up saying, let's just throw him in Dead Ops Arcade. And you actually still can find instances of the Engineer Zombie in some World at War custom zombies maps. And honestly, one of my favorite appearances happens to be in this Vanoss clip.
What the f is that? Kill it! Kill it! Run! 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 Oh my god, he's so fat! He's so fat! I'm dead! I'm dead! Oh my god! He's so big! Where is he?
We also have a cut chainsaw and a cut flamethrower that would have appeared in Cinema/Kino der Toten, and the Wunderwaffe would have been the wonder weapon instead of the Thunder Gun. But because Kino ended up getting pushed back, that means Ascension, which they were planning to be the launch map, ended up getting pushed back to being DLC 1. And it's pretty amazing to think just how different zombies might have been if they would have had Kino as DLC 4 instead of a main map launch.
Icarus on the Giant and Shadows of Evil. Icarus is the name of the iconic plane from Mob of the Dead, and although that map takes place in a purgatory-like pocket dimension, the plane has somehow made its way in both Shadows of Evil and the Giants. and it can also even be seen in Zetsubonoshima. In Shadows of Evil, you can see the plane flying over the map while doing the main Easter egg. And in the Giant, it can be found resting atop a roof in the back near the power switch. And in Zetsubonoshima, if you look up in the air as you see all these things flying in and out of little teleporters or portals, sometimes you can also occasionally get a glimpse of Icarus. And the storyline reason is because as the mobsters are traveling to Pack-a-Punch, as they are flying on Icarus in Mob of the Dead, they are jumping in and out of portals, going into different dimensions and times. So that's why you see it fly ahead over Shadows of Evil, and that's also why you can see it in Zetsubonoshima. Transit bus upgrades.
The bus in Transit can actually be upgraded, in a way. It's not like you're sticking it in Pack-a-Punch or anything, but you can add 3 additional parts to the bus, which make your life a little bit easier. You can find a ladder and put it on the side of the bus, which makes you able to climb on top of it. You can also find a plow that you can put on the front of the bus that will kill zombies that it hits and also prevent zombies from coming in through the front. And you can also get the hatch, which will allow you to get on the top of the bus from inside of it. But upon doing that, that means you can't get the Galvanuckles, but Galvanuckles eventually stop working, the hatch never stops working. That is a pretty easy decision.
Help door.
In Nocturne Totem, there is the infamous help door, which is usually the only door you should open if you're trying to go to high rounds. I mean, just look at Krupp's, the only door he has open is going to be the help door. But that still doesn't stop it from being very infamous. If you were to ask a lot of people which door do you open, the help door or the stairs, you'd be surprised that a lot of people actually do open the stairs and keep the help door closed. But if you were going to high rounds, the only door that should ever come across your mind is the help door. Or at least that's what I think this entry is referring to.
Peter McCain.
In Shinonuma, in Spawn, there is a dead man whose decaying corpse happens to be hanging from his own parachute, all while he's missing one of his forearms. And this man is none other than Peter McCain. Peter McCain was an OSS spy that was sent in to infiltrate Group 935. He started working at Derice, but was eventually transferred to the Asylum, aka Verrucht. And while they were performing the experiments at Verrucht, Peter McCain was eventually ousted as a spy, but fortunately for him, an outbreak occurred at the Asylum and Peter was able to escape, but not before he lost his forearm. Peter was eventually told to rendezvous at the Rising Sun facility, where he eventually jumped over the facility, but died shortly after. So that is the true identity of the Hanging Man in Shinonuma.
R-4808N 37 14 06 115 48 40.
I hope you're receiving this transmission, Peter. If you are not, then all is already lost. You must know by now that we failed to contain the asylum, and that we had to move the experiment here. Location. The numbers will guide you. The giant must remain at all costs. Repeat, Derice must remain safe at all costs. The DG2 experiments continue. Might be our only advantage now. Find Dr. Vitov and Dr. Max's. Only they may know what's going on. The use of 115 is dangerous at best. I'm not sure how long we can continue here. We've lost most of our best people. I hope you get this. I hope it hasn't happened there too. But I'm almost out of hope.
60 54 06.96 101 55 44.94.
And on the World at War Zombies app, there is a Peter McCain Easter egg. Once you have opened up all the areas on the map, you will be given a shovel as a melee weapon, and then you just have to find where it says dig and dig up the grave. This is not in the regular Zombies versions, this is only on the Zombies app, and if you dig up his grave, you will be rewarded with a free Wonderwall.
Kino thumping noise.
I believe this is a reference to the dressing room in Kino der Toten. If you come right up to this zombie barrier and you just listen without any other distractions, you can hear what appears to be someone trapped in one of the cases. Now, we really never learned anything about this. There's been plenty of speculations and theories, such as it being a person, it being a zombie, it being a Nova Crawler, to many other ridiculous theories, But the simple truth of it is, something alive is trapped in there and is begging for help to get out. And just that thought alone is creepy enough.
Space Dog. What started off as a complete rumor back in Black Ops 1, mainly spawned from the YouTuber MC Sportshawk, eventually became its own Easter egg in Black Ops 3. For the Black Ops 3 Chronicles version of Moon, you could do this Easter egg and a dog in a spacesuit would literally spawn. Paris map.
Paris was hinted at as a zombies map all the way back in World of War Zombies. In Derice on the chalkboard, you can find images of what looks to be a zombie standing in front of the Eiffel Tower. So for a pretty long time, people assumed that we would eventually get our Paris map. And it looked like in Black Ops 1 that was going to be the case for the final send-off map. But due to the fact that they thought Paris just wasn't a big enough way to end the game off on, they decided to head to the moon instead. And this change was so late in development that even in the game files, Moon is still referred to as Paris. And during an interview that Johnny J did with Jason Blundell actually kind of lays out how the Paris map would have worked out.
We were starting to write stuff for a DLC 4 at the time as well, so create stuff as well. And that's where you'll hear about like Paris and Coast and a cinema, and that got re-adopted into Kino, and then the Coast map got turned into Call of the Dead, and then the Paris map got turned into Moon.
I've heard about that. I guess the Moon in the early stages was Paris, and then it got reworked into being on the moon.
Well,
how do you make that jump?
So they you know, and it was a fantastic team. You know, it was a different kind of group of guys, but a fantastic team took it, and then just certain of the little ideas got moved. And I don't want to say it was just Paris, because it wasn't. Paris is a very different map, but Paris had the idea of a no man's land. And it had the Eiffel Tower, and then underneath that was a teleporter, and then there was the catacombs of Paris underneath that. And the idea was that you went into the kind of teleporter, and the Eiffel Tower was essentially a conduit for the power for it. And then you got transported to this middle of nowhere where the Pack-a-Punch was, and it was just zombies all coming at you, and there was no cover, and it was brutal.
So would say the zombies all coming at you, would that maybe be reworked into like the no man's land we had in Moon?
Yeah. So that was that idea that kind of moved over.
Ted throws you off the bus.
This is another thing that can happen with the bus on transit. If you end up pissing Ted off enough by either shooting him or just keep meleeing him, he will get madder and madder until eventually he tries to toss you off the bus and lock the doors. And with that, he gives you some of the greatest audio lines in Zombies history.
Stay behind the yellow lines at all times, or you'll be sorry, asshole. Door privileges have been f***ing revoked. Fuck you! Now I am not stopping. Fuck you! Get your ass off my bus! Keep fucking with me. See if I don't crash this bus and kill you all!
Hard Landing.
Hard Landing is a campaign mission in World at War in which you are tasked with taking the airfield on Peleliu. What a lot of people might not know is that a certain section of this mission is actually the basis for Nocturne Toten. After coming across the Corsair and getting Banzai charged by the Japanese, and eventually dealing with all of their trenches and bunkers, which you are tasked with taking over and eventually going to the airfield. And if this place looks familiar, it should, because this is Nocturne Toten. You can also find something very similar in the multiplayer map Airfield, in which we have an even better recreation of Nocturne Toten. Now you have to remember, back in the day, these games were made in like a year, so they didn't really have too much time to be creating all of these new assets for zombies. So it's kind of understandable that they would take a lot of things just straight from campaign and multiplayer.
Samantha owns the Hellhounds.
For World at War and Black Ops 1 Zombies, Samantha is the one in control of the zombies, and she is also partly in control of the Hellhounds. The Hellhounds were originally Fluffy, Samantha's German Shepherd, and it seemed that Fluffy was pregnant and expecting a bunch of puppies.
Now, you must be very diligent with her, Samantha. Owning a dog is a great responsibility.
Yes, Father. Oh, I love her.
You must feed her every day and walk her, and be very careful when you play with her. You know she's going to have puppies.
Really? Can I keep the puppies too, Father?
We'll see, Samantha. One step at a time.
But before she could give birth to the puppies, they did an experiment on Fluffy, which turned her into a Hellhound.
Edward, tie the damn thing down! We can't have it running around during the test! It's tied down now, Dr. Maxis. Initiating test number 5. Subject is within the test chamber. Activate power. Searching for vitals. No reading, Doctor. The subject has disappeared. Dr. Maxis, we've done it. Don't be foolish! Test number 5 is unsuccessful. Subject has vanished, yes, but has not reappeared at the mainframe. Recalibrate the damn system, now!
And when it was time for Richtofen to ultimately dispose of Maxis, he ended up trapping Samantha and Maxis in the same room with a Hellhound before they were teleported away.
Initiating test number 6. Subject is within test chamber. Activate power. Damn it, Edward! Did you set up the device correctly? Yes, Doctor. As per your specifications. If you had done it to my specifications, then it would have worked, wouldn't it? As usual, your incompetence has... What? Do you hear that, Doctor? Quiet, you fool! Test number 6 is a failure. But the experiment has caused some kind of electrical force energized within the chamber. Well, open the door! Doctor, I don't think... Open the door! Now!
Daddy, what are you doing with Fluffy?
Damn it, Samantha, I told you never to come in here. Edward, get her out of here. Yes, Doctor.
What's wrong with her? Daddy, what did you do? Fluffy!
Come back here, Samantha! Stop her! Easy. Come here, Samantha. Good girl, Flossie. Gently, Samantha. That's not Flossie anymore. We must get out of here. What? Edward, what are you doing? Open the door! Edward, open this door now!
I'm scared.
Don't go. Stay by me, Samantha. Goodbye, Dr. Maxis.
So it is technically true that Fluffy eventually became the first Hellhound, and because Fluffy was pregnant, you have an infinite spawn of Hellhounds, and that was Samantha's dog, so yes, Samantha owns the Hellhounds.
5 has the first buildable.
This is talking about the first ever buildable trap in Zombies, which actually goes to 5. On 5 in the spawn area, you can actually find 2 traps that you can't activate yet. That's because you need to find a piece for each. The first piece can be found in the war room, and they're pretty hard to miss. And once you pick it up, you want to take it right back to the trap and just plug it in, and voila, now the trap is activated. If you want to grab the other one, all you have to do is head down to the labs and do the exact same thing. Pick it up and take it back to the trap, and now you can activate it. And you gotta hand it to Black Ops 1. This was pretty innovative for the time, especially when you look at like a lot of zombies that came after that. Lots of buildables were to come.
Keeper language. The Keeper's language is found in a lot of places throughout Black Ops 3, most notably in Shadows of Evil, as a bunch of cool ominous symbols that you can see from the tram, and that you can interact with to unlock the sword, for example. Now there also is basically an entire canon Keeper language that has a lot of actual translations, and for those diehard fans for Black Ops 3, it's pretty cool. And if you ever want to decide to learn a useless language that you'll probably never use in real life, there are plenty of resources available to you. I still believe the website Mr. Raffle Waffles actually built, called Chronorium.com, is still available. Now it's kind of sad because when this was originally introduced, it was pretty hyped up, but I don't think they really ever did too much with it. Especially considering how hyped it was at the beginning, it kind of had a quick fall off. Kino Blank Portrait.
This one is pretty interesting because I do believe it has 2 different answers depending on when in Zombies you're asking the question. So in Kino der Toten, there are a bunch of portraits hanging on the wall, and one of them is blank. And interacting with the portrait, each character will have some unique dialogue.
Maybe what was is no more, but shall be again.
This one didn't photograph so well.
Hey, look, it's nobody.
Hey, someone stole the image from this picture.
So who could this blank portrait actually be? Well, for a long time in Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2 and 3, people assumed that it was Pablo, the test subject that Tank Dempsey ultimately replaced.
Log entry 1471. Date September 2nd, 1845. Diary. Another day, another fair. This time, subject N3WB just blankly at the floor. The Russian subject still smells like urine, even after he was given a bath and deloused twice. And I think I might have killed the specimen from Mexico. His spleen is on the floor, and he's not moving anymore. I can verify with certainty, however, that the barrier is not located in the spleen. Dr. Continue no matter the cost. I wonder what he might think of the experiment, the little girl. Nice! Drop that! That's my spleen!
And this would make a little sense as to why it's blank, because he's no longer needed. And there were tons of other theories that made it seem like maybe it was Maxis, or maybe that it was Peter McCain, but a lot of people seem to assume that it was Pablo. Now, if we fast forward all the way to Classified, it seems like we may have an answer to it. In Classified, you can do a little Easter egg that reveals that a blank portrait hanging on the wall is actually Primus Nikolai. And what's interesting is if you do that, Dempsey will give you this quote.
Damn it, Treyarch! Are you fucking with the storyline again?
Now, I'm not gonna lie, this does seem like it was kind of shoehorned in at the last second, and the blank portrait was never originally from the start meant to be Primus Nikolai. They just kind of threw it in there to try to explain it. Because if there's one thing we know about zombies, is that they kind of make the story up as they go, with a lot of feedback from the zombies community. So I think if you were to ask this question back before Black Ops 4, the answer was probably Pablo, or Maxis. They each have a pretty good say in that. But after Black Ops 4, it seems like they wanted to go a different direction with it, and eventually made it Nikolai.
Shortcut to town. Navigating around transit can be kind of annoying, but luckily for you, there is a shortcut to get to town. You can get to that bank faster and whip out a bunch of points, makes your life a little bit easier. On your way from diner to farm, if you're on the bus or if you're running, it doesn't matter. Once you see this truck, you want to hop off, and this will lead you right to the path that takes you directly to town. Now, you will be skipping over power, so after you grab your points from the bank, you will still have to go turn on power, and this is a one-way trip, so once you jump into town, you can't go back. But it still is a little quicker way to get to town, and can make your life a little bit easier, even though you still have to deal with the denizens. Verrucht Marines.
So we all know the story. The Marines were a small group that was sent into Verrucht to extract Peter McCain. But that was never the original story in World at War. So like the whole lore around this is actually pretty interesting. The zombie storyline never really began in Verrucht. A lot of people might think that, but it actually began in Shinonuma. Verrucht definitely had some beginnings to it, but they didn't really have a solid plan yet. So in World at War Verrucht, the 4 Marines you play as are just 4 Marines. When they were creating it, one of them was never meant to be Tank Dempsey, and Treyarch did a fantastic job with actually going back and rewriting that and including Tank to be one of the Marines. So we went from World at War just having 4 Marines to actually getting a set group. We have Tank Dempsey, John Banana, Smokey, and Paxton Gunner Ridge. Tank would go on to become one of the main characters in the zombie storyline, while John Banana and Smokey would end up dying in Verrucht, and Paxton Gunner Ridge would end up escaping.
Nikolai Blinksy.
This is a reference to the Origins intro cutscene very early on. Before it was actually fixed, Nikolai's last name was spelled completely wrong. Instead of it being B-E-L-I-N-S-K-I, they spelled it B-E-L-I-N-K-S-I. And this has kind of become an ongoing meme throughout the zombies community, and only true OGs remember when it was spelled wrong.
Richtofen and Dempsey portraits on 5.
In 5, if you head to the Pack-a-Punch room, on the wall you can see Richtofen's portrait. You might be like, that makes absolutely no sense, what is that doing here? But you might also not know that just behind this door, if you no-clip through it, you can find none other than Tank Dempsey's portrait. And for a very, very long time, we never had an explanation for why Richtofen's portrait was here. All we could do was guess. And the best guess was just that after Germany lost World War II, the Allies came in, took all of their scientists, technology, and pretty much anything we wanted, and hauled it back to their own respective countries and started doing experiments. And the theory was that someone liked this portrait, or Richtofen helped them in some way, and they decided to hang it up. But due to Black Ops 4 and Classified's intro cutscene, we actually did get an explanation. Richtofen hung it up himself.
Revelations bugged Easter egg. This entry is pretty much exactly what it sounds like. The Easter egg in Revelations is notoriously buggy, especially the step in which you go around and throw the summoning key like a huge bouncy ball, because it's not only possible, but very easy to straight up lose the summoning key, and be forced to down yourself or spawn a death machine to get it back. Or if neither is an option, well, screw you, back to the beginning. Which understandably can be kind of frustrating, considering how close the step is towards the end. Mannequin music Easter egg.
Nuketown probably has one of the most annoying musical Easter eggs of all time. In order to do this, you have to shoot the head off of every single mannequin on the map. And just when you think you finally got them all and you're wondering why isn't the music playing, well, it's probably because you missed like 12 other ones that were hidden. But if you can successfully shoot the head off of every single one on the map, this song will start playing.
First musical Easter egg.
I would hope a lot of you would know about this, but the first ever music Easter egg was on Verrucht. By interacting with the toilet a couple of times, you will hear Lullaby for a Dead Man. And what's interesting about this is actually the Game Over song from Nocturne and Toten. Now originally, when they made that Game Over song, it wasn't meant to be the music Easter egg in the next map. Things just kinda happened to work out.
We talked about the characters. I want to talk about the soundtrack. Tell me the background of the soundtrack and what was the inspiration for that?
Well, the soundtrack was actually originally just a guitar riff from Nocturne and Toten, where we wanted to put something cool sounding when you die. And when it shipped, it was actually Brian who suggested that we turn it into a whole song. And
my best impression.
I told him I didn't think it was possible, but then he said I had to do it. So that's
the worst thing you could say.
Yeah, exactly.
Challenge accepted.
Right. Yeah, done.
We just wanted to see if we could actually produce something out of it. You know, we had a little bit of time,
So,
and you know, there was no reason to do it other than, hey, let's see if this. If we
why
can,
not?
You know,
right?
this sounds cool, right?
So I went and expensed the beer and whiskey budget, and then went home, wrote something, and then threw it in.
And zombie it.
And that's how I think that's how it happened. Yeah.
Ammo-matic.
This was a cut perk that was going to make an appearance in Shinonuma and Doris, but was cut during development for unknown reasons. This was going to award the player with a max ammo upon purchase. And there are a couple World at War audio files that can be found that relate to this perk.
Max ammo machine. Ah, genius.
Ammo machine! What a wonderful idea!
Ah, this is a blessing from the Emperor!
An ammo machine! What a brilliant idea!
Matryoshka dolls.
In Ascension, you can find 4 Matryoshka dolls of our main characters scattered around the map. And what's interesting about this is interacting with each doll with a different character will give you some unique dialogue. And this was extremely helpful back in the day, especially when you wanted to know more about the characters' relationships. With these dolls and interacting with them with each character, you kind of get a sense for what characters think of each other. And I really liked that, and this was actually a pretty cool way to flesh out each character.
Big Dempsey, you're so big! Ah, don't breathe on me. Oh, hi, Takeo. Stop tickling me! You ugly American. I will not work for you. Oh, the Emperor! Good day, Doctor. Hey, good looking. Your breath smells like death. Hey, what's up, Tack? You suck, Richtofen. Oh, hi, Dempsey. Oh, you look just like my sister. Your eyes are empty, Takeo. I hate you, Richtofen.
Marlton in the bunker. Marlton, aka Robin from Teen Titans, can be found in Nuketown. Coming back here to the Fallout shelter and knifing it, you can hear some quotes from Marlton.
My electronics ruined! The amperes have hurt me to the quick! This device will prove my mental superiority once and for all. The cyclonic forces contained herein shall make me unstoppable. Execute them before they overwhelm us. Throw a pair of eyes already! There are zombies on the damn roof! Visibility here is near zero. What is the point? I cannot believe this is the best route to where we are going. The air is thick with the sounds of carnivorous beasts. Disrespect my personal space? What an interminable wait. Just because one is different is not a valid excuse to simply banish him. He asked me to leave? I was the one reporting the disgusting behavior. Makes no sense.
Blood vials. Blood vials are a kind of tricky situation to understand in zombies, so I'll try to explain it as best as I can. Blood vials are basically an insurance policy. Richtofen knew that after the map Revelations, that they would basically be destroyed. They would be erased from existence along with the Apothecans. And his goal was to get said insurance policy so that Dr. Monty couldn't do that. Well, this all kind of fit into Dr. Monty's plan of having them continue the cycle, because after Revelations, he sends them to the Great War, and the cycle repeats itself. And Dr. Monty wants this so that way he can continue to stay in power. Now, the blood vials come from universes that were already closed off, so you have the mobsters from Mob of the Dead and Victus, which is the crew that you play as during Transit and majority of Black Ops 2. Now, because the premise crew has the blood of universes that have already been closed off, it creates a paradox and thus allows them to continue going. So pretty much, blood vials are blood from universes that no longer exist and are used to continue existing. Hopefully that summed it up. There's a lot more to it, like storyline-wise, but essentially that's what the blood vials are. Nuketown mailboxes. In regular Nuketown, like the multiplayer version, looking outside the map at these mailboxes, you will see that they have two names, Woods and Mason, who are characters from the campaign. And if we head over to Nuketown Zombies, we can find the very same mailboxes that say Woods and Mason, except for they're both knocked over now because, you know, explosions and things. Verrucht Super Sprinters. One of the more divisive aspects of World War Zombies definitely has to be the Verrucht Sprinters. Running way faster than any other map's counterparts, it definitely didn't make the map any easier. You top on the Super Sprinters with the tight enclosed spaces of Verrucht, and it makes the map very, very difficult, and a lot of people didn't really like that. But if you look at modern zombies, there are Super Sprinters everywhere, so it looked like Verrucht was just a little bit ahead of its time. Bleed out faster when crawling. This refers to an old zombies urban legend that you would die faster if you started crawling. So once you have died to zombies or to your own stupidity, the theory went that if you started crawling, you would bleed out faster, so people would never crawl and they would always stay completely still. And this was a widely accepted rumor, despite it being completely false. You will bleed out the same if you were crawling as if you were staying completely still. PhD Troll. One of the biggest trolls that Treyarch ever did to us probably has to be including PhD Flopper on the map Die Rise, even though it's unobtainable. Taking the initial elevator in Spawn, if you slow things down a little bit, you can see PhD Flopper. Now there is no way to possibly get it, but it's right there, just taunting us. If there is any map where PhD Flopper would have been useful on, it's this one. And the fact that they put it on the map, but made it so you can't get it, is just a really big middle finger getting rubbed right in your face to us, and I'm still mad about that to this day. Der Eisendrache Raven. On the map Der Eisendrache, a raven can be found near Mulekick, and of course, the zombies community did its thing and dove way too deep into this with all sorts of speculations and theories on what this raven could be, especially because it could actually be shot. So that has to mean something, right? Well, kinda not. Nothing ever really came of this, but there have been a couple theories on what this raven could possibly mean. The one that I like the most is that it's just a shout out to Raven Software, which is a company that has helped out with a lot of Call of Duties. Another theory that I have seen has to do with Der Eisendrache's real life location, you know, that castle with its name that I can't pronounce. Apparently they have a lot of like falcon and bird shows there, so maybe this is a reference to that, and just giving a shout out to some of the things that you can do there, even though I do think that is a big stretch. And to me personally, I think it's just a shout out to Raven Software. I mean, they both are Ravens. It makes a lot of sense in my mind. Die Rise Sweatshops. This is kind of obvious like once you think about it, but it's one of those things where you really just don't pay attention to it until someone points it out. Yeah, Die Rise may have had a sweatshop in it. If you don't know what a sweatshop is, it's a phrase that was first coined back in like the 1850s, and it basically meant a factory where workers were treated unfairly by having low wages, long hours, and terrible conditions, including getting little to no breaks, insufficient lighting and ventilation, dangerously high and or low temperatures, and also majority of people that worked at sweatshops were women, roughly 85 to 90%, and sometimes these women were even forced to take birth control or get routine pregnancy tests to avoid the sweatshop from having to pay for maternity leave or giving health benefits. So next time you run through Die Rise's little cute sweatshop, just know that a lot of suffering probably went down there. And that's not even the worst part of Die Rise. Like, we're definitely going to get into some more stuff later down the list. Great War was meant to be playable. If you didn't hate budget cuts before, you will after this, as there is a lot of speculation that Revelations was originally meant to be set during the Great War between mankind and the Apothicans, but the scale of this idea was too immense and was ultimately scrapped, allegedly. This is really only a theory, and I believe there was a lot more speculation about that map being implemented in Black Ops 4, which also never happened. But either way, considering how important to the lore of this conflict was, it's a shame we never got to see a map set during it to conclude Black Ops 3, or even 4 for that matter. But instead, we got a rather lackluster ending that we all know to this day. Avenge Sevenfold poster.
In Call of the Dead in the Easter egg room, you can find this poster on the wall, and at first glance, it just looks like your stereotypical Russian propaganda poster. But upon closer inspection, you can actually notice that this is the members of Avenged Sevenfold. And if you were to actually translate this Russian word at the top, you translate it, and guess what it translates to? Avenged.
Loading Screen Man.
In the Die Rise loading screen, if you look over here to the right, you can actually see the outline of what appears to be a man. Now this could just be a simple little Easter egg, or it could be hinting at something much more. And as far as I know, we really never got an exact explanation. Now whether it stands for a specific character, or they just put that there as a cute little Easter egg, I'll never know, but you gotta love zombies and their little Easter eggs that they just throw out everywhere.
BAR Bipod.
So you might be wondering to yourself, when you play Verrucht, why does the BAR have a bipod that you can never use? And that's true and not true at the same time. It looks like they were originally intending the bipod to be much more usable and actually useful than it turned out to be. Now it just looks like an accessory that makes the BAR cost way more than it ever should. But there are a couple instances where you can actually deploy it. If you are playing with another player and they crouch in front of you, and you are next to a railing, you will be able to deploy it. And allegedly, there is a very specific place in the morgue where you can actually set it down. They originally were intending for this to be a usable feature, but ended up cutting it out for God knows why. Editing rabbit here, and it looks like the reason that it was taken out of Verrucht was because it was very glitchy and would give the player infinite ammo, and they just didn't have time to work it out, so they ended up scrapping the idea.
Icarus.
This is the name of the plane that you ride in Mob of the Dead to get to the Golden Gate Bridge, and its name, Icarus, is a reference to the ancient Greek myth of Icarus. Icarus's father constructed wings for both him and his son to use to fly out of the labyrinth that they were imprisoned in, but before they did, he warned Icarus not to fly too close to the sun. And upon taking flight, Icarus did exactly the opposite of what his father told him to do and flew too close to the sun. And upon doing so, the sun would melt the wax that was holding the feathers together, and Icarus would plummet to his death. Now if you take that story and you compare it to the Mob of the Dead plane, they're very similar.
VR11 Co-op.
In solo, the VR11 might be one of the worst wonder weapons ever designed. Just absolutely useless solo. I mean, it does have some positives, but if if you're trying to go to high rounds, it's not helpful at all. But if you are using the VR11 in co-op, that's an entirely different story. Fully pack-punched VR11 has this effect where if you shoot a teammate, not only are the zombies going to ignore them, but they also have insta-kill, and you can keep shooting them to keep stacking this effect. So you could technically have like a minute or two of insta-kill. It's pretty freaking awesome. And you double that with the zombies ignoring them, this is definitely one of the best wonder weapons of all time. And the proof is just looking at the difference between world records in solo and world records in co-op. For the longest time, solo Call of the Dead world records tended to be under 100, while the co-op ones were a little higher than that. So if you have never played Call of the Dead co-op, you are definitely missing out on one of the greatest and one of the most fun wonder weapons of all time.
Distant monster on Zetsuborashima. This entry refers to the fact that upon reaching around 50 on Zetsuborashima, you can see and hear a giant monster in the distance if you look outside the map from a certain point. I love this because it honestly feels like a nod to the whole idea of a secret Hitler boss fight for reaching round 50 or 100 back in OG Zombies. Every map had some sort of dumb theory like that, and I kinda like that we do see some distant bad guy that we don't know much about. What's his deal? What's he doing out there? Or I like my own headcanon theory that it's also a shout out to me and my Guns on Round 50 series, and everybody in the Zombies community thinks I'm some horrible monster, so maybe it is my Easter egg. Stanley.
Stanley Ferguson is actually the prison guard that you see in the Mob of the Dead intro, the one that gets killed by Weasel. Now you wouldn't really think much of it, but he actually does have a pretty interesting background story. His death does not actually happen at the hands of Weasel, that's just purely in the Mob of the Dead pocket dimension. In the real life, Stanley was a guard at the prison in the 1930s, where he would come across Weasel's murdered body and immediately report it to the warden. And upon doing that, the three other inmates, Sal DeLuca, Billy Hansen, and Michael Finn O'Leary, would be set to be executed. And upon their execution, the FBI would show up, and Stanley would try to stall them out, while the warden was in the other room about ready to kill himself. And he did this to create a pocket dimension, aka creating Mob of the Dead. And only a couple years later, in the 1940s, Stanley, still working at the prison, would be approached by Edward Richtofen, who asked him to construct an underground laboratory beneath the prison. And Stanley would continue doing his job until 1942, where he would eventually retire as a guard of Alcatraz, and would later be questioned by a reporter about the four mobsters. But sadly, Stanley's story doesn't really have a happy ending, because only a couple years later in Dimension 63, where all this was taking place, the Apothecans would eventually invade and kill all of its inhabitants, thus ending the legendary tale of Stanley.
Flogger Trap kills gods.
This is a reference to the Flogger Trap in Shinonuma and just how insanely powerful it is. If you didn't know, if you're playing on PC, you can set yourself to God mode, and that basically makes you invincible from everything. You will never take any damage and you will never die. That is unless you walk next to the Flogger. If the Flogger happens to hit you while you are in God mode, it still will kill you, and the game over screen will start appearing. Now, I don't think any other trap in Zombies can do this. As far as I know, I think the Flogger might be it. So, if you were ever wondering what is the strongest trap in Zombies, it has to be the Flogger. It can literally kill a god.
Bullseye.
Believe it or not, there's actually another way to get a free perk in Buried, as if the map wasn't easy enough. If you have the ballistic knife and you go into the saloon and you get a bullseye on the dartboard, the piano next to you will start to play by itself. This is your cue to head into the mansion. Head all the way through and come back inside the mansion, and running by this piano, you will see that there's a ghost playing the piano. And if you decide to be nice and generous and tip her 10 points, she will reward you with a free perk. And this just goes to show you that tipping culture is getting completely out of hand.
Shangri-La free perk.
In Shangri-La, it is possible to get a free perk. All you have to do is utilize the monkeys. You know, the little guys that sit around spawn and just kinda dick around. The ones that you constantly shoot with your 1911 and just massacre every time you spawn in. Well, normally throughout the match, they kinda just sit there doing absolutely nothing. But once a power-up spawns in, they absolutely lose their shit and go bananas. Get it? Bananas? Monkeys? But once a power-up drop spawns in, the monkeys start screeching and will immediately start running and trying to steal it. If you are able to kill the monkeys before they hit you or steal the drop, you will be given 500 points. But if the monkey is able to either steal a drop or hit you, and you end up killing him, you're only going to get 10 points. And if the monkey actually hits you, you lose 50, so just don't let them do that. But what's interesting is once they steal the drop, they're going to try to take it all the way back to Pack-a-Punch. And while they're doing that, they're going to cycle the drop. So they will cycle through like Carpenter, Double Points, Fire Sale, Insta-Kill, Max Ammo, Nuke. And if you shoot the monkey and kill it, you're going to get whatever drop was currently loaded. But what makes this interesting is if they steal a Max Ammo, one of the possible drops that shows up is going to be the random perk bottle. And you better be quick because you only have about half a second to shoot that monkey before it switches to something else. And it's not like it's only a one-time thing, it's going to constantly be cycling and cycling over. So if you miss it and you hesitate or something, don't worry, it's not like the end of the world. But you do have to be on the ball and be very, very fast. In all my years of playing zombies, I've never actually been able to do this like in a real match. I've been able to do it when I'm like purposely trying to on early rounds for footage, and even then it's like sometimes. So you really got to be on the ball with this and paying attention if you want that free perk because it goes fast, man.
Sam's Teddy in campaign. Believe it or not, the teddy bear that we know in Zombies has been around in multiple other modes, like on a lot of Call of Duty's campaigns. In Black Ops 3 in the campaign mission Rise and Fall, if the player makes an immediate left upon stepping off the train and walks down the platform, they can find this very distinct teddy bear tucked away next to some spools of wire. Now when you're playing a Treyarch game, you might understand that the teddy bear, Samantha Maxis, and zombies, those are all kind of one thing. But what does it have to do with campaign? And why has it been in so many Call of Duties essentially since the beginning? Well, the theory goes that it's actually a tribute to a developer's daughter who passed away, with her favorite toy being a teddy bear. And that's why you find the teddy bear in a lot of other games that have nothing to do with zombies. And I'm not sure how true that story is. It's the story that I always heard from forever ago, so I'm gonna choose to believe it. Calico.
The Buried Zombies map is actually based off a real-life Old West ghost town, all the way out in Calico, California. And if you want to know way more about this, there are plenty of dedicated videos out there that you can watch and learn way more about, but we don't have that kind of time, so I'll make it short. Treyarch actually went out to this town to survey it and get some inspiration for Buried, and a lot of the things in this real town we can also find in Buried, such as a lot of the same structures, the mines, and even some of the ghost stories, aka the Witch and the Witch's Mansion. Yes, those are inspired from the real-life ghost town. So if you'd like to know more about the real-life Buried, make sure to check out any of the numerous videos that are out there. They're going to cover it way more in depth than I have time for right now.
The Iron Kite.
Originally, Der Eisendrache was spelled with an N at the end. Der Eisendrachen. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, I'm bad at pronunciation. And this translated to the Iron Kite, but they eventually retconned that, took out the N, and just made it Der Eisendrache, which actually translates to the Iron Dragon.
Brock and Gary.
Brock and Gary were two British explorers who were out to prove the existence of Agartha, and while trekking through the mountains, they ended up coming across Shangri-La. And upon discovering Shangri-La, they ended up immediately getting attacked by zombies.
The heat and humidity is just excruciating. According to the locals, the temple should be in this mountain range just up this river. Gary, do you hear that? A waterfall. We must be close. Hand me the binoculars. There is a structure up ahead. If this is truly a gateway to Agartha, my work will finally be validated.
Brock, I don't think this place is abandoned.
Don't be silly. This place has to be thousands of years old. I have found some unfinished carvings around the structures I can't make out. They do not look like... Wait, what is this?
What the hell was that? Why is the sky dark?
It's an eclipse. We must have...
Run! What are those things?
Zombies. We have to find another way.
Zombies? What are you talking about?
The writings must have been right. No! Don't touch that! Damn! Take a look around and try to find a way out.
I got nothing.
We will have to conserve our supplies. Take your shoes off and hand me your socks. I have been trapped in the temple structure for days. Gary is dead, and I don't see a way out of here. I can still hear the zombies outside. I fear this is my last recording, as the battery is about to die, and I will soon follow. One thing I can be certain of is that Glove...
And throughout the rest of the radios, you can hear their struggle and apparent multiple deaths throughout all of them. And as you go through the Easter egg, you end up preventing these deaths and help them live for just another moment. And you do this until the end of the Easter egg, where Brock and Gary finally find the altar with the focusing stone. And after attempting to remove it, they immediately are teleported back to the very beginning when they found the temple, which would indicate that they are stuck in an infinite time loop, forever repeating the same experiences over and over again.
I am now entering the antechamber. I see some sort of altar, and there is a rock suspended above it. This is just wonderful. An inscription. Rick Ta Fen. Richtofen. Gary, take an etching. The rock above the altar seems to be suspended in thin air. I'm going to remove it now.
We've been in this jungle for days and haven't seen any sign of this hidden temple.
We cannot give up. It has to be here.
I can't shake this feeling like we're going in circles.
We should get to higher ground and take a look. The heat and humidity is just excruciating. According to the locals, the temple should be in this mountain range just up this river. Gary, do you hear that? A waterfall. We must be close. Hand me the binoculars. There is a structure up ahead. If this is truly a gateway to Argatha, my work will finally be validated.
But it's not so bad, because eventually George Romero's assistant, Sally, would eventually get stuck in the same exact loop. And if you're wondering what happened to the Brock and Gary of the other dimensions, aka the one with Zetsubo Nishima, well, after discovering Shangri-La, their plane ends up crashing into the mountains as a result of a freak atmospheric attempt. So it seems like no matter what dimension, what universe Brock and Gary are in, only one thing is for certain. Death is the only way out for them.
Censorship in zombies. This entry simply refers to the censoring of Nazi symbolism in Black Ops 3 Zombies, especially the ones ported over from World at War, which has been an even more controversial issue as the years go on, due to the amount of censorship that we see nowadays. The reason this was done was allegedly because without it, the game would have not been able to be released in Germany and a lot of other countries. Many people were unhappy about this because it removed from the creepy, sinister atmosphere of the game, and a lot of people just straight up don't like censorship of any kind. And I kinda do have to agree with them. The Black Ops 3 Kino and Verrucht just don't feel the same. Martial arts zombies.
This is talking about the Shinonuma zombies that appear to be walking in a martial arts stance, which would hint that the zombies somewhat remember their past lives. Now, what's interesting about this is there are more instances of this happening. Of course, everyone probably knows about the Ascension one, where these zombies will dodge bullets. But did you know about the actual Nazi zombies goose-stepping it like they're marching? Or some of the other Japanese zombies that appear to be bonsai charging? And it's just little aspects like these that really made me fall in love with OG World at War zombies.
Shadows of Evil Mob of the Dead reference. Shadows of Evil surprisingly has a lot of references to Mob of the Dead. The first one can be found right outside of spawn. A lot of you may be familiar with this, but have no idea what it's referencing. Outside of the map through this barricade, you can see a little note hanging on a jacket. And if you can manage to knock it down with a grenade, you can pick it up for some free points right here on this crate. But if we take a closer look at this note, we can see it's from Chang's Laundry, and it is a laundry receipt for none other than Sal DeLuca, one of the main characters you play as in Mob of the Dead. Another reference can be missed if you're really not paying attention. After opening up the Pack-a-Punch area, you can see the very same plane that you ride in Mob of the Dead to Pack-a-Punch, flying through the air. The next reference is also down kinda near Pack-a-Punch. On the wall next to where you would get the swords, you can find a map of Mob of the Dead, hidden behind all of these faces. The next reference is going to be a poster. In Mob of the Dead, one of these Easter egg steps has you throwing your tomahawk at this Escape from the Tomb poster. Well, that very same poster can also be found in Shadows of Evil over by the movie theater. Also around Shadows of Evil, there are a couple businesses with names that directly reference the cast of Mob of the Dead, such as O'Leary's B&L, Finn O'Leary, DeLuca's Shipping Co., established 1849, and even Jackie V himself has some quotes about the characters.
I once busted a little weasel who tried to use one of these to blast open a bank safe. Dumbass nearly blew himself up. Could've used this when I busted Sal's liquor joint. Finn O'Leary's whiskey tasted better than this shit. What is this? One of Billy Handsome's trophies?
Buried Fountain Teleporter. This is talking about the two fountains. The first one is in front of the Witch's Mansion, and the second one is located in the maze. And if you break both of them, congrats, now you have a teleporter. To do this, you want to have Leroy break the first fountain in front of the Witch's Mansion, and you want to have some grenades or really any explosive weapon and break the one in the maze. And after you do this, you can now jump in the maze one, and upon doing so, it will take you right back to spawn. Wonderwaff breaks space and time.
When you load up Kino der Toten and you are playing solo, you will get this very unique radio from Richtofen.
Entry 741021! Perhaps this station will hold the key to the real goals of Group 935. I still do not trust my unconventional allies, but they are of great use to me. But I digress. Who would have thought the MDT was capable of time travel? How many stations does this group have? Where did that little girl disappear to? Only time will tell what new questions await us in this theater of the damned.
And this explains how our characters got from Der Ries to Kino der Toten. Dempsey shot the Wonderwaff as they were teleporting, and it broke space and time and sent them to Kino der Toten.
Biodome in real life.
When you think of the real-life biodome, you'd be pretty upset to discover that it's not actually on the moon. Instead, out of all places, it's in Missouri, and to be specific, the Missouri Botanical Garden. Here in the Missouri Botanical Garden, you can find what is called the Climatron, which is basically just a giant dome that houses tons of tropical plants. And putting this side by side with the biodome, you can definitely see that this is the inspiration, and even Jimmy Zielinski himself has kind of hinted at it. But what's really interesting is in the same botanical garden, we can find the buried hedge maze. So not only does the Missouri Botanical Garden hold moon, it also holds buried. And there is a much deeper connection than just surface level stuff here. And we're going to go into that, but that's much farther down the list. That's a little too advanced for this early.
Der Eisendrache Plunger. In Der Eisendrache, you can get the Plunger melee weapon, which does the same amount of damage as a normal knife. But you can upgrade it to the Flammable Plunger, which will be a one-shot against Panzers. In order to get the Plunger, the first thing you're going to have to do is get the Ragnarok DG4s, and set them down as a trap behind the clock. Then you want to hit this button and start the clock. And all you have to do is make sure to stop the clock at 9:35. If you're doing it solo, it can be kind of annoying. Just try to start the clock and stop the clock so it only moves one, and just keep doing that until it reads 9:35. After that, an orb is going to appear in the pyramid room. Wait for the anti-gravity to turn on and start wall running. And once you do that, you will be teleported back in time, where you can pick up the Plunger that is sitting right next to this desk. And congratulations, you now have the Plunger. And in order to get the Flammable Plunger, all you have to do is kill a Panzer. And once you have killed that Panzer, for 1 minute, you will have the Flammable Plunger, which is a one strike against Panzers. And I feel like they kind of really dropped the ball on this one. I feel like it would have just been a cool Easter egg if once you got the Plunger, it's always a one shot against Panzers. And instead of that, they made it to where you have to actually kill one Panzer first. I'm not sure about that. They should have just made the Plunger a one shot, one kill against Panzers, because in my opinion, as it is now, it's just not really that great. And I feel like more people would have gotten it if it was just always a one shot, but that's just my opinion. Dempsey Was Here.
Dempsey Was Here is the final name for the Game Over song on Transit. Not only is it a reference to the Kilroy was here meme from World War II, like the real life World War II, that meme actually scared the Nazis a little bit, but it's also a reference to the fact that Dempsey consistently breaks the fourth wall, thus editing the file name to Dempsey was here.
Origins 115 music Easter egg.
This is talking about the little known 115 music Easter egg in Origins. Well, not the song 115. 115 is just how you activate it. In Spawn, you will see 2 number 1s on the ground. You want to go prone and interact with each one. After you do that, you want to head over to this generator and do the same thing with 5, spelling out 115. And after you do that, this song will activate.
Such giant. How could such a monstrous machine be possible?
Monkey bomb in the furnace.
In Der Riese, there is a monkey bomb Easter egg that is extremely disturbing. If you have a monkey bomb and you come into the Thompson room and you throw one into the furnace, it's gonna scream for its life. And this is not the only instance where monkey bombs are kind of sentient. The monkey bombs surprisingly have plenty of quotes that make it seem like they're alive.
Hello, that tickles. Let's play. Hello, friend. I'm Mr. Monkey. Let's be friends. I wanna play. You look friendly. I love you. We're bestest friends. Hi, I'm Monkey. Wanna play? You're not Sam. Wee, whoa, wee, whoa. Ow, oh, ow, oh. I hope we meet again. Don't forget me. I'll miss you. I just started to live. Playtime's over. Is this the end? I don't want to leave. Life is so cruel. Bye-bye, zombies. This was fun. Get ready for a surprise. Here I come, Sam.
Dev pictures. Have you ever been walking around Shadows of Evil and you wondered, who are these jabronis, or what does this name mean? Well, there's probably a pretty good chance that it's some of the people that actually created the game. If you head over to the boxing gym and you look at some of these faces, a lot of these people are developers and worked on the game. Hell, even if you walk around the map and look at a lot of names of businesses, majority of them are the developers. So if you are ever playing a zombies map and you see a random name on a business, there's a pretty high chance that that person helped create what you're playing. Staff names.
One thing you may have never noticed about Origins is the staffs. Well, mainly the staff's upgraded names. Each of these staff's upgraded names actually is a reference to different mythologies. For example, the Staff of Lightning, which is upgraded to... I just want to preference this now. I'm going to butcher these names. I've tried to figure out how to say them, but I'm an idiot. So just be prepared. But the Staff of Lightning, which is upgraded to Kimat's Bite, is named after the Philippine god of lightning. The Staff of Fire, or the Kagutsuchi Blood, is named after the Japanese god of fire. The Staff of Ice, Ul's Arrow, is named after a Norse god associated with winter. The Staff of Wind, Boris's Fury, is named after the Greek god of the north wind. And the Sekhmet's Vigor, which is the part of the staff that is used to revive down players, is named after the Egyptian warrior goddess of healing. So next time someone tries to lecture you about playing zombies, just tell them you're getting a good history lesson and that they should just shut up.
Der Riese loading screen.
Now, there's a lot that this could be talking about specifically about the OG World at War loading screen. It could be talking about like how gritty it is compared to the modern loading screens. Like you literally have a chopped off finger and tons of blood. Like that goes hard. It could be talking about the co-op loading screen where you see group 601 instead of the group 935 that we all know of. Or it could be talking about how the layout is actually completely wrong. On the loading screen, if you look around where Jug would be, you see 2 sets of staircases. And if you actually go into Der Riese, there's only 1 set of staircases there, so what's the deal? And back in World at War, for a really long time, this was a huge part of the many Easter egg speculations. But looking at it in modern day, I think there are two explanations. One, this could have been one of the locations that they were going to put the cut Ammo-matic perk in, but ended up taking out the perk and the location as a whole. Or two, Der Riese is based off the World at War multiplayer map Nightfire. And if you play Nightfire and you go to the Jug area, you will see two sets of stairs. Now one of them is destroyed, but there are still two sets. So maybe when creating the loading screen, they were just basing it off the multiplayer map and just completely forgot to edit it out. Or option 3, it's staircase B and leads up to Hitler's ghost.
Kino's ladder.
This is a very old school Call of Duty Zombies conspiracy theory that fooled a lot of people and even me back in the day. As you know, Kino der Toten does not have a main Easter egg, and this kind of rubbed people the wrong way. I mean, we kind of had the beginning of one in Der Riese, and to go to Kino and not really have like a big Easter egg was a pretty big shock. So the community, doing what the community does, kind of invented one. You have to remember, YouTube was not as big as it was today, and a lot of the social media sites that you use either weren't as big or just didn't exist. So when these lies would spread, it was very easy for people to believe them. And the biggest one was about the ladder on the stage in Kino. And the theory that I had heard constantly was that if you collect every single film reel and play it, that the ladder would drop on the stage and you could climb it and get to the top on the roof. And you know how when you turn on power, you get the shaking, and that kind of signifies the Nova Crawlers are spawning in? Well, the theory went that that was the boss zombie, and that you had to get onto the roof and fight the boss zombie to beat the Easter egg. And of course, this was completely false, but this did not stop majority of the community from believing in it. And for a long time, the hunt to find every film reel would begin, and of course, nothing would ever come of it. And even into Ascension's release, I still would hear people occasionally mention that you could get the ladder to drop down and get on the roof in Kino. Now, nowadays, this would be pretty hard to do, especially because there's videos of everything, but it was much easier to fool people back in the day, especially with things like this and Hitler's ghost.
Private Eye's Gobblegum. Private Eyes was a cut gobblegum shown in the promotional art for the game before launch that seemingly just wasn't there on arrival. The gobblegum was meant to create a danger indicator for zombies so that players would have a harder time being snuck up on. Ultimately, there was still some code for the gum left in the game, but it was never fully implemented in the end. And I mean, did we really even need it? We eventually have seen features like this show up in more recent games, but I don't think it would have been that worthwhile in Black Ops 3. Shangri-La is on Mars.
This has been an ongoing discussion in the zombies community ever since the days of Black Ops 1. Even back then, there was still a huge debate on whether Shangri-La takes place on Earth in the Himalayas or on a completely different planet. And that discussion still continues on to this day. And there is actually a pretty decent amount of evidence to point to the fact that Shangri-La may not be on Mars now, but was at one point on Mars. The first piece of evidence that kinda clued everyone into this would be in the game files. In the game files, this mountain range is actually referred to as Mars. And that's just such a random thing to do that it can't possibly be a coincidence or anything else. It was definitely deliberate. And if we combine that with Jimmy Zelensky's very cryptic tweets throughout the years of Shangri-La and Mars, it all kind of adds up. Back in 2013, a lifetime ago, CNN tweeted life on Mars was once possible, says NASA. And Jimmy Zelensky, who was the big man in charge of zombies, in case you didn't know, responded, sounds like paradise. And in another tweet thread, they referred to the Shangri-La Mountains as zombies' best kept secret. So with all these cryptic tweets pointing at Shangri-La on Mars, it only further added fuel to the fire. And one of the biggest pieces of evidence has to be in Black Ops 3. During these solar eclipse that you do for the Easter egg, the moon used for the solar eclipse is actually one of Mars's moons. It's not the Earth's moon, it's Mars. This moon. That sounded really weird. So this just further adds to the fact that Shangri-La might not be on Mars now, but it definitely was at one point. And the last and final piece of evidence takes place in Black Ops 4. In Tag der Toten, you can do an Easter egg where you seemingly appear on one of Mars's moons, and you get a very beautiful view of Mars sitting right in front of you. And what's interesting is that the music that is playing here is also the same music that plays in the Shangri-La loading screen. So what exactly is going on? We really don't have 100% explanation. To me, it seems like this was one of those things that Jimmy Zielinski maybe at one point in time really wanted to focus on and dive deeper into, but they ended up kind of scrapping the idea or pushing it aside in favor of other ones. But it does seem like at one point in time, Shangri-La was on Mars. And due to teleportation shenanigans, time displacement 115, and probably various other means, it somehow got taken to the Himalayas. And when you're doing the Easter egg, you actually go back in time and space to when it was on Mars. And like I said, we really don't have 100% concrete evidence of what exactly was going on, and it seems like they really had big things planned but ended up shelving it for other things, so we may never know the full extent of what they actually wanted to accomplish here.
Transit horse.
This is definitely one of the dumbest things that I've ever had to research, and definitely one of the funniest theories that I've ever heard. But before Transit released, and even a bit of time after it released, a lot of people seem to think that there was some kind of horse on the map. And I played a lot of Transit back in the day, like way too much, and I don't ever remember hearing about this, so somehow this theory went straight past me. But in my research, I came across two reasons why everyone thought that there was a horse on Transit. The first one is from a now deleted video where the voice actor for Sergeant Frank Woods, James C. Burns, allegedly went on some entire rant about how there were horses in the game. And I spent way too much time looking everywhere I could to find where he said this and this entire rant he went on, but it seems like it was completely scrubbed from the internet. So if you happen to have that video and know where I can find it, please let me know because I definitely would love to see it. That sounds hilarious. And the other reason everyone seemed to think that there were horses in the game is because in the reveal trailer, at one point in time, people claimed that they could see a horse behind the Avogadro. Now listen, I love Black Ops Amazing, I love their content, but this was just way too funny to not share.
So if we go back to the first ever trailer that we got for Black Ops 2 Zombies, the world premiere trailer for Black Ops 2 Zombies, we go back to this screenshot, we can see just down the right hand corner what looks to be the horse. Now this looks to be a horse facing the other way. You can also see that it's got some person with it. Maybe that's a zombie, maybe that's a person, I'm not too sure. Maybe that's one of the characters, but we can see what looks to be the backside of the horse. We can see the backside of it, and then we can see that it's tilting its head to the left. So that's awesome, you know, I didn't actually spot this when the trailer first came out, but it's been spotted now, so yeah, looks like horses will be in Black Ops 2 Zombies.
So because of those reasons and a couple other smaller ones, like horse pictures being around the map, and the achievement where you have to use other modes of transportation, that all added up to people thinking that there were horses in the map. And just, like, saying that is absolutely hilarious.
Opel trucks.
This is talking about the numerous trucks that can be seen outside of Nocturne and Toten, and can be blown up. These trucks are Opel Blitz trucks. I hope I pronounced that right. German words are very hard. And the Opel Blitz was the name given to various German light and middleweight trucks by Opel between 1930 and 1975. And during the years before the Second World War, Opel was Germany's largest truck producer. And the name Blitz was first applied to these trucks in 1930. And by 1934, there were 4 base versions of the 1-ton model, with 14 versions of the 2.5-ton models. And from 1939 and onwards, the 3-ton model would be the one frequently used throughout the war. So next time you're playing Nocturne and Toten and you decide to blow up some trucks, just remember you're blowing up a piece of history.
Kino bathroom quotes.
Did you know on Kino der Toten that each of the characters actually has a unique quote if you go into the bathroom? And if you didn't know where the bathroom is, it's actually just right of spawn. And coming into this room with each character, you will get some unique dialogue.
And you thought I wouldn't find it.
Perfect. I shall piss in style here.
Ah, a bathroom. Not a very interesting place, unless you're German.
Like me!
Egypt map rumors. This has been a rumor for as long as I can remember. It seems like for every zombies game, there's at least a couple people speculating that we could finally get our Egypt map. But before the launch of Black Ops 3 in 2015, one of the game's teaser trailers teased the setting of Egypt by showing the coordinates of Cairo, which obviously we did see Egypt in the campaign of the game. However, the presence of 115 in the trailer led players to believe that this reference to Egypt was actually teasing a zombies map, which, looking back on it, it's kind of disappointing we never got this as a Black Ops 3 map. It would have fit the game perfectly. Anyway, we kind of technically did get to see Egypt in Black Ops 4 with the Zombies Map 9, but it's just not the same. Maybe one day we'll finally get a proper Egypt map, with exploring pyramids and having some sort of mummy boss zombie. But probably not. Cut, Monty, and Shadowman quotes.
On Revelations, exactly as the entry described, there are a bunch of Cut, Monty, and Shadowman announcer quotes. So you know the people that say insta-kill, max ammo, double points, stuff like that? There was a set of quotes for each of them, and it seemed to have been cut before the map's official release. So maybe they had plans for other Easter eggs or a different way to tell the story. We may never know, but we do have these quotes.
Max ammo. Bonus points. Carpenter. Double points. Fire sale. Insta-kill. Minigun.
Kaboom! Bonus points. Carpenter. Double points. Fire sale. Insta-kill. Minigun.
Hanford site.
The Hanford site is the location that transit takes place at. But what exactly is the Hanford site? The Hanford site, which was established in 1943 and served as part of the Manhattan Project, was home to the Hanford Engineer Works and B reactor, the first full-scale plutonium production reactor in the world. And essentially, plutonium that was made at this site were used in the first atomic bomb, which was tested out in Nevada. Nevada? Nuketown zombies? Hang on, we'll hold that. We'll get into the connection between Nuketown and Transit here in a minute. But essentially, the Hanford site was a secret nuclear activities area. But what's more interesting about that is the secret little government program that was titled Green Run. The Green Run was a secret US government release of radioactive fission products on December 2nd through the 3rd in 1949 at the Hanford Site Plutonium Production Facility. Radioisotopes released at the time were supposed to be detected by US Air Force reconnaissance with the intentions of being able to track Soviet releases. So essentially, on the surface, it was a way to see if we could successfully detect radiation from Russia's nuclear weapons program. But if you know the US government and their history as well as I do, things are never that positive. Conducted during poor weather conditions, the plumes from the Green Run release stagnated in local areas for several days before a storm front dispersed it towards the north-northeast. Parts of the plume eventually drifted in various other directions as far as 70 miles. So essentially, the government dropped a bunch of radioactive isotopes on unsuspecting citizens and really didn't do much about it. And of course, all this was called Green Run. Transit, Green Run. Are you seeing the connections?
Knocked flamethrower.
So I believe this could be talking about one of two things. The first one could be that technically the flamethrower on Nocturne and Toten would be the wonder weapon right beside the ray gun. If you look at numerous high round runs for World at War, Nocturne and Toten, they all kind of revolve around the flamethrower. You have an infinite amount of ammo, and with the fact that only 24 zombies spawn in per round, high rounds are actually achievable. Now, the other thing that this could be talking about is going to be on the iOS version of Call of Duty Zombies. If you're playing on Nocturne and Toten, normally on regular zombies, the cabinet would give you the scoped Kar 98. But instead, on this app, you can open the cabinet for 2,000 points and get the flamethrower instead. Now, I'm not sure why they changed this up, but it's a very interesting change because honestly, I think in just regular zombies, the flamethrower would have probably been the better choice than the scoped Kar 98.
Kino TV Tower.
In Kino der Toten, if you head into the alley and you look outside of this window, you can see a giant tower being constructed off in the distance. Well, what exactly is this tower? This is the Fernsehturm television tower. Yeah, good luck. It's German. That stuff is like impossible to pronounce. but it is basically the Berlin television tower that was constructed between 1965 and 1969 by the German Democratic Republic, aka East Germany, the commies, and was meant to be a fully functioning broadcasting facility and a giant middle finger to West Germany, like, hey, look what we did. But the thing that's very interesting is the construction didn't start until 1965, but Kino der Toten takes place in 1963. So either in the zombie universe they were a couple years ahead, or this was just a major oversight, or they just really wanted something that kind of stands out, so that way you could figure out where exactly you were. So if you were ever wondering what this giant tower in the distance is, it's a symbol of communist power.
Jason Blundell blinking Morse code. This entry refers to multiple Jason Blundell interviews where players have believed that his blinking actually translates to Morse code, and that he is secretly communicating details of new zombie maps. A theory which peaked around the time of Zetsubou Shima, although I believe maybe some of his blinking was actually Morse code, and that was able to be translated into secret details, which was covered by good old Mr. Raffle Waffles way back in the day.
This is what the message says. Brace yourselves. Seat is GS. Do not put 115. Do V. That's the first line. Then, second line is contact doctor. Yeah, okay, this is sounding really weird now, isn't it? Third line, S Shiva Fei KU SRS PWKV, so nothing really in there. But then, I do not wanna, and then SXHPSR or D, so probably nothing in there as well. But then, Skuama, Trust Me, RTK, Sam, and then GRSA, AUIS, DMSASS, I Am, and then RHSDS, GFS, DUKCR, The Doctor. So, if we pull out the English words from that, we've got do not put 115, do V, contact doctor, I do not wanna, and then trust me, Sam, I am the doctor.
But during that specific time period, anytime this man breathed, everyone thought it was like a secret code. This dude probably couldn't even take a piss without somebody thinking way too far into it. Richtofen head in Mob of the Dead.
Richtofen's head was cut from Black Ops 2 and was going to appear on the map in Mob of the Dead. The head would have been of Ultimus Richtofen, and even Jason Blundell himself refers to it as the snapping Richtofen head. And we do even have some of the audio and the animations for it.
Ouchie, my head! You look great! Get your fingers out of me! Hey, I'm over here. Why don't you come and pick me up? Let's play toss the head. Stop leaving me on the ground. God, it's really dirty on the ground. Come and get me.
So it is a shame that back in Black Ops 2, we never got to throw Richtofen's head around on Mob of the Dead.
Denizens don't do damage.
The denizens don't do damage as we think they do damage. When a denizen jumps on you, they're not chipping away at your health every time they swipe at you. In fact, they don't do direct damage to you whatsoever like a zombie would. Instead, it's time-based. If you don't get rid of that denizen within a certain amount of time, it's just going to kill you no matter what. So instead of the denizen jumping on you and chipping away at your health, you just have a limited amount of time to get him off before it eventually kills you. So, next time a denizen jumps on you, just know that it's not actually doing damage, but you definitely should kill it.
Verrucht unusable guns.
This is talking about the numerous of mounted machine guns that are just littered outside of the map in Verrucht. I mean, hell, even the Fountain has a mounted MG42 that you can get on if you can somehow get outside the map. But there's also an entire row of weapons underneath the map that are just sitting there for you to hop on and shoot at literally nothing. Now, this isn't some like big Easter egg or anything. This is just a bunch of removed features from the final product, which is a very common occurrence in Zombie.
Black Ops 1 cut Wonderwaff.
I believe this is a reference to the numerous maps that the Wonderwaff was going to appear in, but ultimately got cut. Kino der Toten and 5 were originally going to be having the Wonderwaff. Kino der Toten is pretty obvious because, as you know, it was supposed to be DLC 4, so it would make a lot of sense for it to have the Wonderwaff. 5 is a little bit more questionable. Now, we do know that these weapons were cut, but we also do have some cut audio from our characters talking about it.
Shocking, to say the least. Well, zap my ass and call me Dick. Oh, let there be light. Did somebody say juice? It's electric. I crossed the streams. What of it? Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, I like this thing. It's all over now, baby blue. Boom friggin' toast.
Don't know what this is, but I'm looking forward to using it. Who says you can't capture lightning in a bottle? Ideas have endurance without death. Listen to the hum. A spark for the sparkless. Gotta get this thing to DARPA. Who ordered the deep-fried zombie? Take that, you undead communists. Worthy of Ben Franklin. I could get used to this. How do you like that?
Esta arma debe ser bocadillos. This weapon is an honor for Cuba. Muerte por la electrocución! Power like this belongs to the people! The walking worm food will feel the sting of my rabia nuclear! A weapon fit for a comandante en jefe. I can get used to this. Zap it up! Burnt by the light of the revolution! This is why the revolution will triumph! Compliments of a socialist ideals! Look at the chain of pain!
The slugs will know pain. They will know agony. Just what I always wanted. Vengeance. I will bring down the lightning of democracy with this. I will lay waste to these hellions. This will end the Z-War. You've been fried. Shock therapy works every time. Electric Zack attack. Smells like burnt toast. 130,000 miles per hour. 54,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A truly effective weapon.
Hell yes! Bring it, you nasty squags! Hey, zombies! You like waffles?
The DG2. One slick piece of machinery. Wonder Waffle. Yeah, thing of beauty. The Waffle. Killing zombies made easy in one single step. Batteries included. Element 115 concentrated to a single beam of pure badassery. Wait, how the hell do I know that? Welcome to the party, meat sacks! They've got zero chance against me and the Wonder Waffle! You see that? Holy shit balls! Time to fry, freak nuggets! Zzz, zap! Woohoo!
Oh, great, it's the wonderful waffle. Hell, pigs, I am coming. Now, this gun makes Nikolai a very happy Cossack. This has more power than Moscow Electric Company. This almost as strong as the best Russian vodka. I have more for you. Taste the power of the Red Menace. Electrocution, just like the Gulag. What fun. Good times. Ha! You die like the dogs that you are. I think I saw his bones for a split second.
This will make for a fun time. I will shock them into submission. I finally get to turn with the Wunderwaffe. Behold, electric katana. It is on now, freak bags. The kamikaze strikes. Begone! The divine wind carries you away. Hadoken! Their bones are dust.
Ah! The Wunderwaffe DG2! Oh, I've missed you! This will be the shock of a lifetime. Oh, the element of power! The epitome of my genius! How many can I play this at once? Joy is the slaughtering of the meek with the Wunderwaffe. Listen, do you hear its joy? The doctor sends his regards. Shocking! Feels the power of the element. Mother, is that you? You mustn't tell anyone! Oh, what I wouldn't give to feel that kind of power.
customizable characters. In early pre-launch builds and concept art of Black Ops 3 that players have discovered, an extremely interesting feature that we never got to see implemented was customizable characters and zombies, which seemed to be built around an XP system that awarded new outfits for playing characters consistently, sort of like leveling up a weapon. This would have been a pretty cool feature, as long as it stayed somewhat grounded and not like Black Ops 6, where we have
Nicki Minaj
and Beavis and Butthead running around teabagging the Terminator. Man, I kinda miss when this franchise had an identity. Maybe I'm just getting old. Dimension 2210.
Dimension 2210 is just one of the handfuls of different dimensions that we have in the Zombies timeline. First introduced with the Zombies timeline image, as well as being mentioned in Black Ops 4, not too much is really known about this, except for that after the events of Shadows of Evil, Richtofen uses the summoning key to travel to this dimension and collect the soul of his native Richtofen, which required him to kill the young innocent Richtofen and bring his soul to the house. And really, not too much else is known about this dimension other than the fact that this is where Richtofen collected his soul from.
Baby Gun Elemental Upgrade.
Shangri-La is very interesting because it has a lot of cut content. A lot more than you would think for the third DLC map. Like, you would think that this one would be pretty set in stone, but they actually toyed around with it a lot. And one of the things that they really messed around with was the shrink ray concepts. And we actually do have a lot of concept images of all the various concepts that they thought of for the Baby Maker. And I actually have a cut content video that I will link down below in the description that talks about this way more in depth, but if you want to read it for yourself, just pause the video and enjoy. And man, some of these concept ideas were actually pretty freaking cool. Not saying that the shrink ray isn't cool itself, but the rest of these ideas were also pretty freaking cool too.
Nuketown's location.
For a long time, we really never knew exactly where Nuketown Zombies took place. We had a general idea in the Nevada test site, but that's a pretty big area. But luckily, Glitching Queen was able to piece it all together in this video, and I will just give you a brief overview of that, so if you want to check out the full video, link to that is down there below in the description. But it seems like Nuketown Zombies takes place at the Sedan Crater, and there were plenty of hints to this crater. In transit, looking on the wall at this poster, you can see it says Sedan. And also for all the DLCs, if you take the first letter, it spells Sedan. That's if you add like Nuketown in it too at the end. But my favorite part is that leading up to the Sedan Crater, it's connected to a road called Groom Lake. And just down the street from that road is Area 51. So it would definitely seem like the Sedan Crater is the location for Nuketown Zombies. But if there's one thing we do know about Nuketown, it's that you can hear the sound of the bus. And we do know that this was a Russman stealing a bus, but how did Russman steal the bus and get all the way to Nuketown? And we also know from an earlier entry that Marlton was in the Fallout shelter. How on earth did he get to Nuketown if he missed the bus? We do know from the buried intro that Misty and Marlton came across Russman and Stuhlinger, so it's not like they picked Marlton up on the way.
Yeah, anyway, you're a former operative from Broken Arrow. You've been walking the Earth since the, incident.
Yeah. I think I remember. The town.
That's right! That's where you found us!
When we met, you already had your lapdog in tow.
What do you mean, lapdog, huh?
Well, in Alpha Omega, it was revealed that Broken Arrow was working with telepads in Nuketown.
All right, I'm gonna give it a kick. You ready?
You're clear.
Facility transport via pyramid device is now available.
All right, let's just grab a little juice.
Sample now transferred to Hanford site.
What? That's it?
Shoot, we're not sending the entity to Hanford, just grabbing a sample.
What does Hanford want with it?
They've been interested in the entity for some time now. Wanted to pursue further scientific endeavors with it. Whatever that means.
And because we do know that the Hanford site actually did have a connection with it producing the materials to make the atomic bomb, which was tested at the Nevada test site, that there is probably some sort of connection between the two. So maybe they had teleporters at Nuketown or just right across the street at Groom Lake that were set up to go out to the Hanford site, and maybe that's how Marlton was actually able to get from Nuketown to the Hanford site. And Russman, just a baller, he just drove. He said, I don't care.
Verrucht mannequins.
In Verrucht, you can find multiple mannequins, and each one is kind of interesting and a little disturbing. One mannequin that you can find near Double Tap has been stabbed with multiple knives just all over it. Another mannequin can be found with literally nothing on it but 1942 written on it. And also in the Speed Cola room, you can find a mannequin that is hanging by a rope. Who decided to stab these mannequins with knives and who purposefully hung a mannequin from the Raptors? We may never know, but it's still very dark and disturbing.
Sam's mom's real death.
In the story, Max's wife died giving birth to Samantha on November 5th, 1934, but this has not always been the case. Previously in the zombie storyline, she actually died in Dresden. On the moon loading screen, if you look way down in the bottom, in this barely legible print, we can read, "Have fun with Papa in Poland. Mommy will miss you, but she has work to do in Dresden." And as we know, Samantha and Max's were in Poland, so originally her mom was going to die in the bombings of Dresden, but that eventually was retconned and she was made to die giving birth to Samantha.
Table glitch.
This is a reference to the infamous table glitch in the starting room on 5. This glitch was so popular, you would randomly load up into lobbies and people would be asking, hey, do you guys want to do the table glitch? I remember getting on it all the time with my friends. Now, it wasn't useful like whatsoever. You'd get into the teens and then you would run out of ammo and then someone would have to get off to go get more. But it was still a very fun glitch to do because it was just so easy. In order to do it, you want to come over here to this window and you want to rebuild the boards so that way you have these two outside ones only. The inside ones don't matter, but the outside ones can only be these two. And then you would be able to jump on one and jump on the other, and then you would be able to make your way to the table. And the zombies would all just gather up around the table and would never actually be able to hit you. Now, for people that can't go to high rounds, this is awesome. You can never die, but like, it's not useful for high rounds whatsoever. You need ammo. You need to get out and find a way to kill zombies to get to higher and higher rounds. So sitting on a table with an M14 is just not gonna cut it.
Round 256. Round 256 is an entry talking about the notorious Round 255 cap in Black Ops 3 Zombies, which was likely implemented to both prevent game crashes and to stop the more creative players in the high round community from reaching rounds in the tens of thousands like we've seen in World at War Shinonuma. Anyway, with this sort of feature like this implemented into a zombies game, naturally players have speculated about Easter eggs or secret features that remove the round cap and allow players to access 256 and beyond. If you haven't seen a theme that the zombie community looks way too much into things, then don't worry, there's probably a million other entries that are going to show you that the zombie community looks way too far into some things. Sacrifice 4 souls makes a pocket dimension.
The pocket dimensions in zombies are pretty interesting because what we know now, Dr. Monty is essentially a god and can see and pretty much do almost anything. But a pocket dimension seems to be outside the scope of what he can and cannot interact with. Basically isolated and locked off from all the other realms, with Dr. Monty being unable to interact with it. And this would be why Richtofen goes back to the labs in Mob of the Dead. But it seems like in order to create a pocket dimension, you're gonna have to sacrifice 4 souls. And we see this in both Mob of the Dead and Shadows of Evil. In Mob of the Dead, we see that the souls of the 4 mobsters are what is holding the pocket dimension together. And in Morgue City, we see that the crew that we play as there may also be the 4 souls that are holding this pocket dimension together. So essentially, to create one, you're going to need to sacrifice 4 souls, and you would want one to make sure that no other prying eyes can interfere.
Trample steam jumps.
I think this is just talking about the numerous spots that you can place a trample steam to get to areas that normally you would have to like run all the way around the map to get to, but thankfully the trample steam kind of makes that a lot easier. Now some of these are pretty obvious, but there's a couple that I honestly never knew about until rather recently, and it's sad to say that. But a couple of these spots can definitely be very, very helpful, so the next time you're playing Die Rise, give them a shot.
Doris teaser.
I believe this is talking about the note that you can find in Shinonuma. Just downstairs of the spawn room, you can find a note that says Die Glock followed by Der Reese, which of course translated means the bell and the giant. If you don't know that by now, what are you doing? Now, of course, we all know what this means nowadays, but prior to Der Reese coming out, this was pretty huge. What does the bell and the giant have to do with zombies? And the amount of conspiracy theories that would pop up until Der Reese actually launched, and then it really got out of hand, was way too many. But this was definitely back in one of the more interesting points in zombies.
Trench gun glitch.
There was a glitch with the trench gun and Black Ops 1 zombies that made it sound incredibly loud no matter what. No matter where you were or who had it, it always sounded like it was being shot off right next to your ear.
Pentagon thief.
I'm not sure if this is talking about anything specific, so let's just try to cover him as a whole. Back in Black Ops 1, we really didn't know too much about the Pentagon thief, other than the fact that when he spawns in every couple rounds, he will chase people around and try to steal their guns. He will never injure them, just try to rob you. And if you're playing with multiple people, whoever he is chasing will be the only one able to see him. Everybody else will be able to hear him and see those floating red numbers. And if you can manage to kill him before he takes anybody's weapon, congratulations, you get a max ammo and a bonfire sale, making Pack-a-Punch only 1,000. If he is able to take a weapon and you still manage to kill him, you get a fire sale and a max ammo. But if he can't survive long enough to take your weapon and disappear, he is only going to leave a max ammo down in the labs. And what a lot of people might not know is his health. The Pentagon Thief's health is actually pretty interesting. It's going to be whatever round you're on times 2,000, with a maximum HP of 60,000, which is around like the health of a zombie on round 52-53. And depending on how many players are in the game, his health will also be determined by that. So the less players, the less health he has. And for a long time, that's all we really knew about him. We knew these creepy sounds that he would make when he's chasing you. On his bag that he carries around, in Illuminati code, the words "living dead" can be decoded. And he also has a ton of tattoos. And we really never got any more information about him until Black Ops 4, where we did learn that the Pentagon Thief is Yuri Zavoitsky from the Ascension group. You remember him, the guy that was working with Gersh at Ascension, whose mind ended up getting corrupted by Samantha, and he eventually became the Pentagon Thief. And there's no better show of this than in the classified intro. So after the events of 5, Yuri ended up getting captured and was held in custody and interrogated for many years. And during his interrogation by Cornelius Purnell in Alpha Omega, he actually kinda gives us a reason why he just takes the weapons. It's just because he was trying to obey Samantha. He says,
I swear, I tell you what I know.
We've only scratched the surface. The night of November 6, 1963, you gained access to the Pentagon. How?
I do not know. I just appear. I do what she say. I just appear.
Who is she?
The girl. The little girl. She was in my head, in Yuri's head for so long. Zlaya Vedma.
Why did she send you? Who was she targeting?
I do not know.
You lie. Tell me who she was targeting.
People who tried to stop her. She sent me to stop them. I obey. Try to stop them. I take weapon. Get out of my head. I can feel you.
which shows that he was just trying to take their weapons to stop them, but he's still crazy after all these years. But after many years of Cornelius Purnell brutally interrogating him on trying to find a way to get to Agartha, he ended up torturing Yuri to death, and that is where his story ends.
Ancient civilization under Morgue City. This is a theory that in the Pack-a-Punch room in Shadows of Evil, you can see essentially what looks to be an ancient civilization. With all the architecture and all the buildings that were there at one point, it is a very popular theory that seems to be true. And we can get a little bit more information about this in one of the radios on Shadows of Evil.
Hey, Mr. Rat. So, I went by the market again today. For some reason, the fruit seller was much more talkative. Even if what he said was more than a little crazy. He told me that when he was a boy, his uncle would get drunk and start talking about how a dark force cast its shadow over the city. how good and evil were battling right on our doorstep, and that the only thing holding back the forces of the apocalypse was the ancient order of the Keepers. Well, even if what he said was more than a little crazy, I'm not sure he was. Even though they're scared, or maybe because they are, people are talking more. Asking around, I've heard more than a few whispers about this ancient order and the Keepers. I think it's some kind of cult. They say you can hear them chanting sometimes. From beneath the city. There's all these rumors about human sacrifices and freaky shit that even the police won't investigate. Because they've been paid off? Or because they're too damn scared? I'm not sure what to believe anymore.
So in that radio, the reporter says he was talking to a fruit seller who mentions that the ancient order of the Keepers is doing some cult-like things underneath the city. So maybe there was some sort of ancient civilization underneath Shadows of Evil. And that's essentially why the map Shadows of Evil takes place kinda where it does. And besides all that, we really don't know too much about the Shadows of Evil Pack-a-Punch room and really what all was going down there. Cut Vietnam map. Like I stated earlier, Shangri-La actually had a lot of cut content. And another tidbit of said cut content would be the cut maps. There were actually 2 cut maps that ended up being combined to make Shangri-La. And that would be the Temple of Doom and the Viet Cong. And yes, that's what the map internally was called, Viet Cong. And again, if you go watch my cut content video, we dive way more deeper into this. But we do have tons of concept art of certain areas in the map and these certain types of enemies that you would face. Like the many different variants of the Viet Cong zombies, and even the mutated meteor-infected zombie. Or the NVA smokescreen zombie, or like the VC martial arts zombie, which was actually pretty cool because like he would like break his limbs and like run at you in really creepy ways. And I mean, hell, they even had a zombie oxen. Like, how cool is that? Zombie Marlton. This is a theory that got very, very popular before Die Rise's release, and I hate to admit it, but I definitely fell for it. For the trailer to Die Rise, we never actually got to see Marlton, but we did see this zombie. And if you put 2 and 2 together, the natural conclusion is that Marlton became a zombie, and we have to figure out some way to save him. Now, of course, we're all stupid, and this was just a big old nothing burger, but leading up to the release of Die Rise, this was definitely something that a lot of people seem to believe. And I mean, come on, this zombie, he totally looks like Marlton, come on. Durice SOS. This is a reference to the letters SOS and the word help being written on different roofs in Durice. There really isn't much to this little Easter egg, but it does give us a sense of dread and the amount of panic that was happening while Durice was being overrun by zombies. I mean, hell, you compare that with this radio, it gets pretty dark pretty quick.
But I'm all out of hope. Auf Wiedersehen, my friend.
Warning, the shield is now active.
Damn it! I can't find my pills.
Materials and report to the barracks.
They are coming. I must do what I must do. God forgive us all.
To destroy the designated materials and report to the barracks. This is not a drill. Warning, the shield is now active. Destroy the designated materials and report to the barracks. This is not a drill. Warning, the shield is now active. Scientists are to destroy the designated materials and report to the barracks. This is not a drill. Warning, the shield is now active. To destroy the designated materials and report to the barracks.
Red phones. In Ascension, around the map, you can find 3 red phones, and upon doing 3 random tasks around those phones, it will start ringing. And who's going to pick up on the other side? Well, it's the cast from 5. And this is a very unique Easter egg because it gives us a time for both of these maps. The maps of 5 and Ascension are taking place at the same time. The first phone can be found in the spawn room. And to activate this one, you either need to activate the music Easter egg, or if you're playing solo, you have to get 10 kills around it. And eventually, you will hear the phone ring, and upon picking it up, you'll hear Kennedy.
Need some beans for the chowder here.
The next one is going to be in the mule kick room, and this phone will ring during a fire sale, and upon picking it up,
you will hear Nixon. And the last and final red phone is going to be near PhD Flopper. And to get this one, you will have to receive the ray gun from the mystery box, and upon picking it up, you will hear Fidel Castro.
The giant is in France. This entry is rather interesting because this made a lot of people believe that the giant, aka Therese, is located in France, which we know not to be true. But this had a lot of people confused. But when you take a step back from it, it's pretty simple. The giant is just a reference to the giant robots from Origins. And the reason this confused a lot of people was one, because some of the teasers for Origins said the giant is in France, and in some of these ciphers in Black Ops 3, we also see the very same thing. So if you were not too in the know, you might think that this means the map, when it actually just means the giant ass robots. Group 601.
What if I told you that there was a mysterious group in zombies that has only been referenced a handful of times, if that, and is so secretive that majority of people have never even heard of them? And that would be Group 601. First referenced all the way back in World at War, if you boot up a co-op game of Therese, in the bottom left, instead of seeing the Group 935 logo, you will see the Group 601 logo. And then if we fast forward into Black Ops 1, only accessible in the files and never actually used in-game, we can see the Group 601 logo again, with a huge mushroom cloud behind it and two antennas, and these German words that I'm not going to try to pronounce that reads strength through order. And that's not the last time we actually got a reference to this group. There is one more. In Black Ops 3 campaign and zombies, just looking on the ground, you're going to find that it's covered in litter. And some of these pieces of paper also have the Group 601 logo, the very same one that was unused in Black Ops 1. So who exactly, or what exactly, is this mysterious organization? Are they actually the ones responsible for everything behind the scenes? And was Group 935 just the front guys? Was this a secret organization actually run by Richthofen? Well, the real answer might be kind of disappointing. It's none of those things. It seems like Group 601 was just the placeholder name until they found a name that they actually liked and went with, which was Group 935. And it would seem like they just forgot to edit a couple files, and that's why you'll see Group 601 in random places, because they never updated it. That's why you'll see it in the co-op screen, but not when you load up solo. But hey, I could always be wrong. Maybe there is actually a Group 601 hiding somewhere out there in the shadows. Maybe one day we'll get the truth. Editing rabbit here, I think I found some more information about Group 601, so I decided to throw it in here now. So a couple years ago, a bunch of old assets intended for Black Ops 1 Kino der Toten popped up from the game's art director. And it seems like these images were what you were supposed to be seeing on the projector instead of what we actually got. With the first couple images of zombies attacking some random jabroni with the words attack on it written in German. And the next couple images might look a little familiar. It's the Group 601 logo with and without the actual Group 601 part. And then we can see a map of Europe with what looks to be like the zombie army machine crawling out and taking it over, with the words today Europe, then the whole world. And then another image that says Step 4 with it coming over to America. And then we get some images of what looks to be our Nazi zombie army, with the words undead soldiers stand together and the words obey written on them. And the last image is actually really interesting because we get some old scientist looking man who could have possibly been Dr. Maxis. Maybe this is what they were originally intending for him to actually look like. And since it says obey, maybe they were using this to make the zombies obey Dr. Maxis. The next couple images are pretty interesting. We get one that says Dr. Maxis, scene 24, take 8. And we see Dr. Maxis holding what seems to be a dog, presumably Fluffy, and then another scientist that's big, buff, and bald, pointing at the teleporter that is going off, and then the last image would be what looks to be a hellhound. Now, if this is true, and these were all images that were going to appear on the projector, I feel like this could have had major changes to how we view Kino der Toten and how we view the zombie storyline as a whole. So maybe Group 601 was actually the group at Kino der Toten. This would make the intro line that you get from Richthofen when booting it up a little bit more interesting, because he says, how many other research stations does this group have?
Entry 741021! Perhaps this station will hold the key to the real goals of Group 935. I still do not trust my unconventional allies, but they are of great use to me. But I digress. Who would have thought the MDT was capable of time travel? How many stations does this group have? Where did that little girl disappear to? Only time will tell what new questions await us in this theater of the damned.
So maybe he was never talking about Group 935 and was talking about Group 601. Just a couple things for you to think about. Maybe Group 601 was actually a real thing.
ZM_high rise.
This is talking about the console name for Die Rise, which is ZM_high rise, which is what Die Rise is a play on words of. Die Rise, high rise, do you get it? But now we all know like high rise apartments and stuff like that, but I'm gonna take it a step further and say that this is actually a reference in itself to the Modern Warfare 2 map High Rise, because we all know the original Modern Warfare 2 is one of the greatest games of all time. Unless you were one-man armoring noob tubing, then I hope you die, and I hope your family line never continues. I hope it ends with you. I hate you for doing that. But if you didn't do that, I hope you had a great time playing Modern Warfare 2 High Rise, because it's one of the greatest maps of all time.
Oh! Oh my god! Oh! Oh my fucking god! Oh! Oh! Get this fucker! Oh! No! Get the camera! Money! Money! Oh my god!
I know when you're sleeping.
I would hope majority of zombie players would know about this. This is the line that you hear before the music Easter egg is activated. To activate it, you want to head over here to the comms room and interact with this telephone. Doing so will start dialing it, and then you will hear this incredibly creepy line.
I know you're sleeping.
What? Are they gonna put a music Easter egg in every map now?
And after that, it would be followed by The One, a really underrated music Easter egg. It actually is really good. It's told from the perspective of a zombie. Just pay close attention to some of the lyrics.
Ascension cut perks.
Ascension had plenty of cut perks, and the interesting thing is, I feel like a lot of these perks were eventually just molded into PhD Flopper. We have the first one, which is Boom Juice, and there are some quotes for this, and according to the quotes, it seems like this would have allowed you to make an explosion. Very similar to PhD Flopper.
Boom Juice! Hell yeah, that drink is made just for me!
This has texture like oil painting.
Like a kamikaze on a hot day.
The drink that makes you go boom!
There's also another one called DPT Boom, which could have been an earlier version of Boom Juice, because there are some quotes for it that are very similar to the Boom Juice one.
DTP Boom! Yeah!
This drink is pretty good, but it's so hard to swallow.
Ah, now this is satisfying.
I go boom now!
The next one is Prone Aid, and this one seems to involve going prone at some point, either affecting your jump speed or going to prone, something around that. Again, you can see how this one was molded into PhD Flopper.
Ah, yeah, that's good stuff!
Hey, that's a little bit like beer.
I think this was rotten.
With this, I can go down even quicker.
We also have Tough Brew. We really aren't sure exactly what this was going to be, but we do have some quotes for it.
Tough Brew! That's what I'm talking about!
This drink goes down like glue.
A drink for a true warrior.
Oh yeah, maybe this will toughen me up.
And we also have Candelier, which would have probably behaved very similar to Bandolier by probably giving you some more ammo. And the last one is Damage Aid. We do have a minimap icon for this perk, and Damage Aid appears to be very similar to Double Tap. And just by the picture alone, it looks very similar to Stopping Power. So my best guess is that your bullets would have been able to go through and hit more zombies than just like the first couple. You probably would have been able to damage a lot more zombies. So your single bullet wouldn't have been more powerful, but your penetration power would have probably been a lot more powerful. And you can kind of see why a lot of these really got molded into PhD Flopper or were just never a thing.
Chronicles is canon. The Zombies Chronicles DLC, which brought so many iconic older zombie maps to Black Ops 3, is actually a bit more in depth than we might have known. A common theory suggests that the maps are canon, but they're separate from their original versions because of the whole, cycle thing going on. Basically, the changes between the original maps and the Chronicles remasters are canonized by the idea that each cycle slightly deviates a little bit from the original, and that leads to all the changes between each of the maps. So literally, it just kind of comes down to basically it's an alternate reality version of the same map. And the storyline implications aren't really too deep. Tower Trap Upgrade.
A lot of people might know about the tower trap in Mob of the Dead. You activate it, and a guy up here with a sniper, no scope 360s, a bunch of zombies. But did you know that you can upgrade it? Upon activating the trap, if you go into Afterlife mode and you come back to the trap, you will see that there's something for you to shock. And upon shocking it, apparently the guy up there upgrades his sniper to a rocket launcher, and now he's firing that at zombies instead. And this will last until the trap eventually runs out. And if you activate the trap again, you have to kind of do that whole thing again to upgrade it, which is a little bit of a pain in the ass. I wish it was a one and done, but it's still cool that this is something that you can do.
Unused perk models.
This is talking about the unused perk models in Shinonuma. So if we compare the regular perk models to the Shinonuma ones, you can tell that there's a pretty big difference. The cut Shinonuma ones were actually going to look like they've been chilling in a swamp for quite some time. They would have been very dirty and overrun with algae, which is actually really cool. I'm kind of upset that they cut this. Now, I've heard that the reason that these textures were cut was because in Shinonuma they were hitting a string limit and they had to dial some stuff back. So instead of having the hold F to buy Juggernaut for 2500 text that pops up when you normally approach it, they instead had the price on the perk. And with the swampy textures, it made that price too hard to read, so they ended up having to axe it. Or so I've heard.
Ascension perk health.
I'm honestly surprised this isn't lower on the list because I feel like this isn't really that widely known. On Ascension, your perks actually do have a health bar. They have 100 points of health, and the Space Monkeys will deal 1 point of damage to that machine. But that's only if you are far away. As you get closer and closer, it will scale up to 8 points per hit. Which means, depending on how far away you are from the perk machine, it could be 100 hits or only 13. So that's why when you get closer to the perks, it seems like they steal it a lot faster. That's because they're doing a lot more damage. So it actually is kind of beneficial to just let them go to town on stamina while you worry about the other perks, because they got like 100 hits to go.
Shadow's crew is dead. Shadows of Evil introduced us not only to the iconic noir-themed Morgue City, but also the 4 playable inhabitants: Nero Blackstone, Jessica Rose, Jack Vincent, and Floyd Campbell. Not to be confused with Campbell's Chicken Noodle Soup. These 4 were a pretty interesting cast of unique characters who added a lot of character to the map. But unfortunately, it's pretty unlikely we will ever see them again, as after the events of Shadows of Evil, the entire cast of the map ends up being killed when the Apothicons invade and destroy their dimension literally the next day. So after you do the Easter egg, you essentially doom them to their death. And it's a shame that this crew is canonically dead, as it would have been cool to see them return in later CODs, instead of having the OG crew for the dozenth time now, which was recently announced with Black Ops 7. But I get it, celebrities are expensive, so you might as well just make 1 million more skins for people to buy, so that way you can afford to get more celebrities. Mob of the Dead plus 20 points.
This is talking about the fire pit that you use to upgrade the Hell's Retriever. If you come over to it next to the Cerberus head and the B-23R, and you toss a grenade into this lava pit, you will be granted 20 points. Now, it's not a lot, but it's more than none. Would you rather have 0 points? No, then 20 is just fine.
Real life Doris.
This is talking about the real-life inspiration for Doris. Project Reese was the codename for a construction project for Nazi Germany between 1943 and 1945, and it would consist of several underground structures in the Al Mountains, which is in modern-day Poland. Now, none of these would end up coming to completion, with majority of the structures being nowhere even near remotely finished. and the actual purpose of this project still kind of remains uncertain, just due to the lack of documentation. Some people speculate that it was part of the Führer headquarters, others say it was a combination of headquarters and the arms industry, but one thing for certain is comparing it to other similar facilities would indicate that only the castle actually located there would have been adapted as an HQ or really other official residence, while the tunnels in the Owl Mountains were actually planned as a network of underground facilities. Now, if we get into more of the conspiracy theory realm, there are plenty of juicy ones, such as Hitler's final stand, where Hitler and his top command would have retreated to after basically Germany had fallen. Others speculate that due to the numerous Allied bombings, they were looking for an underground armament factory, and this would have been perfect for it, to some of the more outrageous ones about hidden treasure, Nazi gold, and secret projects, such as the Wunderwaffe. And that is where Treyarch would take Project Reese and mix it with another Nazi conspiracy theory, Die Glock, aka The Bell, which was a supposedly top-secret scientifical technology device, aka a wonder weapon, that was being developed in the 1940s by Nazi Germany. And the conspiracy goes that it is this bell-shaped device that had something to do with anti-gravity, some type of unlimited energy, and teleportation/time travel. And one of its alleged testing sites would have been at this flytrap structure, which is actually a real place. And if this looks familiar, it should, because this is actually on the map de Reese. This is the flytrap Easter egg. Now, all of this is really speculation and conspiracy theory, but you can definitely see where Treyarch took a bunch of inspiration from real-life history and real-life conspiracy theories and implemented them all into Call of Duty Zombies, which I really love. I think Nazi occultism is very fascinating. Lightning Bolt Power-Up. This is a reference to the power-up drop that you can get in Call of the Dead that will give you a free Wunderwaffe DG2. In order to get this, you just have to do one simple thing, that is complete the Easter egg. And upon completing it, you will get a free Wunderwaffe DG2 that you cannot upgrade or swap out. You're stuck with it until you run out of ammo. Now, max ammos will refill it, but you're still stuck with it. But it's not gonna take away your regen health or anything, so don't worry about that. But the other interesting thing is, after you have completed the Easter egg, every time you kill George, he will also drop the Lightning Bolt power-up. So every time you kill him, you'll get a free Wunderwaffe. Now, prior to doing the Easter egg, you just get the free perk and the Death Machine, but now you get a free perk and the Wunderwaffe. That's a pretty cool Easter egg reward, in my opinion.
3 World Wars. This entry refers to a Nikolai quote from The Giant, where he is speaking to Dempsey and he says this:
"When did you last check? We were allies in all 3 world wars!"
This line is obviously intentionally cryptic, and I believe it's a mystery on what exactly the Third World War is. Although it's likely referring to the human-Apothian conflict, I don't know if this was ever actually explained. There's been plenty of theories, but you have to remember, when The Giant was made, they were kind of just winging the storyline at that point, and a lot of things were introduced and very quickly dropped. I think the direction they were wanting to head during The Giant was probably a completely different direction than the one they actually went with. Rules and regulations.
Around Mob of the Dead, there are various signs that have rules and regulations. For example, Regulation 42, Yard Privileges. No gambling is allowed. You may play chess, checkers, or backgammon. Authorized card games are hearts, cribbage, and bridge. Regulation 32, Clothing. The standard inmate uniform for all. Activities in the cell house consist of blue Canberry shirt, blue and white trousers, web waist belt, and issue shoes. If you make groundless complaints for the purpose of creating dissatisfaction, you will be subject to disciplinary action. Regulation 33, Dining Room. Meals are served 3 times a day in the dining room. Do not exceed the ration. Do not waste food. Do not pick up keys. Regulation 05, Basic Needs. You are entitled to food, clothing, shelter, and medical attention. Anything else that you get is a privilege. Regulation 11, Leaving. Transfer to other federal institutions will not be recommended unless you can show a better than average good conduct record. Regulation 30, Cell House. Loud talking, shouting, whistling, singing, blood gargling, no idea what that is, or any unnecessary noises are not permitted. Regulation 20, Recreation. As a general rule, you will work 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, with Saturdays and Sundays and holidays devoted to recreation. Regulation 23, Feedback. Your constructive suggestions or legitimate complaints, if made by you to the proper officials, will receive careful consideration. Regulation 23, Work. You are required to work at whatever you are told to do.
Use perks to increase performance. I like that little subtle nod there to perks. I like that. Good one, Treyarch. Regulation 46. Music. Guitars and other stringed instruments may be played in the cell house in a quiet manner only, between the hours of 5:30 p.m. and 7 p.m. Regulation 44. Library. Each cell contains a catalog which lists all of the books contained in the library. You must return them within the time limit. Regulation 44. Visits. You are allowed to receive one visit each month from members of your immediate family or other persons approved by the warden. Regulation 38. Supplies. Toilet tissue, matches, soap, cleanser, files, etc. will be issued on Tuesdays and Saturdays during bath lines. Regulation 25. Money. You are not allowed to have money of any kind in your possession while in this institution. Regulation 666. Deal with it. Do not get too close. They are not your friends. Destroy their brains for quick extermination. If you are bitten, please kill yourself. Call of the Dead Electric Zombie.
One of the first ever kind of unique zombie variants we ever had is going to appear in Call of the Dead. The electric zombies can only be created after George decides to spaz out with his little, giant stage light and create some electric zombies. And they behave very similar to the ones that we're used to in zombies nowadays. If they hit you, they're gonna electrocute you. And they will slow you down and impact your vision. And you top that with the normal stun that George can give you every time he decides to go crazy, a lot of that can add up to be very, very annoying. But I still think that's actually really interesting. One of the first ever electric zombies that we ever saw was created by George Romero in Call of the Dead.
Real Der Eisendrache Castle. Believe it or not, a lot of zombie maps are based off of real things. And Der Eisendrache is no exception. It is based on the Hohenwerfen Castle, which was a medieval castle built between 1075 and 1078, and was built at the behest of Archbishop Gebhard of Salzburg, and it was built as a fortification, and was one of the 3 major castles to secure a route across the Eastern Alps. Unfortunately, King Henry had my boy Gebhard expelled in 1077, and the Archbishop could not return to Salzburg until 1086, only to die in the castle 2 years later. And for the following century, the castle served many rulers, not only as a military base, but a residence and hunting retreat, until eventually the castle was used as a state prison, with a pretty sinister reputation, with many criminals' tragic fates ultimately coming to an end behind these walls. And in World War II, the castle served as a Nazi education camp, and opened on March 5th, 1939, and was decently active in World War II. And after the war, it was used as a training camp by the Austrian Rural Police until 1987. And currently, the castle stands as a museum, getting plenty of visitors coming to and from. And even a handful of zombie YouTubers, of course, have made their way out here. And that's the footage you're watching right now. I've never been here, but a lot of people certainly have. So next time you play any zombies map, just know that it probably has some sort of resemblance to something in real life, whether it be big or small. Buried free grenades. Now you might know about all the other witches' abilities, about them taking your money, about the free perks, etc, etc, etc. But did you know upon killing them, you will get a free grenade and a free claymore, if you've already purchased claymores. Not a lot of people know about this, and frankly, I never really paid attention to it until recently either, but you learn something new every day. Minecart voices.
When I first read this at a glance, I thought this said Minecraft voices, and I was so confused for like a half second. But this is talking about the minecart in Shangri-La that cost you 250 points to take. And upon taking it and being very silent and not shooting your gun, you can hear some eerie whispers and voices. And if you pay close enough attention, you will notice that these are the same voices from the Kino der Toten Samantha's Good Room.
End game laugh.
So you know how in a lot of zombie maps, when you die, you hear the game over song, which would be the Easter egg song for the next map. Well, on Moon, that's not the case. You just get this very creepy laugh.
Turned loading screen.
Now, you've probably seen the Buried loading screen like a million times, but do you remember the turned loading screen for Buried? The resolution 1295 primary plates turned one. That just has multiple pictures of the map and a horseshoe and a bullet casing. And overall giving you some serious cowboy vibes. When I first saw this for like the first time in many years, it brought back so many memories that I don't think I was physically ready for that. But majority of zombie players have probably never seen this loading screen. Or you probably have and just have very fleeting memories of it. But still, it's a cool loading screen for Buried. What more else is there to say?
Zetsubo hallucinations. Like I said earlier, Zetsubo definitely did a good job at just making the map very unsettling and creepy. And one of the ways they did this was by adding some hallucinations. If you stand at some of the gas spores for a little too long, and you go to certain areas of the map, you will experience these hallucinations. Origins Elemental Knife.
The Elemental Knife is a glitch that you can't do in Origins that essentially grants your melee ability with the power of the staves. And this is definitely a glitch. I've seen a lot of people over the years argue that it's not, but it most certainly is. I mean, come on, you have to completely down yourself and respawn back in, like, it's definitely a glitch. But in order to do this, you basically have to complete almost all of the Easter egg. You want to obtain the Iron Fist, and once you have collected the Iron Fist, make sure you have one of the stabs, go into one of the giant robots, down yourself, and die off. And once you respawn back in, you'll have an Elemental Knife with the element of whatever staff you were holding. And I believe the Fire Elemental Knife is definitely the best, or at least that's what I've seen a lot of people say. I've never actually done this glitch, believe it or not, because you can't do it solo, and I just don't have enough patience to gather a bunch of my idiot friends to try to do this co-op. But still, from everything I've seen, this is one of the coolest glitches in Zombies history, and you know what? I'll allow it.
Drew Marlowe Easter egg. Drew Marlowe was a designer that worked at Treyarch, and this Easter egg was not found until a couple years after the map's release. And it has to be some of the most random steps that I've ever seen. It is surprisingly easy to do. All you have to do is go to round 2, but don't go past it. Allow all the zombies to break down every single barrier in the spawn room. Then, build exactly 2 boards on top of each of the 5 barriers. Then, purchase the RK5 off the wall. Build 2 more boards onto each of the barriers, so you want to have 4 boards total. Then, you want to purchase the Shiva off the wall, replacing the RK5. Then, put 1 more board onto each of the barriers. Then, repurchase the RK5, replacing the Shiva. And after you have done all that, you want to run down to the store, buy it, open it, and right here you will see a heart with a picture of a family. This is Drew Marlowe and his family. And this has to be one of the most random Easter eggs that I have ever seen in Zombies. And it really makes you think, what else is out there that has just ridiculous steps like this that we haven't found yet? I mean, there has to at least be 1 or 2 that they've hidden so well in the script that we haven't gotten to yet. Or maybe we've gotten them all. Who knows? Ugh, Wallby.
One of the greatest tragedies of all time has to be the taking out of the Ugg Wallby on Kino der Toten for Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. If you happen to be playing on the Wii and you go up to the podium on the stage, you can buy the UGG from the wall. Why they took this out of the other games and it's only available on the Wii, I will never know, but this is a travesty and I will forever hold this grudge.
Last Gen Zetsubo no Shima. The last gen version of Black Ops 3 was notoriously awful. This version of the game looked awful on top of lacking so much content, including campaign itself, and over half the DLC maps. The final DLC map released for last gen Black Ops 3 was Horizon Track, meaning this version of the game never got Zetsubo no Shima, Gorod Grovey, Revelations, or any of the Chronicle maps. However, many players held on to the belief that last gen would eventually get a DLC too, Zetsubo no Shima. And to this day, there is speculation that a cut build of the map for last gen is out there somewhere, waiting for someone to finish its development. And for a while there was a pretty good bamboozle going around that showed alleged footage of last gen Zetsubo no Shima. But this was actually just PC gameplay with an Xbox controller and the graphics set to ridiculously low to make it seem like it was last gen Zetsubo no Shima. But alas, it was not. Premise killing each other.
During Black Ops 3's life cycle, we had numerous videos come out, and in those videos we would see Premise not really meeting a favorable end. In some of them they would die to zombies or the quote-unquote boss zombie, and it appears like in some of them they ended up killing each other. And if we take a look at this Revelations quote, it would kinda make sense.
On over 18 million occasions, Dempsey gave his life for the sake of his team. He's a bona fide American hero.
This is not their first time doing this. They've been doing this for a while, so it wouldn't be too far-fetched to think that at some points they got into disagreements and ended up killing each other.
Jackass Flats.
This is talking about a radio that you can hear in transit that talks about Jackass Flats and what exactly is going on there.
Hello. This is Jackass Flats, calling any human community within broadcasting distance. We're located at standard map coordinates 37 degrees, 07 north, 116 degrees, 03 west. This is a warning to anyone contacted by a group of mysterious voices. Several of our party began to hear the voices, and their competing instructions and incompatible demands drove a wedge down the center of the camp. Half of the camp is carrying out the demands of only through electronic. This voice is a big, long, and its ultimate goal is unclear. The other voice cannot be heard by humans who have not been on the long madness this way lies. Neither of these instruction sets will understand. Those of us who have not chosen a side have been hunted by both sides, seeking to force us to assist them. Oh God, they found us! Oh! Get back!
And through the radio, you can hear what appears to be two different groups having a fight over whose instructions that they should actually follow. And of course, we know this is Maxis and Richtofen. But what are these people at Jackass Flats trying to do for Maxis and Richtofen? Well, take a wild guess where Jackass Flats is located. It's located in the Nevada test site, Area 25, which is conveniently located to, you guessed it, Nuketown and Area 51. But what's interesting is what's also there at Jackass Flats, the Bren Tower, which was a 1,527-foot tall tower that was originally constructed in 1962 at the Yucca Flat, where it was used in an experiment to help understand the effects of radiation in the atomic bombings. But after the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, the Bren Tower was taken down and reassembled at Jackass Flats, where it would be used for Operation Henry high-energy neutron reactions experiment. So it would seem like maybe Richtofen and Maxis were trying to get multiple other towers lit up around the globe, and there just so happened to be one at Jackass Flats.
Zombie Richtofen.
This is talking about the iOS version of Nocturne Toten, in which upon booting it up, you will get a tutorial from none other than Edward Richtofen, who happens to be dying and turning into a zombie right outside the map. and upon completion of said tutorial, he will turn into a zombie and try to kill you. World at War Bios Easter egg. In World at War, we got introduced to character bios, and each of these bios would give you a little bit of background information about all of our characters. Well, if you take the first word from every sentence and take the first letter of it and you lay it all out, it spells "The Doctor wants the ultimate power, bastard." And this Easter egg went unsolved for many, many years. And you would think something so obvious would be solved so quick, but you have to remember, this was back in World at War Zombies. We were kind of new to the whole Easter egg hunting scene. Transit and Mob of the Dead cut from Zombie Chronicles. I mean, this title is pretty self-explanatory. After Zombie Chronicle released, some players did some digging and found a bit of evidence that Transit and Mob of the Dead were meant to be included in the DLC. Which, while not confirmed, sorta does make sense, considering Mob was eventually remade for Black Ops 4. And there was a lot of talk around the lifecycle of Black Ops 4 that Transit was going to be remade too, but sadly we never got it, and we had to wait all the way until Black Ops 7 to finally get a Transit remake. Premise statues in Shangri-La. This could be talking about one of two things. One, actual OG Shangri-La, where this one statue to the right of spawn, people have said kind of resembles the Primus statues, but I think that's just a whole nothing burger. Or on Revelations after Shangri-La on your way to Der Eisendrache, you can come by this little area where there are 4 Primus statues. And I always just thought this was a part of Der Eisendrache, but it does come right after the Pack-a-Punch, well, the quote-unquote Pack-a-Punch area for Shangri-La. So maybe this is kind of hinting that there was actual Primus statues behind the Pack-a-Punch in Shangri-La. Or this could all just be completely nothing, and that's what I'm going to go with. This is all kind of nothing. Black Ops 2 ranking system. Not a lot of people might know how exactly the Black Ops 2 ranking system works, and it's actually fairly simple. The tally marks, if you couldn't tell, are how many days you've played in a row, and the actual rank is determined by how many rounds you go with how many downs. Kills don't matter whatsoever. It is all based on your rounds and your down. I mean, hell, even the relaxing end was able to get shotguns without killing a single zombie. So you could definitely get shotguns in just one game of zombies. You just have to play for a really long time and not go down. I think I saw something out there that said you could technically only get to round 11, but as long as you play for 30 hours and don't die, you would get shotguns. Knocked round 5 spawn. I believe this is talking about the barricade in the help room door, the one behind the wall. Zombies will actually not spawn in here until round 5, so up until that point, you can have your back facing towards it and not have to worry whatsoever. Now, of course, it's only until round 5, and this is only on World at War, so it's not the same for Black Ops and Black Ops 3, but this is still a pretty interesting piece of knowledge that I'm glad I know. Brains. This is a reference to one of the weapons that you can obtain through console commands in World at War Zombies called Brains, where your character acts like a zombie and can swipe like a zombie. And this in and of itself was a cut mode where the player would actually become a zombie. And there are some cut animations that we still have of this to this day. So Brains did kinda come back for Black Ops 2 Zombies, but it still will never hold the same relevance that it did in World at War.
The best zombies map of all time. Kino der Toten Black Ops 1.
This has become quite the meme in the zombies community, and if you were wondering where it originates from, it all goes back to a Chaos Silencer Zombies ranking video, in which he declares Kino der Toten as the greatest zombies map of all time. Which, while I love Kino, and it's definitely one of my favorites, I don't think that's true whatsoever. I mean, come on, you got Ascension right there. And you also have 5, which, weirdly enough, is slowly becoming one of my favorite maps. I don't know why.
Venus Cipher. On Revelations, there is a very interesting cipher that says this: October NSA report. They found the source on Venus beginning extraction. And we never got anything more about this. Even to this day, all these years later, we don't know what this means. There have been many theories and people digging in to try to figure it out, but we never got a concrete answer. And I have seen plenty of theories trying to explain this. One of my favorite basically says that the cipher itself is also using code words. And if you break it down, it is essentially saying that Broken Arrow captured another scientist from the Ascension group by using info that they extracted from Yuri. And we'll go section by section. October NSA report. The NSA is an intelligence agency in the United States. If they're working with other groups from the storyline, it would probably be Broken Arrow. They found the source on Venus. We do know that Gersh and Yuri were working on the Gersh device, codenamed Project Mercury. And the reason that's important is because maybe they were nicknaming their projects after planets. Project Mercury, Project Venus, you see where they were going with this. Beginning extraction. This one could literally be exactly what it sounds like, extracting information. We do know from Alpha Omega that they did a number on Yuri. So if we put the whole thing together, it seems like Broken Arrow found whatever they wanted by extracting information from Yuri. Another theory is way more general, that they were extracting 115 from Venus. And another popular theory is that this is just what Treyarch does story-wise. Sometimes they throw in interesting ideas, and if the community latches onto them, they dive deeper into it. But if the community doesn't really care, then they just kind of forget about it. So this is one of those things that I don't think we're ever really going to get an answer to. Dimension traveling missiles.
Now, I could not find anything about this on the interwebs. I searched high and low, but I couldn't find a thing talking about this. But I eventually found the Reddit post for this Iceberg, and in that, OP actually explained this entry a little bit. He said, interdimensional missiles is a reference to the interdimensional modules we see in Gorod Krovi. There's a theory that states missiles using the same technology as the modules in Gorod Krovi were used to destroy Agartha/the house, which explains the fallout radios from Maxis in The Giant. And that would make a little sense. I don't really completely believe this, but I mean, there might be some truth to it because those radios on The Giant are a little hard to understand, but we'll talk about that more on a later entry down on the list because I think I might have figured it out.
Moon Easter egg sounds different.
I believe this is talking about Nuketown, and the fact that during Nuketown, you eventually do hear part of the Moon Easter egg through the TV. And what you hear through the TV is just a tad bit different than the actual Easter egg on Moon.
I knew I should have invented an egg-moving robot. Stupid Maxis. This is rules. Und his stupid accent. I knew I should have invented an egg-moving robot. Stupid Maxis with his rules and stupid accent. Login, Teddy. Password is a liar. I'm not, but that's why no one would guess it. Login, Teddy. Password is a liar. I'm not, but that's why no one would guess it. Hello, Samantha, little brat. Time is coming. Soon. So soon.
Hello, Samantha, you little brat. Your time is coming. Soon. So soon!
Oh, this is going to be so much fun. Finally, we can confront this little beast. Quickly, power up the machine.
This is going to be so much fun. Finally, we can confront this little beast. Quickly, power up the machine.
This is talking about the giant drill that you can see in the Nuketown loading screen. This is in fact a 115 extracting drill that they were using to, take a wild guess, extract element 115 right next to Nuketown. And during the process of doing this, they accidentally set off a nuke, causing the events of Nuketown. So that's why Nuketown looks like it just had a nuke detonated, because it literally did. A lot of people may think that it's because of the moon Easter egg sending the nukes down, but that's not true. Because we do know that Nuketown takes place during the moon Easter egg, and even once you die on Nuketown, you can see the rockets actually coming down.
Zombies can't hit through barriers.
I'm gonna go ahead and assume that this is talking about Nocturne Toten again, and the fact that zombies will actually not hit you through barriers. Zombies hitting you through barriers is such a common thing nowadays, but you probably don't believe me, but in World at War Nocturne Toten, zombies wouldn't do that. They wouldn't hit you until they actually got in the map. And this is very similar to the whole Carpenter thing, where you think it was one way, but it was actually the other.
Elemental Flopper.
Coming back to Origins, upon its initial release, if you were to dive to prone with PhD Flopper and an upgraded staff, it would cause the explosion to do an additional elemental damage based on whatever staff you have. But unfortunately, it was eventually patched out, so we never got to really play with it too much. But this is definitely one of those things that I wish they never patched out, because that's pretty freaking cool.
5 cut Hellhounds.
Hellhounds were originally going to appear on 5, and I'm kinda glad they didn't. Kind of unpopular opinion, but I really do like the Pentagon Thief. I love unique bosses like that, and a boss that doesn't try to kill you but takes your weapons and just runs around the map, pretty cool. But Hellhounds were originally going to take place on 5, and they were cut for unknown reasons. But luckily for you, we still do have some quotes from the characters that reference them. And for the people that get mad at me playing quotes, I just think it's awesome. I like learning as much about these games as humanly possible, and to hear quotes that you would never hear in-game, in my opinion, I love it.
Leave Checkers alone. Nowhere near as pretty as my boy Checkers. Sit, stay, stay. Let's play fetch the grenade. Who's a good boy? Boom goes the doggy. You ain't got nothing on Checkers. Back to the pit with you. I dropped you like a bad habit. Looks worse than the DNC.
Gotta walk the dog in the park. Looks like Dickie Nixon's mutt Checkers. Antihistamine. My nose may run, but I will not. Sit. Stay. Die. Good. I hate dogs. That's for making me sneeze. Defecate in your own yard, you ugly mutt. Now, play dead.
I will wipe you from the face of this earth. You will die like a capitalist pig. Come to me so that you may receive your treatment. I spit on you, dogs. Your stench makes my stomach turn. Muérete, perro del infierno. Back to your cage, beast. Your pelt will adorn my walls. Die like the dog you are. Perro travieso. Wasted. I am the true dog whisperer. Swept away on the winds of Marxism. No bitches will touch me! Smoking!
If the president is allergic to them, then I am too.
Ugh.
Smells worse than a wet dog. Here, puppy, I have a treat for you. Could use a dog trainer here. Uglier than Nixon's dog, Checkers. The president didn't appreciate your canine dander. I'm blowing every dog away. Watch it, Dick. Take that brimstone stink elsewhere, beast. Submit! No dogs allowed. There's only one alpha here, and his name is Jack. More like hell puppies. They fall as easy as their rotting brethren. I will use your hides to carpet my den, mongrels. PSA of the day. Spay and neuter your dogs. Leash, gutter, and clean up after your dog. And then kill it!
Revelations' second ending. Back during the early days of Revelations, when the Easter egg was first complete, and we got to see the quote-unquote grand finale of Zombies, many players were left unsatisfied with the ending, and still are to this day, which led to speculation that there was actually another secret ending, which required finding alternate Easter egg steps to trigger a different cutscene. This theory actually became very plausible for a while, when players dug through the game files and found what seemed to be an inaccessible alternate cutscene. I believe this turned out to just be a mistake by the developers, and there is sadly no alternate ending to Revelations. Stuhlinger is alive in the dark ether.
This is talking about the classified phone call that you can get that hints that the Victus crew is still alive after the events of Tag der Toten.
Hello? Is this thing on? Richtofen! Hey, Richtofen! You've been gone from my head a really long time. I gotta be honest, I'm freaking out a bit, man. It's so quiet. I can actually hear myself think. Do you know what that's like? It's not nice at all. So, listen, buddy, old pal, we gotta talk. You sent us here, of all places, but you forgot to tell us what to do. It's dark, it's damp, it's just really filthy. I think the roaches are crawling with roaches. How is that even possible? Wait, shoot. Am I even talking to the right Richtofen? Oh, you could be the other one, right? Or the other one. Yeah, you know what? Just go talk to your Richtofen pals at the hoity-toity Ricky Gang Clubhouse and find out what the we're supposed to be doing.
1% chance.
I believe this is talking about the Ray Gun Mark II's percentage chance to get from the box. If you are playing on a map other than Buried Origins, the Ray Gun Mark II has an insanely low drop rate from the mystery box. And the number that I constantly hear keep getting thrown around is that on Die Rise, it has less than a 1% chance to actually pop up, making it one of the most rare guns from the mystery box.
Verrucht power numbers.
This is talking about the numbers that can be heard in Verrucht upon turning on the power. You will hear what seems to be like a radio voice spouting off the numbers 4, 18, 15, 16, 23, 42.
15, 16, 43, 42.
And these numbers are actually a reference to the TV show Lost, where the same numbers would frequently appear. And you have to remember, World War was like back around 2008, and Lost was so big, like everyone was watching it. Compare that to whatever the biggest show is nowadays on TV and like multiply it by 5. Everyone watched this show, so this is actually a pretty big reference for its time.
Futurama reference.
Now this one might be a stretch, but I can definitely see it. When you are playing 5, Nixon does have a quote, well, kind of a quote, where when getting a bunch of kills, does this.
Oh!
And if you've ever seen the show Futurama, Nixon is also on that show, and he might also do something very, very similar. Now, is it a reference? I believe so, because just around the time this map came out, Futurama was big, but it could also be a stretch, but I choose to believe it because it's more interesting that way.
GK is Nikolai's Purgatory. This is a pretty popular theory that states that Gorod Krovi is Nikolai's personal purgatory. The theory suggests that Nikolai 1.0 is dead, and that the events and setting of Gorod Krovi are a manifestation of his afterlife, similar to how Mob of the Dead is theorized to be purgatory for the mob characters. The reason people think this is number one, because of all these similarities to Mob of the Dead. Both maps feature zombies with red eyes. You also have the presence of talking boss zombies, with the Mangler and the Warden, further strengthening the connection between the two. And if we take a look at Nikolai's character arc, Nikolai is known for his troubled past and multiple marriages, which could be the source of his torment for his purgatory. And the whole events of Gorod Krovi, including the war-torn Stalingrad, could all be interpreted as a reflection of his inner turmoil. And the whole storyline in Black Ops 3 revolves around the Primus crew needing to break the cycle. And one of the steps that they have to do is preserve Nikolai's soul using the summoning key. This implies that Nikolai's soul is trapped and needs to be released, potentially through death and entering a purgatorial state. The theory that Gorod Krovi is Nikolai's personal purgatory is an interesting one. I don't think it's true, but it definitely gives us something to think about. Because if that would be true, wouldn't every other map be insert character's own purgatory? Think about that. Unpatched Sliquifier.
This could be talking about two things. Number one, the Sliquifier when the map first released. It was insanely powerful. Like, you could clear multiple high rounds with like only a couple shots. It's probably a good thing they patched it, because even after the patch, it's still really, really good. But I'm assuming this is talking about the glitch that causes you to basically unpatch the modern day Sliquifier and revert it to its pre-nerf self. And to do this is fairly simple. All you have to do is shoot this sign, I think like 10 to 15 times, and essentially you just revert your Sliquifier back to its pre-nerf self. Well, not exactly. I've heard people say that it's not exactly as strong as it was, but it's pretty damn close. And the reason that I kept seeing that this happens is because it's basically overloading the game, and you're stacking textures or something on top of each other, and for some reason that also like stacks the damage on top of each other and multiplies it. I don't understand it. I'm not intelligent, but just know that shooting the sign will make your Sliquifier infinitely better, so you should always do it.
Barucht Screams.
Barucht, I think, will go down as one of the creepiest zombie maps of all time, mainly just for the atmosphere that it gives you. Just walking around the map randomly, you can hear women screaming, people being dragged down the halls, women sobbing, babies crying. I don't ever think we'll really get a zombie map that will match this feeling ever again.
Five's extended intro.
The intro to 5 was actually going to be a little bit longer, with JFK's speech going on a little bit longer and each other character having a couple extra lines of dialogue. And a YouTuber by the name of Rizzle actually compiled it all together and made it nice and watchable. So make sure to check out his channel. He has tons of cool stuff like this, so check him out. But here's the video.
I said are certain to miss the future.
Coño, I missed that. Prime Minister Castro, this missile crisis was the last straw. We almost blew ourselves up. Now, we invited you here today...
In good faith.
In good faith. To sort this thing out.
And why is he here? He lost.
As I always say, forgive your enemies, but remember their names.
What was that?
Just a storm, Dick. Sit down. Now, gentlemen, as I like to think, in the long history of the world, there are only a few generations that are granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger. I do not shrink from this responsibility. I welcome it.
Sounds like someone breaking in! Oh my God!
It appears the Pentagon has been breached. We are under attack by legions of the undead.
Zombies. Gentlemen, at times like these, our capacity for retaliation must be and has to be massive to deter all forms of aggression.
No! Glorioso!
Gentlemen, lock and load.
Viva la revolución!
Any last words, Mr. President?
Yes, Jack. Any superlative words of inspiration for our humbled troops?
Do not pray for easy lives, my friends. Pray to be stronger men.
The giant memory loss theory. The lore behind the giant is all kinds of fucked. There are so many questions that to this day we still don't have answers to, and that kind of make no sense. Like, why didn't the gang all arrive together? Why did they arrive separately? We know that Samantha sent them from Origins to this area, but there was a 2-year gap between Origins and the giant. So what were they doing for 2 years? Were they just dicking around on the Earth? Explain some of the weird radios. Like, the giant just has so many unsolved questions that I don't think we're ever going to get an answer to. But one of the theories to help explain some of these unsolved questions is that all the characters are suffering from total memory loss. Well, not total memory loss, but like a great deal of memory loss. And we even have quotes to back this up.
Infestation confirmed. Positive identification of 115 on site. As expected, my memory's slipping. Unable to determine current jump count to this location. 2 at least, maybe more.
I must work quickly. There's so much to do. The vessel from access, the radios, the opening of the gateway. 9! I'm getting confused. Curse these 115 induced delusions!
Curse this confusion. I must remember my mission. Why I am here. The enemy war machine must be destroyed.
Die Rise, Crying Woman.
This is talking about the radio that you can't hear in Die Rise that's honestly kind of sad and depressing. A lone woman is by herself trying to complete the Easter egg when everyone else has abandoned her, and she has no idea what she's doing. So you can only assume that her fate did not end too well for her.
If there's anyone out there, please respond. I desperately need help. The others left me, and I'm alone and frightened. Help! I tried to do it right, but the others, they weren't listening. This piece goes here. This piece goes there. I couldn't do it on my own. I need help. I really do. The German man stopped talking to me, and I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Call the Dead, round 50 quotes.
This is talking about Call of the Dead, where upon reaching round 50, each character actually has a unique quote. And what's pretty funny is they're all referencing like cheating or using glitches or mods or something to get to that round because, I mean, do you remember the 5-table glitch? There were a lot of glitches in Black Ops 1 that people tried to use and abuse to get to high rounds, and Call of the Dead was definitely no exception. But I still think that these quotes are really interesting, and I like the little poke at the community.
Someone might be cheating.
Oh yeah, somebody thinks they're a little bit special. I'm a gamer, yeah.
Guess we're the last men standing, huh?
Is it luck, skill, or something else?
Unlimited Death Machine. The Unlimited Death Machine glitch is a pretty self-explanatory exploit found, I think, back in 2019. In which players needed to do some pretty weird stuff with Wi-Fi settings on their PC or consoles, which also included clearing save data in some circumstances and connecting a second controller. I have no idea how this all happens, but basically the game completely bugs out, and it lets you put multiplayer attachments on zombie guns. And the strategy is basically to do this with the Shiva, because once you pick up a death machine with this modded Shiva, it basically lasts forever. Like, you will literally be able to sit in a corner and shoot some glitchy ghost death machine for as long as you want. This is by far one of the most insane glitches that I've ever seen, and I still don't understand how someone even remotely manages to come close to finding this. Like, how? Mob of the Dead secret ending.
Believe it or not, Mob of the Dead does have a secret ending. Upon spawning in, if you do literally nothing and just sit there, you will eventually bleed out and you will get this unique ending.
Any gun, chalk.
Now, I really couldn't find too much about this, other than the fact that Shinonuma was originally going to have an anygun chalk that would have acted very similar to the mystery box. But I'm going to go ahead and assume that since the mystery box was already a thing, it would kind of make this like any gun chalk wall buy kind of pointless, so they just ended up saving space and going with the mystery box instead.
Is Richtofen gay?
So this all just stems back to Call of the Dead. Richtofen definitely has a bunch of sus quotes, but one of the most sus things he ever did was just fully go to town on groping Dempsey and then just laughing it off.
I'm blind! I'm blind! In my eyes! Holy shitballs. Me too. What did you do, Richtofen?
I did nothing. There's a light switch. Oh, I think I found a lever. Perhaps this will turn on the light.
No! Let go! That's not a lever! Richtofen!
That's not the only thing that Richtofen has ever done, but it's definitely the most notable. He has tons of other sus quotes out there. There are tons of videos out there just showcasing all of Richtofen's quotes, so it's a strong possibility.
The giant cut Easter egg. This entry, I believe, refers to old rumors from around the time of Black Ops 3 launched, about the Giants having a top secret super duper Easter egg beyond just the remastered Flytrap one. I believe this theory mostly stemmed from the fact that the Giant was very simplistic compared to the other Black Ops 3 maps, so players were itching for a more complex Easter egg, especially with it being the second launch map. And once players failed to find this more complex Easter egg, this led a lot of people to believe that it had been cut. And the argument could be made that this is kind of supported by some of the dialogue in the map that really just doesn't make any sense. But that's just what I could find about this entry. There might have actually been some sort of grand Easter egg cut from the map that we'll just never ever see. Electric Cherry jingle.
Mob of the Dead's Electric Cherry was originally going to have its own song, and it was said to be a disco theme, but apparently it didn't really fit with the map, so they decided that, we're not gonna do it. And recently there was a huge info dump about a lot of things from Black Ops 2 and Black Ops 3. And in Black Ops 3 and the Revelations dump, we actually got the lyrics for an Electric Cherry perk song. So whether this was the actual jingle that was going to take place in Black Ops 2, I'm not 100% certain on that, but this is as close to the Electric Cherry jingle that you're probably ever gonna get. And so I did a little AI things, and this is how it turned out.
In that moment of silence, you try to focus yourself. You gotta compose, so you can just reload. Before you're all out of love, take a deep breath and hold on. The solution is near, you just gotta relax, to hold the onslaught back. Before you're all out of love, you gotta pop your electric cherry. Your cherry is electricity. And if it's all you've got, you'd better not forget to save a little of pop for me. Take it seriously, I mean every word that I say. The solution's at hand, if you just let me show you the way. You gotta pop your electric cherry. Your cherry is electricity. And if that's all you got, you'd better not forget. And if that's all you got, you'd better not forget. And if that's all you got, you'd better not forget to save a little of pop for me.
Shinonuma whispers.
The World at War definitely was more creepy than majority of other zombie games, and Shinonuma actually I think doesn't get enough credit for how creepy it is. Walking around the map, you can randomly hear these whispers just seemingly coming out of nowhere, and sometimes you can even make sense of what they're trying to say.
Call of the Dead cut Wonder Weapon.
This one might blow your mind, and I'm surprised it's not farther down on the list, but Call of the Dead was actually supposed to be bigger and grander than the one we actually got. And the reason a lot of this was changed around was, well, the rumor goes, is that Takio's voice actor was actually sick and unable to record his lines. So they ended up getting a celebrity cast instead. Hence why, during the Easter egg, Takio is only ever heard puking. And with the celebrity cast, of course they had to change a lot of things around in the map, and one of those being the Easter egg. Rumors go that the Easter egg was going to be vastly different, and in this Easter egg you would have had multiple wonder weapons. Apparently these were all cut. The Wonderwaff DG2, and it was kinda cut, but they brought it back as like the Easter egg reward, but I think they were meant to use it in a different way. The Gersh device, the Winter's Howl, the Thunder Gun, and the Monkey Bomb. And you might be like, Rabbit, that sounds stupid. Where are you getting this from? Well, there's actually a bunch of PA audio that would have came out over the speaker in the map that references all of these wonder weapons.
Activated. Deactivated. Weapon unavailable. Awaiting authorization. Error. Max allotment of 2 weapons reached. VR11. Scavenger. Wunderwaffe DG2. Gersh device. Winter's Howl. Thunder Gun. Matryoshka Doll. Monkey Bomb.
And the audio is called Vox_PA_switcher, and then it's activate, deactivate, locked, max, weapon 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So it seems like there was a pretty big thing cut out of this map that had to do with a lot of wonder weapons and maybe the earlier parts of the Easter egg.
Richard Rodriguez. This is talking about the guy who won the Become a Zombie contest for Black Ops 3. So let's rewind a little bit. 10 years ago, Treyarch ran a contest where you could win various prizes, but also win the chance to become an actual zombie in the game.
For the first time ever, we're offering a chance for someone to be a character in Call of Duty. That's right, you're actually going to be in Black Ops 3 as a zombie. Just don't fall for that trick.
Hey, what are you doing? We talked about this. You know that's not just a monkey.
Now, if you win, we'll fly you out here to Treyarch in Los Angeles, where you'll not only get zombified, but you'll get an exclusive behind-the-scenes tour of our studio and lunch with myself and some of the team. And one other surprise. We're even going to put your last name somewhere inside the game. How's it coming?
Just waiting on a name.
And I'm not supposed to be doing this. Let's take a quick peek at what you could look like.
Now, unfortunately, the guy who won, Richard Rodriguez, never got to become a zombie. I think the reason they claim was just because it was too difficult to make it actually happen, whatever that means. But instead, they gave him 2 different appearances. One in Go Rod Crovey, where you can find his name, Richard Rodriguez. And 2, I believe they used his appearance as the actual character that Jessica Rose kills. You know, the guy in the cutscene, the one she may or may not stab. I believe that guy was based off of Richard Rodriguez. So unfortunately, he never got to become a zombie, which does suck. But his name is in 2 maps, and one of them in a pretty decently big way. So in my opinion, not as cool as being a zombie, but it's up there. Witch's origin story.
The witches you see in Buried actually have a pretty interesting background story, and it all dates back to the 1800s. So if you didn't know, Jebediah Brown was actually the creator of the Pack-a-Punch. And it even says so in the extended Pack-a-Punch theme song, which I can't play for you because it's copyright. Gotta love it, don't you? But if you want to hear it, just Google extended Pack-a-Punch theme song. It's gonna be the first thing that pops up. But old Jeb Brown was born in 1844. And by the age of 10, him and his mother moved to a frontier mining town called Purgatory Point. And on April 14th, 1855, a miner named Clive Farnsworth went down into the mine and became feral after exposure to a blue rock while he was in the mine. And in this zombie-like state, Farnsworth ended up going to Jebediah's home, where he was met by Jebediah's mom at the door, where the zombie Farnsworth would attack Miss Brown, ripping out her throat. And after their neighbor, Old Bill, came over and killed Farnsworth, Jebediah would lay his mother to rest, noting that he wanted to investigate the mysterious blue rocks that had turned Farnsworth undead. And after spending what he thought was only a few hours in the mine, but turned out to be 5 days, that night Jebediah would receive visions in his sleep of 2 angels. and the angels would tell him that he has to prepare for what was coming, and told him that he would need to build a machine that would grant Jeb great power. With the angels' help, Jeb was able to finish the Pack-Punch machine and showed it off to everybody in town. And by June 30th, 1855, people would come from far and wide to make use of this machine. And Jeb would be visited by the angels once again, and be told to craft another machine called the Agarthian device. But by the 21st century, Purgatory Point had fallen into complete disarray, with a lot of people that lived there becoming under the influence of the mysterious blue rocks. And with everything going on around Jeb, he would be overcome with sadness and decide to pay his mother one last visit, where Jeb would get the idea to take her body and retrieve it and put it inside the Pack-Punch machine. And after he put her body in, her body did not come back out, but an apparition of his much younger mother appeared in the house, in which the angels would appear and instruct Jeb to place the vessel inside of the Pack-Punch. And upon doing so, Purgatory Point would soon be teleported across the globe. So that is the in-game story behind the witches in Buried. She was old Jeb's mother, and out of grief, sadness, or guilt, or any other numerous emotions, he decided to try his luck at putting her body in the Pack-Punch machine in hopes that it would bring her back. But all it did was turn her into a ghost that would forever roam around the very mansion in which they lived in.
Doris Gold.
So this is a Call of Duty Zombies conspiracy theory tied in with a real-life conspiracy theory. The zombies one really isn't too deep and is merely just speculation. But people have speculated that in Doris in the back teleporter, if you look down this tunnel, you can see a shadow, and people have theorized that this was actually a train car carrying a lot of gold. And the reason people thought it was a train was because just around the map you can hear what appears to be a train. I really just think that's a stretch. I think it's mainly just like industrial noise, and if you want to hear an actual train, go to Varuk. But that itself doesn't really have much truth to it until you actually consider the real-life conspiracy theory. The urban legend goes like this. There was a Nazi gold train that was just littered with gold and treasures that the Nazis had been hoarding and stealing from other countries. And during the final days of World War II, they were trying to escape with it. The Nazi armored train littered with gold and treasure would have left Breslau and would have arrived at this station, which I cannot proceed to pronounce, but would never reach the next one, and the train is suspected to have entered an abandoned coal mine or some kind of tunnel system in the Owl Mountains. And if you remember from earlier, Project Reese was a top-secret Nazi construction project, where at? In the Owl Mountains. Now there's really no proof that this ever existed, and it's mainly just an urban legend, but it does have tie-ins with another conspiracy theory, Project Reese. And the fact that Treyarch took a lot of inspiration from that and put it into zombies isn't too much of a stretch to say that maybe there is some hidden Nazi gold around Doris somewhere.
Shangri-La cut areas.
Now, Shangri-La had a ton of cut content, and we're going to get into a lot more of it later. But one of the things that was cut was a bunch of different areas, and one of them we actually have some concept art of. This was back when Shangri-La was called Temple, and we have the disposal room. And as you can even see right there, it's a rough concept. I talk way more about this in my Zombies Cut content video, link will be down there below in the description. But just by looking at this image, it seems like this would have been the elevator room that was right next to the waterfall in the Shangri-La that we know. But in this concept art, it seems like this was just a place where they stored dead bodies, and it probably would have been gory and creepy to all hell.
Zombies attack in London. Heading back over to Dreisendracht, there is an Easter egg where you can learn that London may or may not be under attack by some zombies, depending on how many times you've plunged things. I know that sounds really dumb, but let me explain. You guys know about the plunger Easter egg that we talked about before. Well, if you get the flaming plunger and you come over to this newspaper that reads, "Huge parade in London, large turnout for parade," and you hit it with the flaming plunger, it will change to reports of zombie attacks in London. Officials not confirming. with what looks to be like a zombie charging right at the camera. And if we do all that one more time, we get zombie attack in the heart of London, with a very clear picture of a lot of zombies. And in the top right it says Parliament gathers for emergency meeting. So what is going on in London? Well, we never know. This was never really expanded on. I think this was one of those things where Treyarch throws out some bait and sees if the community latches onto it. And if we do, they explore it. And if we don't, they just drop it and forget it. This is not the first time they've done things like this. How many storyline threads have just disappeared out of nowhere? Quite a bit in Zombies history, and I feel like unfortunately, this was one of them. Resolution 1295. Resolution 1295 is what you would see upon loading up in Buried, and is actually a reference to real-life stuff and in-game stuff. The UN Resolution 1295 was about the Angolan Civil War, which you also see in the Black Ops 2 campaign, and included sanctions against the UNITA, or the National Union for the Total Independence of Angola, which is the second largest political party in Angola. And in the Black Ops 2 storyline, Alex Mason goes to Angola to save Woods. So not only is this like a little connection to the campaign, and a little Easter egg there, but it also gives us a hint at where exactly Buried takes place. JD. Around Doris, you can find a couple of initials just scribed on the wall that says JD. This is a nod to the community manager at the time, JD 2020. And other than that, there really isn't too much to dive into there, and that's all it is. Mare Crisium.
Now, in case you didn't know, the Zombies map Moon kind of takes place on the moon. And there is a very specific spot where Griffin Station was actually built. On the real-world moon, the Mare Crisium is a lunar Maria, and I'm just reading this directly from the Wikipedia because I'm not that smart, which are large, dark, basaltic plains on the Earth's moon, formed by lava flowing into ancient impact basins. They were dubbed Maria by early astronomers who mistook them for actual seas, and they're much less reflective than the quote-unquote highlands, hence why they appear darker. And the one that Griffin Station is on is actually called Mare Crisium. I'm so sorry. But what's interesting is if we go all the way back to Doris and you look at the moon, you can see what we always thought was just a giant pocket of 115, which now we know to be Griffin Station. Was it always Griffin Station? No, because moon wasn't even thought up yet, but now we can go back and say it is. But if you look exactly where that 115/Griffin Station is, it's exactly where Mare Crisium is. So shout out to Treyarch for keeping things consistent.
Michael Faraday.
The Paralyzer in Buried has to be one of the most mysterious wonder weapons that we've seen in Zombies. We really don't know much about it, or who created it, or what exactly it is. There are a lot of theories, but there's no evidence to support really any of them. Besides this one. Around Buried in the mansion, we can find multiple pictures hanging up of Michael Faraday. But who exactly is this guy? Well, Michael Faraday, born September 22nd, 1971, was an English chemist and physicist who contributed to the study of electrochemistry and electromagnetism, with his main discoveries including the principles underlying electromagnetic induction, diamagnetism, and electrolysis, and was the one that established the concept of the electromagnetic field in physics. So essentially, if you're dumb like me, just think magnets and electricity and stuff. And thanks to somebody a lot smarter than me over 10 years ago making this forum post on the Call of Duty Zombie forums, we can relate Faraday to the Paralyzer. And I'm going to read this word for word, so buckle up. The Paralyzer can be seen with elliptical magnetic rings revolving around one another near the front of the weapon. A large motor is found towards the rear of the weapon, which holds as the power source, possibly holding a large amount of electricity. The cylinder between the magnets and the motor is what channels the energy from electricity to the tips, called the span of the device. The span, or tail itself, does not protrude the energy delivered, but rather focuses the energy to expand. Electricity that is stored within the motor passes through the inner tube of the weapon. When passing through, however, the revolving frame, the ellipticals, creates a magnetic field that propels electric particles from the weapon's energy source. As the trigger is held down, the motor is activated, the magnets revolve faster and faster to absorb the particles and energy. The electricity that is used returns back into the motor to allow infinite energy renewal as a result of an electromagnetic conductor inside the motor itself. Once the energy passes from the magnetic orbitals, the energy is now distributed out of the weapon. The span/tail concentrates the energy into a rather large circumference, or size, to allow multiple objects to interact with the energy. Because the energy is still magnetized, it may also deliver a sufficient amount of electrical energy to cause paralysis. But then how can we fly all over the environment? Well, electromagnetism is not found in gravity, so we can't say that it is involved in that. When propelling such an excessive amount of magnetic energy onto a surface that cannot be affected by the particles, it may actually oppose gravity for a brief moment. It's not reversing gravity, but using the energy to push away from a given surface. Very similar to like a jetpack. So maybe taking all of that, which I only understood like half of that, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not intelligent. I make zombie YouTube videos, I mean, come on. But maybe they took all of Faraday's work and decided to incorporate that into the paralyzer. So even though that doesn't exactly explain who built it, why it's here, it does give us a little bit of information on how exactly it works and why this dude's picture is hanging up in the mansion. And maybe, just maybe, there's a little bit more to this that we're missing.
Doris Cipher.
So when you think ciphers, you probably would think like Black Ops 3 or 4 or something like that, but Doris actually had a fair amount of them. One of them can be found in Spawn right under the grate, and when translated it reads, "Edward, it's time to kill Maxis." Another one can be found in a zombie spawn to the left of Juggernog, which just translates to "living dead." In the infamous Hanging Man area, if you have a sniper or just some really good eyesight, you can translate this cipher to read "help." In the same room with the Type 100, you get "Faithful Servant, observe and report, the seed has been planted, Maxis must not know." So there really wasn't too much information given with these ciphers, but I mean, hell, for their first zombie game, I think they did a pretty good job.
Loose change under pack punch.
This one I feel really dumb about because I totally whiffed it on like a previous Iceberg, but if you go prone in front of Pack-a-Punch on Origins, you get loose change. Very similar to like going prone in front of perks, like Modern Zombies, how you get free points. You can also do that to the Pack-a-Punch in Origins, and I completely forgot about that in one of my previous Icebergs. Yeah, I know I'm dumb.
Free MG08.
I feel like this one should have been higher up. I don't think it needs to be this far down, but we're already here. In Origins, you can receive a free upgraded MG08. All you have to do is have the Maxis drone. Around the map, there will be multiple yellow circles, and all you have to do is release Maxis near them and he will pick them up. And the 4 of them that you have to pick up are as follows. 1 inside of the church, 2 outside of spawn, 3 on a ledge near Stamina, and 4 on the excavation site near Pack-a-Punch. And after you have grabbed them all, just head over to Pack-a-Punch and receive your free MG08.
Breaking Bad Easter egg. This one could kind of be a stretch, but I can definitely see how it is referencing Breaking Bad, or Better Call Saul. If you don't know what either Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul is, they have to be some of the best and most beloved television series, and where a lot of memes you probably see nowadays come from. And back when Zombies Chronicles had came out, I think it was at the height of Better Call Saul. But I'll let you see for yourself. In Verrucht, if we come over to this barricade and look through it, we can see a zombie skeleton with a very interesting hat sitting in a wheelchair with his legs cuffed together. And a lot of people have theorized that this is a reference to Hector Salamanca, who has been known to wear that very same hat, is also wheelchair bound by the time of Breaking Bad, and ended up dying in a sewer slide explosion. I mean, come on YouTube, we really still can't say that word. And if we compare all of that information to the skeleton we find in Verrucht, I gotta admit, there is a lot of references that I can see. The only one I really couldn't understand was the legs being cuffed together, but maybe that was used to emphasize the fact that Hector couldn't get out of his chair, he was kind of stuck there, and really wasn't allowed to leave or do anything. But I'll leave this one up for you guys to decide. What do you think? Was this a Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul reference, or not? I personally think it was. Samantha, Amelia, Abigail.
This is talking about the wall writings in Kino der Toten. At first glance, you just say, oh, it's Samantha Maxis, don't really know who Amelia is, and Abigail, that's Misty's first name from Black Ops 2, the Transit Crew, so maybe that's who that's talking about, and there's a little heart and JD. Now JD, of course we've seen this before, is JD 2020, the community manager at the time. But who is Amelia and is Abigail really Misty? We don't know. This is one of those unsolved Easter eggs in zombies that keeps me up at night. It's so small, but we've never had an answer. We're going on like what, 13 years now, and this has never been solved? That drives me absolutely insane. Now, I do have a little guess. There's no evidence supporting this, but it kind of makes sense in my mind. I think these 3 names were daughters of people that either worked on the game or were related in somehow to this game. The reason I think that is because Samantha was Max's daughter, and because JD is right there. Why would they put the community manager right here? They could have put him anywhere else. But why would he specifically be right here? So my guess is that these are actually real people's names in real life, and they threw them in here as a nod to developers, which they have done many, many times in the past. If anybody has any connections with anybody that worked on this game, please let me know, because this Easter egg drives me insane. I need to know the answer to this. And if somehow I'm right, I will never let anybody ever hear the end of it.
Takeo diddled by a giant spider.
This is a very infamous theory in the Call of Duty Zombies community that states that the big spider in Zetsubo may or may not have diddled Takeo. And it's a really dumb theory, but it's so stupid, but it does have a tad bit of, well, maybe, that it's kind of true, but also pretty much not. So it seems that the spiders in Zetsubo no Shima are based off of Lovecraft's Lang spider, or the Spider of Lang. And in the video that people always talk about that says, hey, Takeo was diddled by a spider, they always bring up how the spiders are infertile, like the male spiders cannot mate with the female spiders. So the female spiders would enslave male men and diddle them and basically create more spiders. But in all my research, I could not find anything that backed that up at all. In fact, Lovecraft himself barely even wrote about the spiders of Lang, and in his writings about them, he most certainly really didn't talk about their breeding. And I scoured the internet for a while, and really there's not much information about these spiders of Lang. On a website called Cthulhu Eternal, it does talk about their egg laying, and it says there is a widespread fear of spiders laying their eggs inside living victims. These spiders really do it. And that's really all I could find about these spiders of Lang. If there is any information about them capturing males and diddling them, then it was most certainly not by Lovecraft himself and was by secondary authors. And really the only other piece of evidence that people use is in one of the Zetsubo no Shima videos that Treyarch posted. We get some Imperial soldiers bringing Takeo in front of the giant spider. And that's all the evidence that we got. So did Takeo get diddled by a giant spider? No, not in the way you're thinking of. I wouldn't be surprised if they used Takeo as a host for them to lay eggs in and then sprout out more spiders, but the diddling you're thinking of, I'm gonna say no, that didn't happen.
Vril pre-Black Ops 3 retcon.
Before we had the Keepers that we know nowadays, we had the Vrilia. The Vrilia were kind of first introduced in Call of the Dead with the Vril, or the VR-11 and the Golden Rod. But as we progressed on with the story, and as zombies got bigger and bigger, and as Jason Blundell took over Jimmy Zielinski's spot, they slowly became, well, not slowly, they just eventually became the Keepers. And you might be wondering, why did this happen? And I have seen a bunch of theories, but the main one is that the Vrilia originate from an 1871 German book called The Coming Race. And this went on to become a big part of Nazi occultism, which, if you didn't know, was a huge inspiration for the early zombie games. And it would make sense that as zombies got bigger and bigger, they would kind of want to distance themselves from anything and everything Nazi related. So eventually the Vrilia would just go on to become the Keepers. And it really does fit with the trend of zombies becoming more alien based instead of Nazi occultism. You gotta do whatever you gotta do to make the money, I guess.
Marlton's Watch.
This is talking about everyone's favorite character, Marlton Johnson, and his mysterious calculator watch. On his calculator watch, you can see the numbers 190438. And this definitely has to mean something, because why would they make this legible if it really didn't have any significance? And this caused the community a lot of headache back in the day because no one could figure out what this meant. If we take a look at it as a date, so if we say 1904, March 8th, nothing really happened of significant on that day. Well, at least nothing that would even remotely relate to zombies. I've also seen people try to use it as a number, so looking at it as if it's a prime number, it's not. A Fibonacci number, it's not. And looking at the number a million different ways and figuring out that it's pretty much nothing. Hell, I've even seen people put it up on the color scale and see what color this number relates to. And spoiler alert, it's just a deep purple. So for a very long time, no one really knew exactly what this was referencing or what it means. So of course, I started digging around, and I saw some people mention that this watch is awfully similar to the one used in Back to the Future. It looks like the same exact watch that Marty McFly has. So I thought, okay, maybe they are referencing Back to the Future. But what does the number mean? So I took the number as a time, and I went to 19 minutes and 4 seconds in the movie. And wouldn't you know it, this is the exact time that the DeLorean is first introduced. And if you've never seen the movie, the DeLorean is a time machine. And as it's reversing out, the license plate says out of time. So maybe this is a subtle nod to Back to the Future and its time machine, because as we know, Zombies has a lot of time travel in it. And just maybe there's actually even more to this that we don't know. Or I could be completely over-exaggerating, and 1904-38 could just be the actual time that the bombs hit Earth, and that's when Marlton's watch froze. So it could just be saying that the bombs hit at 7:04. But I like my Back to the Future theory a lot more. And if you want to look into that and see if there's any other connections, be my guest and let me know what you find.
Thompson isn't priced correctly.
This is talking about Nocturne Toten, and more specifically, the Thompson. Real quick off the top of your head, how much do you think the Thompson cost in Nocturne Toten? The wall buy, not the box, that's cheating. If you said $1,500, you would be correct, but you'd also be dead wrong. The listed price is $1,500, but if you were to actually go up and buy it, it only cost $1,200. That's called false advertising. You will be hearing from my lawyer, Treyarch.
Illuminati.
The Illuminati is a mysterious organization that used to have a lot of relevance back in World at War and Black Ops 1 Zombies. The Eye of Providence can be found in various of maps, and even some notes in Illuminati code can be found. For an example, on Der Reese, there is a note in Spawn that reads, "Edward, it's time, kill Maxis." But now in modern zombies, the Illuminati isn't really as prevalent, but they still do have some ties in zombies. On August 30th, 1925, Dr. Edward Richtofen officially joined the Illuminati. And on August 11th, 1936, Maxis invites Richtofen to join Group 935, and he agrees, secretly acting on behalf of the Illuminati's interest. And he kept acting on the behalf of the Illuminati's interest all up until the point where he entered the MPD. After that, he cut ties with the Illuminati and told them that Teddy is a liar when asked about how he could betray them.
Kino der Toten, IRL.
Now, it's no surprise that Zombies takes a lot of inspiration from real life, and Kino der Toten is no exception. Kino is actually based on a very real theater called the Central Park Theater in Chicago, Illinois. And just going to this place on Google Maps and reading some of the reviews, of course they're all zombies related, and I just love that. That's hilarious. Keep that up. But there is a YouTube video called Huge Abandoned Chicago Theater by the YouTuber Free For All that actually goes and explores it. There's 4 minutes of it, and I'm only showing you clips here and there. So check out the full video, link is in the description. And man, it's pretty eerie just like watching this and seeing that, hey, I kind of know where all this is. And someday I would absolutely love to come here and explore it for myself and just see the real life Kino der Toten all for myself. Maybe one day I'll do a series where we visit all the Call of Duty Zombies locations in real life. If you want to see that, let me know down there below in the comments, because I have done something very similar with Fallout New Vegas. Link to that video will be in the description. Check it out, it's pretty cool.
Only one Richtofen. Another super interesting theory in Black Ops 3 Zombies is that there's only one true Richtofen, Richtofen Prime, a Richtofen that stands out from the rest. As we know, there are many different variants of our crew across the multiverse, and different eras of history, etc. But this theory pretty much states that among all of the Richtofen variants across universes, Ultimus, Primus, Great War, etc., etc., only one version becomes unique by breaking the cycle of repeating timelines and making certain moral choices that others couldn't or wouldn't make. And that variant becomes the Richtofen, in terms of both identity and narrative weight, as we follow that Richtofen later on in Black Ops 4. Gorod Krovi Massacre.
This is talking about the events that happened before the events of Gorod Krovi. In the official Zombies timeline, it reads April 14th, 1945. Sofia declares the Battle of Stalingrad is nearing victory for German forces, and that Valkyrie drones have been deployed to locate any resistant strains and attempt capture. After the release of large concentrations of Element 115 by German forces, the city becomes largely populated by the undead. Nikolai and his comrades continued to fight for what remains of Stalingrad. September 2nd, 1945. World War II still rages on. Stalingrad has turned into a three-way conflict between Dragon, Machine, and the Undead. Without any remaining human survivors, Sofia is now trapped in the city. So it would seem that at Stalingrad, the Germans committed a huge massacre and eliminated everybody in the city, whether they be military or just innocent civilians.
Transit orbs of light. This is talking about one of the biggest glitches that sent the community spiraling out of control back in the day. Once you complete the transit Easter egg, you really don't get much of a reward, especially when you look at like Moon's reward. Transit's like nothing. Moon, you got all the perks and you blew up the Earth. Transit was like, you don't really get much. So if you top that with the fact that after the Easter egg, you would randomly see these orbs of light shoot off towards the pylon, your natural conclusion would be that we haven't finished and there's still more to this. So for the next couple months after Transit's release, people were obsessed with these orbs of light. Countless YouTube videos, streams, forum posts of people just non-stop talking about these orbs of light, where they've seen them, and what could possibly be the next step. And I will admit, I definitely fell down this rabbit hole. No pun intended. I did countless streams and videos discussing these lights and what could possibly be happening, because they were just so random. Sometimes they would shoot from the mystery box to the pylon, sometimes they'd be at this one specific door in town and shoot off towards the pylon, and no one could really understand what was happening. And unfortunately, after a couple months of trying literally everything, the community eventually had to accept the fact that it was just a glitch and we had already beaten the transit Easter egg. But I will admit, that first month of these orbs being a new thing and the community collectively coming together to try to solve it was one of the most fun points in Zombies that I can probably remember. Just the amount of discussions and theories that were popping up over a simple orb glitch was just so nostalgic, and I just kind of miss those days, I'm not gonna lie. Things were simpler back then and more carefree. World at War crawler rounds.
This is a reference to the cut round that would have behaved very similar to Hellhounds, except for it would have had these crawler type zombies. And don't think crawler like you just threw a grenade, think Black Ops 1 Nova crawlers, because these were the early concept for them. And we can actually get glimpses of what these guys would have looked like when we teleport onto Reese. And this is very much true, and we do know that Kino der Toten was originally going to appear in World at War, but ended up getting pushed back to Black Ops 1, and they ended up revamping the crawlers. So instead of getting these crawlers with what appears to be like a full head of hair, we ended up getting the very teethy Nova crawlers.
Zombies remember their past.
So in Zombies, it is widely believed that even though the zombies are still trying to kill you and eat your brains, that they still have some remembrance of their past. If you go onto Ascension and you aim your reticles at a soldier zombie, they will instinctively try to dodge out of the way. But this does not happen with the scientist zombies, so that kind of leads people to believe that these soldier zombies still remember their training. And on Die Rise, the zombies actually have quotes and can give you some of the creepiest voice lines you've ever heard.
Manhattan down.
In Kino der Toten, exiting stage left and coming up to this room, you can see a bunch of letters on the ground, and some of them spell Manhattan down. And for a long time, back when people thought there was a Kino der Toten Easter egg and you can get on the roof, a lot of people thought you had to like shoot these letters and spell out certain words. Well, I'm here to tell you that's just silly. But I believe Manhattan Down was actually giving us a hint to one of the passwords to the Black Ops 1 terminals. In Spawn, you can get out of the chair and access the terminals. and one of the ones you can access is called V Bush, and the password for that is Manhattan. And accessing this, you get greeted with tons of new zombies information. Nothing like groundbreaking, but a lot of stuff to fill in some of the gaps from World at War to Black Ops 1. You have new files from Maxis and Richthofen, and to top it off, you even have some concept art of some maps. You have one of the Derice hallway, you have one of the 5 labs, and you have a couple of Kino, which showed kind of a completely different side of Kino. More creepier than the one we got. And there's just so much information in this terminal that I can't go through it all, but definitely look into it and check it out if you really enjoy World at War and Black Ops 1 zombies, especially the storyline.
Custom maps are canon. Similar to the previous entry about Zombie Chronicles maps being canon, this theory states that because of the infinite nature of the cycle and multiverse, each and every custom map that has ever existed is canon, with some maps just being messed up interactions of the cycle in which Primus or the Shadows crew end up in a cool location they're not meant to be. Or some maps being a pocket dimension in which Kermit the Frog fights off zombies in an Arby's or something. But I don't know. You'd be hard pressed to convince almost anyone that certain custom maps are canon. And if you can manage to convince them, then honestly, I'd say become a lawyer, because have you seen some of the custom maps people have made? Yeah, some are just way out there. The Beacon.
I believe this is talking about the beacon in The Giant. The first hint that we got of the beacon was in these 2 radios.
Remember what I told you, Edvard? The scars left by Samantha's past actions allow us to communicate across the rift. Follow my words. I will find you. When you release the beacon, I will secure your extraction and destroy the site. Remember, the burden is yours to carry, Edvard. The others must never know the truth.
Hey, other me. If you're hearing this, then it means that something's gone foobar. We're going to plan B. Stick to that crap bastard like glue. We need to find out what the hell he has been doing and what he's going to do. We may be able to get a fix on your location if you can trigger one of the Paradox visualizations. Good luck. We're all counting on you. Oh, wait. Whatever you do, don't get too close to the radioactive beacon. It makes your hair fall out.
So Maxis states that once you release the beacon, he will secure your extraction and destroy the site. And Dempsey also says to stay away from it because it will make your hair fall out. And to get the beacon, all you have to do is do the Flytrap Easter egg. And upon completion of the Flytrap Easter egg, Maxis says this.
I see it. The beacon is lit. I know where and when you are. Sooner or later, I will find you. Together, we will ensure a better future for the children.
So it seems like the beacon was a way for Maxis to locate our crew. And I would assume that its use was maybe similar back in World at War. Even though they never really had like a actual reason for us doing those steps, it was kind of just put in, but you can go back and edit the reason.
Meat.
Now, I know you probably have heard about Meat a million times by now. If you're watching this Iceberg, you probably already know about it. It was a cut game mode that was going to appear in Black Ops 2. But the reason I included it is because recently someone leaked some actual gameplay of the mode. So we finally know what it would have looked like, and it looks pretty freaking cool. I'm only going to show you a little bit because every time I see this get posted, it just immediately gets taken down by Activision, or I'm assuming Activision, and I don't want that to happen to this video. But the game mode just looks so much fun. You have Richthofen's head that you're tossing back and forth. You have a giant Jumbotron that has the CDC versus the CIA, making it look like it's Game 7 of the NBA Finals. And you even have the ability to throw Richthofen's head through power-ups to actually get them. So when Treyarch was making this Meat game mode, they were definitely cooking, and I'm honestly kind of upset that we never really got to play it.
Verrucht Corkboard.
I think this is talking about this specific corkboard that can be found in Verrucht. This whole thing is kind of just like a nothing burger, and they really just placed this here to make it seem more World War II-y. But when translated, it says, "Perseverance, men, we get ready. Hold on, men, we make ready. Yes, yes, of course." And this map is just a map of Verona, Italy. And as far as I know in Zombies, I don't think we ever went to Verona, Italy. So maybe they had more plans with this, or maybe it was just a decoration piece, because as we know, they really didn't have the zombie storyline nailed down yet until Shin Onuma.
Quick Revive on 5 is in the wrong spot.
I think this is talking about 5. So when you first boot up Black Ops 1 and you're looking at all those TVs, you're stuck in the chair and you have nothing better to do but watch like crappy YouTube videos like this one.
Ranking every Call of Duty Zombies game from worst to best.
But if you pay close enough attention, you will notice that we do see Quick Revive on 5, but on the TV, it's not in the right location. If we actually boot up 5, you will notice that it is in a completely different spot. So maybe right before the map was actually dropped, they decided to change the location. Or maybe when they made that video, they were still experimenting and playing around with where to put it. But all I know is, Treyarch and their false advertising, I'm gonna get you, Treyarch.
Bible predicts the storyline. This entry covers a theory regarding the plot of Black Ops 3 sharing a lot of similarities with the Bible, such as Keepers and Dr. Monty representing angels and God respectively, and the final map being titled Revelations and being set in some sort of heaven, or Agartha. This also applies to the Apothicons and the Shadow Man, as they would represent fallen angels and Lucifer, who was originally God's right-hand man. And I'm pretty sure it was part of the lore that a very long time ago, Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man were actually pretty tight.
Now here's the thing. I knew a bloke, and I'm talking way, way, way back. He was the sweetest, most charming individual you could ever wish to meet. He was funny too. We used to have such a good old laugh together. Honestly, my sides hurt thinking about it. He was my friend. He was my best friend. And then the Apothicons got hold of him. Since then, he's pretty much acted as their agent, zipping around the galaxy. Wait, I keep changing it, don't I? Which do you prefer, universe, multiverse, omni-fucking-verse? Oh, it doesn't really fucking matter, does it? Yeah, let's get on with it. Short version is, he's no longer sweet, charming, or funny. He's what brought them here, when he escaped the key.
Another key plot point is that the summoning key seems to be representing the forbidden fruit from the Garden of Eden, which basically brought sin into the world, just as the summoning key would ultimately allow the Shadow Man into Agartha. Overall, there are a lot of different theories and biblical connections people have pointed out for Black Ops 3, but a lot of these are disconnected from others, so if you want to look further into this, I'd recommend just looking up these different theories and deciding which ones make the most sense, because some do, and some are a stretch. Weasel breaks the premise cycle.
So what we know of zombies is that it's full of cycles. We got cycles, trains, and don't ask what it was called back in Black Ops 1, because it was definitely not just called training. But this entry is referring to the fact that once Weasel breaks his Mob of the Dead cycle and finally, well, quote-unquote, frees himself, he is still trapped in this pocket dimension. And once Primus arrives during the events of Blood of the Dead, now that Weasel is finally free, he is able to help the Primus group actually break their cycle. And literally, if it was not for the Weasel breaking his cycle and coming to help the Primus group, things would not have ended well for them. And you would have never got the events that happened with Blood of the Dead. Well, like the events, like the Easter egg ending that we got and everything.
CIA CDC quotes.
Now, when you play Nuketown, you might notice that your characters never say anything. They are completely silent. And that is 100% true. But did you know that in the Nuketown Zombies trailer, your characters aren't as quiet, and there actually are a couple noticeable audio quotes that they can give.
Why won't you die?
Vouse.
This is a reference to the distorted song that can be heard upon activation of power in Verrucht. And this is a really distorted version of Vals by Stephanie Diaz. And I like what they did with this song. It's so creepy, and it's just something you would hear straight out of a horror movie.
Hearing Pack-a-Punch through the teleporter.
This one actually, like, you would never think about it, and I never really noticed it until I was doing this video. But once you have all the death cons linked up on 5 and you're getting ready to head to Pack-a-Punch, if you don't jump in the teleporter and you just like sit here in front of it and listen, you can actually hear the Pack-a-Punch jingle. And that's one of those things where you just never noticed it until I pointed out. Like, it's so obvious, but you never paid attention to it.
Cycle was never completed. This one is rather interesting, and it basically is used to explain, or at least the theory that I found, it explains why new zombies still keeps coming out, like why we still have new zombie games and why it's just not totally dead. And that would be because the real cycle has yet to be completed. I mean, why else would we see the OG4 return in Black Ops 7? I thought their story was done. Well, some might say it's because Activision and Treyarch want more money. Other big brains would say that the cycle was never completed. It's still going. We have yet to make that full loop. So until we do, we will never officially be done with our OG crew. Or at least that's how you can explain modern zombies. Primus Ultimus Hive Mind.
I believe this is talking about some of the dialogue interactions that you can have with the multiple characters in Alpha Omega. In that map, characters can talk to each other, and you can learn that all the characters kind of have shared memories, even if they never actually experienced it.
I do wonder how cathartic it could have been had you ever made it to Stalingrad.
Stalingrad? I think I have been. I fought traitor Russians with my big armored tank machine.
It's almost like there's some kind of common memory, shared regardless of individual experience. A hive mind.
You sound drunk, Richtofen. How many have had you? I mean, how many have you had?
I'm sorry you are the way you are, Nikolai. I'm sorry he, me, us, I don't know, did all those terrible experiments on you.
I like experiments, especially experiments with vodka.
So this goes to show you that all these characters are far more connected than we think. Hanging Bodies and Mob are the gangsters from past cycles. This was a very interesting theory that I think just kind of became canon because it was so interesting. If you look around Mob of the Dead, you'll notice that a lot of the hanging bodies are usually in groups of 4. And from what we know about Mob of the Dead, about how our characters are constantly repeating the cycle, it's pretty safe to say that they've died many and many of times. What are you going to do with their dead bodies other than hang them up around the map as decorations? Now, I don't think there's any real proof for this theory, but I consider it canon because it's just really interesting.
UHTLI.
This is talking about the Nuketown Zombies loading screen, in which you can see a piece of bubblegum showing the letters UHTLI. But what exactly does this mean? Well, a lot of people have assumed that it relates to Aztec mythology, with numerous gods actually being spelt with this. You have one of the Aztec gods who was the god of the dead, and the king of the lowest and northernmost section of the underworld. You also have the Lord of the Dawn, who is the god of the planet Venus, who was considered a dangerous and malevolent god. And with some of the cryptic ciphers that we had in future games, this one seems a little bit more plausible. And we also have the Lord of our Sustenance, the god of fertility, who is worshipped for being the power that warmed the earth and made it fruitful. Or it could have also been the Lord of Fire, who was, take a wild guess, the god of fire, day, and heat. This god was the Lord of Volcanoes and the personification of life after death. And we also have the patron god of commerce and travelers, who's essentially like the god of merchants. So just think of like the god of economy or something like that. So, which god is it? That I don't think we really ever got an answer to. To this day, I just think it's one of those small little Easter eggs that went completely unsolved.
Nursery rhyme.
In Shinonuma and on Reese, in certain spots, you can hear what appears to be children singing a nursery rhyme. Now, you might notice that that is definitely not in English, and a lot of people think it's actually German, but they would be wrong. It's actually in French. The title of this song is Let's Wander into the Forest, and the lyrics go like this. Let's wander into the forest while the wolf is not there. If the wolf was there, he would eat us. But since it is not there, he will not eat us. Wolf, are you there? Do you hear? What are you doing? And the zombies version kind of cuts off before the rest of this, but the wolf would respond, the wolf, I am putting my shirt on. The wolf, I am putting my socks on. The wolf, I am putting my pants on. The wolf, I am putting my shoes on. The wolf, I take my gun, I arrive, here I am. And then the final line is save us. And apparently this is actually a game where one kid would be the wolf and stands or sits somewhere away from the other kids. And during the song, the kids would walk around. And each time that the kids would sing their question to the wolf answers by saying they are putting on different pieces of clothing. And by the final question, the wolf is ready and tries to catch the kids. Whichever kid is not caught becomes the new wolf. So it kind of seems like a mixture of like Ring Around the Rosie and Duck Duck Goose, but just like infinitely creepier. Hit Sam. During the Ascension Easter egg, at one point in time, you have to take the lunar landers around the map to spell out the word Luna in the sky. Well, there was also supposed to be two other things that you could spell out that would give you a reaction. One of them being hit Sam. And spelling this out, you were supposed to get some audio voice lines that would say, don't hit Sam, that's not very nice. The other one you were supposed to be able to spell out would have been Hyena, Harvey Yena, or Hyena. A lot of people gave me crap for that. But it's not Hyena, it's Harvey Yena. You know, the American spy that infiltrated Group 935 and the creator of The Scavenger. And it seems like if you were to spell this out, a voice line would have came through with a bunch of numbers. Now, whether these numbers would have been significant to the Easter egg or just maybe coordinates, I'm not quite sure. But for whatever reason, Treyarch decided to take these things out. Which really sucks because I feel like this would have added more depth to the Ascension Easter egg. I mean, it was the first one, well, kind of like the first big one we really ever had. And having little other Easter eggs inside of an Easter egg is always pretty cool in my opinion.
Crazy Rabbit's Real Hate Crimes. This is just pure slander, propaganda. I am an innocent little schoolgirl.
We're gonna go fight Bowser, and then we're gonna fuck him. I'm like a goddamn great white shark. I don't even own a Bible. That's retarded. Oh, my nipples are already hairy. There's Japanese everywhere. Konnichiwa. What you want? No, they're gonna dick me down!
50,000 people used to live here. Now it's a goddamn Chuck E. Cheese. So this Crazy Rabbit's Real Hate Crimes? I don't know what it could possibly be talking about. I am a saint.
I don't know how to say this, but I'm not gay. Wink, wink. Hey,
f
you! I'll suck your dick. He ties people to the radiator, and that's how he grapes them. Hey, Grandma, welcome to my home. You all, what's that? That's my life-size proportion horsecock. I'm bending over. Just stick it right in there. Fuck my teeny tiny dick. Oh, I'm gonna fuck him. I'm gonna go to their kid's house. I'm gonna fuck them too.
I have never once done anything to hurt anyone.
This is Tim Hansen, and this is the worst weapon in zombies. Let's make him shoot. I know. Damn.
Pac-Man Zombie.
This is talking about some of the recent leaked documents about the developers and their plans for Black Ops 2 Zombies. And in it, they talk about some of the behaviors that they were wanting to implement for Black Ops 2. And in this document, they describe how they want to control the player's experience through zombie behaviors. And one of the ways to do it was by having a quote-unquote Pac-Man zombie, where they say zombies would have different traits to their behavior. While most would head directly for the player, while others can take a quote-unquote back route to the player, and others can still just aimlessly wander around for a bit. And another type of zombie that they were going to experiment with was an inert zombie. And this is directly coming from the supposed leaked documents. I'm pretty sure it's legit, but take everything with a grain of salt. Zombies, when uncontrolled, really don't quite have the human-seeking ability across map, etc., and should simply wander or stand idle until a human player gets too close, and then once the player is detected, they should do anything and everything to kill them. They will not hunt, they should stand idle or at most move in small circles or very, very slow in a direct path. And in parentheses, it says even allow them to walk off into walls, collisions, etc. They should only attack if approached, touched, or alerted by noise. After a brief attack, if the player moves away and remain quiet, they will reset to their inert state,
When an EMP is thrown, this will cause zombies to become inert, and they will no longer quote-unquote hunt. And we actually did see this in transit in two ways. One, of course, with the EMP, if you toss one out, the zombies kind of go into their inert state. And also when you first spawn in transit, all the zombies are just standing there, kind of lifelessly. And you can see them swaying back and forth. And they will not move until you alert them by sprinting too close or shooting your gun. So even though I don't think they implemented it as much as they wanted to, they still did put it in, even if it was just a little. Shinonuma radios. Now you might not think it, but Shinonuma actually had a couple radios, and I'm talking about the OG World at War version. The first one can be activated in spawn by activating 3 radios. Now these sets of numbers are actually coordinates to Area 51 and Tunguska. The next radio is found in the doctor's quarters, and by interacting with it, very faintly you can hear a person laughing and whispering Element 115 and find Dr. Richthofen. The next one can be found in the storage hut, and when activated, it plays audio from the Verrucht trailer. Ascension cut areas. Ascension was originally supposed to be the launch map for Black Ops 1, but because of the whole Kino der Toten thing, it became the first DLC. And they actually did take a lot out of Ascension, which is a shame. One of the things that they took out was supposedly a 4th lander station, which seems like it would have taken place right over here outside of Pack-a-Punch. Even if you come over here to this area now, it still looks pretty complete, and coming to the top of this, it definitely looks like there would have been a lander station here. The other area that was supposedly supposed to be bigger is over here near Stamina. This wall was supposedly supposed to be a 1500 door that you could open and access a new area.
But sadly, these areas were all cut, and we will never get to see what a truly bigger ascension would have looked like.
KN-44 significance. For a very long time, because of this one image, people have been latching on to the KN-44 and thinking that it has something to do with the impossible Easter egg. And for many years, people would try everything that they possibly could using the KN-44 to try and solve it. But that's when reality strikes. Thanks to Glitching Queen, we kind of got a little bit more understanding of the KN-44's significance. It seems like it was kind of just used. In one video where she was DMing somebody that was kind of directly responsible with helping create all this, they basically come out and say that the KN-44 was kind of just an inside joke, that the community latched onto it, so they kept throwing the KN-44 around because the community had just latched onto it. And she even had an interview with some of the creators of the Hypercube image, and in that interview they basically said that they were originally going to use an AK-47, but were told to use a gun from the game and ended up going with the KN-44 because it was easily recognizable.
Was it your idea to put the KN-44 in there?
I forget. I think I may have just put an AK-47 in there at first, and then somebody told me, hey, use whatever it is within the game. I know there's all this talk back and forth about, and I can't confirm or deny any of that stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so you could have used a different weapon, but you were told to use something in game and not something more generic.
It's very similar, right, as far as the silhouettes go, because of the curved magazine. So yeah, I think I was told, use something that's within the game, right?
Okay, so you could have used like an SMG or an LMG, but you're like, we'll go, AR, put the K in. But I think it was originally called like the ARAC at the time. And
I mean, the good part about that rifle is it's instantly recognizable, right, as a weapon. If I had put in like a pistol or something, it might have, first off, it would have looked underwhelming. And then, so you would want something a little bit, more substantial, I would say.
So with all that reality coming crashing down, it seems like the KN-44 isn't as significant as we thought to the impossible Easter egg. It might still have some relevance, but to me, I think it might just be a red herring. Now, whether you think the whole impossible Easter egg thing has been solved by now, or whether there's still more out there, who knows? I'm tired of seeing YouTubers upload impossible Easter egg finally solved, and then you watch the video and nothing has been solved. But one thing I do know for sure is that the KN-44 doesn't seem to be as significant as we thought it was. The Flesh.
The Flesh is one of those things in zombies that was brought up, but very quickly forgotten about. And that really sucks, because it seems like at the beginning with Transit and Die Rise, they were really wanting to, pardon the pun, flesh out the Flesh, and actually make them into something bigger. But they ended up dropping them and kind of just pushing them to the side. But if you do not know what the Flesh are, they were a group of survivors who banded together and ate the flesh of the undead. And upon doing so, this allowed them to hear Edward Richtofen. And one of the more notable members of the Flesh was Samuel J. Stuhlinger.
What? What do you mean, mend the rift? Well, maybe I don't wanna. Huh? Did you think of that? Oh, you can't tell them about the Flesh. What I did, they'd kill me if they knew.
And we also can get a little bit more information about this mysterious group through numerous radios on Transit and Die Rise.
What's that? Who's there? Yes, I can hear you. Flesh? Of course I have. There's nothing else. No, I won't do that. How do I know you're not lying? You couldn't be making all that up, huh? Well, sure, that only makes sense. Dude. You're right. But, no, I see. Sure. Really? But they're my friends. Yes. Of course I see now. I'll do it. I'll do it for you. For you and the Flesh. Science has failed us. He has abandoned us. In this new world, we alone are your salvation. We alone can light the way. Hear our words. Heed our call. There is but one path
to enlightenment. Just as they would consume us, we must consume them. We are the living, and we are the dead. We are the flesh, and the flesh is us. We will not starve. We will thrive.
So it seems like after Die Rise and the new direction that they were going to head with Jason Blundell, unfortunately it seems like the flesh ended up getting canned and just shoved to the side.
Der Riese chalkboards.
These Der Riese chalkboards could honestly have an entire video themselves just dedicated to it because there's a lot of information and a lot of things on here. But I'll try to summarize a lot of it as best I can. A lot of the images that you can find on the Der Riese chalkboards actually come from 3 books. Nick Cook's The Hunt for Zero Point, Paul LaViolette's book Secrets of Anti-Gravity Propulsion, and Henry Stevens' book Hitler's Flying Saucers. You can also find multiple equations, Hyena or Harvey Iena. You can see the words Edward, I know it was you. You can see a concept drawing of a UFO that was actually titled Vril in Henry Stevens' book Hitler's Flying Saucers. You can see the words Never Again Sam, Mel, and actually Treyarch written in coded message, along with a diagram of a magnet power apparatus from again Henry Stevens' book Hitler's Flying Saucers. On another cork board, you can see the words Experiment 935 was successful. You can also find a Tesla coil schematic, and you can find the words everything can be based on this model, along with help, why is wrong, why won't it work, and after dimensional regularization. You can also find a Carl Schappeler device, along with the numbers 1.61803-39887, which is the golden ratio, and the words Schwarzy Sone, I think that's how you pronounce it, which is the black sun symbol. And there's just so much more that you can go into. Treyarch really did their research when they were adding things to this chalkboard. They didn't really just add random things. They actually took a lot of real life stuff to put on here. So maybe one day we'll actually go back and break it down because there is quite a lot that we could talk about on this.
Ice wall symbol.
This is talking about Call of the Dead. If you come right to the left of Quick Revive and you stare at this ice wall, you gotta admit, something looks kind of off. It does look like they were trying to do something with this. I mean, this whole just symbolish looking thing doesn't look like it's just supposed to be a wall. It looks like this was deliberately put here. And it's not just me that has thought this. Plenty of other people have come up with countless rumors and theories about what this symbol could possibly be. And before the Easter egg was solved back when this map had come out, this wall was a subject to tons of controversy and tons of borderline batshit crazy rumors that you can make this ice wall disappear and go inside of it, and of course there will be a free Wonder Waffle laying on a table for you. But I mean, come on, you gotta admit, this symbol on this wall does look a little off. Like it was maybe supposed to be something that was cut? I don't know. I just don't like it. Something's fishy about that.
Black Ops 3 cut difficulty setting. Another piece of interesting cut content for Black Ops 3 Zombies was that it was originally going to have multiple difficulty settings, similar to what we got in Black Ops 2. Although this time around, there was meant to be 3 difficulty settings instead of 2, with Survivor, Hunter, and Exterminator difficulty. The former 2 likely being your standard easy and normal difficulties. It would have been pretty interesting to see how Exterminator difficulty would have played out. If they made the zombie attacks more deadly, or made them faster, or just tankier, all of that would have probably been a terrifying combination. With like having crack-addicted zombies that hit you at light speed and can soak up a million bullets, this mode could have possibly been very similar to what we saw in some of the difficulty modes in Black Ops 4. Chug-a-Bud.
Chug-a-Bud is Who's Who. That is what Who's Who is referred to in the game files, and also seems to be an early name for it. I don't think they were ever going to stick with the name Chug-a-Bud, and in my opinion it was probably just a placeholder until they found something they liked, but Chug-a-Bud, it's got a good ring to it.
Black Ops 1 Monkey Easter Egg.
I believe this is referencing the 2 monkey Easter eggs that are on Shangri-La. One of them is like the most random thing ever, and if it wasn't for getting data mined, we would have never have solved this because it's just so random. But in the Shangri-La spawn, if you stand at this exact spot and you press these buttons on your Xbox controller, up, up, down, AX, it will make all the monkeys that are just sitting around the map explode when you look at them. Like I said, completely random. Like, who would have ever said, hey, I'm gonna go around the map and just press random buttons until something happens? So I like the idea of this Easter egg, but how to get it is just so dumb. The other one is the Rocket Monkey Easter egg. To do this, all you have to do is let a monkey hit you without taking any power up, and then go back to spawn and just watch. The monkey will somehow blast off into space, and you can do this as many times as you want. There is no reward for it or anything. You just have to make sure the monkeys don't steal your power up, but they still hit you. And just fall them back to spawn, and those little bastards go off into space.
Leviathan Custom Map is DLC 5. So back in like 2020 or somewhere around there, when Black Ops 3 Custom Zombies was absolutely thriving, the absolute chads Jaybird632, Hex Zombies, and Awesome Pie Man delivered what was considered one of the greatest custom zombies maps at the time, Leviathan, which was a remastered World at War custom zombies map set in a giant underwater research facility that basically felt like Moon and BioShock combined. And for a time, this map exploded in the zombies community. It was adored by everyone, and big YouTubers were making a million different guides for new players. This map was practically treated like an official new map, which was kind of insane. Although, sadly, with time, no one really talks about Leviathan anymore, but maybe that's just another symptom of the COD Zombies fatigue that's sort of hit the community in recent years. And probably the biggest factor, a lack of accessibility to the map for console players. Die Rise Sleeping Cages.
Walking around Die Rise, you might see numerous cages, and at first glance, you really wouldn't think much of it. You would just think that, oh, that's where they're storing things. But the grim reality behind it is much, much worse. Those are actually homes, and it's a very, very real thing. They're called cage homes, and in Hong Kong, which is one of the most expensive places to live, it's estimated that almost 250,000 people live in these quote-unquote cage homes, which is exactly what it sounds like. A home that is no bigger than a 4x6 cage. So if you thought that your living conditions were bad, just be grateful that you're not living in a cage.
Shangri-La Tattoos.
Did you know that the zombies in Shangri-La, a lot of them have tattoos, and they actually do hold some real meaning. They're not just random scribbles on zombies. The tattoos all fit for someone that would live in this area of the world. These tattoos are called yantra tattooing, and is practiced mainly in Southeast Asian countries. If you've ever seen a video where someone's getting a tattoo, and they have that like long stick, that's essentially this. And in these areas of the world, these tattoos are believed to be magic and bestow mystic powers, protection, or good luck to people. And if we take a look at this zombie's tattoo, we can actually find a perfect real-world example of said tattoo. And there's also a couple very specific ones that we can find the real-world counterpart. The one up near the neck is called the Gao Yord Yant, or the 9 Spires Yant. And this tattoo is usually around the nape of the neck, but is also found in a lot of other places on the body, but mainly the neck. And this design represents the 9 sacred peaks of Mount Meru, and contains 9 symbolic images of Lord Buddha. When it comes to the arm tattoos, you can see these long, thin ones. These are the Ha Taue Yant tattoos. I probably butchered that, I'm sorry. And each of these lines actually carry a different meaning, which are supposed to bestow various benefits. And it's said that this tattoo design is supposed to be very powerful and considered a sacred blessing, and should only be given by a Buddhist monk or a Brahmin priest. Now, if we look at the zombie's head tattoo, or the Payed Tidit, I'm so sorry, Japanese I can do, but not this. But this is also called the 8 Direction Yant, which is a sacred geometric yant containing 8 mantras written in 2 circles in the center of the design. And around it, it also has 8 representations of Lord Buddha. And it is said that this tattoo will give you protection in whichever direction you travel and ward off evil spirits. So it really looks like Treyarch did their research in this area of the world. They didn't just pick random tattoos that they saw on MySpace or whenever this map came out. Was MySpace big back then? Maybe it was like getting to be Facebook. I don't remember. But they actually decided to hit the books and find out what was appropriate for that area, and I gotta respect that.
Alcatraz Swim Team.
This is a reference to numerous books you can find littered throughout Mob of the Dead that simply reads Alcatraz Swim Team Yearbook. Now, taking it at face value, the fact that they have a swim team yearbook is absolutely hilarious, but this always could be a reference to the actual Alcatraz escape that happened on June 11th, 1963, when 3 inmates were successfully able, well, depending on what story you believe, to escape from Alcatraz by building a makeshift raft and swimming to their escape, or drowning in the water depending on who you want to believe.
Nikolai, Nikolai, Nikolai.
This is talking about a quote from Weasel that you can get when he's killing zombies with a ray gun, where he references Nikolai.
Nikolai, 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 Nikolai. Why do I keep hearing that name?
Now, I've seen a bunch of theories trying to explain this, such as Nikolai eventually becomes the one that leads the group, and it's him that eventually breaks the cycle, very similar to Weasel. But I'm not sure if they were planning zombies that far ahead yet. I mean, we went through the entirety of Black Ops 2, then to get to Black Ops 4, and that one I'm kind of iffy about. But that seems to be like one of the main theories that I keep seeing behind this. So if you have any other theories, let me know down there below in the comments.
Moon's musical Easter egg.
Moon has a lot more musical Easter eggs than you think. Of course, we have the main one, Coming Home, but there is a lot of 8-bit remixes of regular zombie songs that are also on the map, and there's even an Avenged Sevenfold one. If you head into the labs and come up to the computers right next to the biodome and interact with it, this music Easter egg will start playing. There's another 8-bit song, and this is an 8-bit version of Coming Home, and this one is activated in Tunnel 11. The last 8-bit song is going to be an 8-bit version of Pareidolia, and this one is in the labs coming straight from the power room. Same thing, interact with computer, and it starts playing. Now, the last music Easter egg is actually Nightmare by Avenged Sevenfold. And to get this, all you have to do is get the achievement One Giant Leap. And that achievement is, in Moon, become trapped in the receiving area and free yourself through Resurrection in co-op. And basically what that means is have the excavators down, someone die, and get respawned over next to you. So it kind of requires getting trapped by the excavators, just a bit. Now, some of these Easter eggs did change for Black Ops 3, but they're all still in there, they just got reorganized a bit.
Buried gravestone.
So this could be talking about 2 different things. Number 1, in Black Ops 2 Buried, if you head over to the church, there are some gravestones that you can vaguely make out what's said on it. One of them mentions this guy being legally hanged in, I think, April of '88. While another one appears to have a German cross on it with a death date of what appears to be 1887. Now, it could be talking about that, or it could be talking about Blackout. You know, the Black Ops 4 game mode that they completely abandoned for some weird reason. Like, Blackout was pretty cool. But now it's all Warzone. Heaven forbid we get a cool game mode. But in that, if you head to Buried's Church, you will find a tomb with Arthur's name on it, aka Leroy, Huckleberry, whatever you wish to call this man. Which indicates, of course, that he is no longer alive and with us. But at least it seems like he got a peaceful burial.
Useless door on Black Ops 3 Ascension. If you head all the way back here on Ascension, and if you no-clip out of the map, and you come right to the top of where this door is, you can see that you can buy another door. Now, purchasing it doesn't really do anything on the Black Ops 3 version. This originally was also in the Black Ops 1 version. If we head all the way to Black Ops 1 Ascension, and we come to the same exact spot, you can also purchase a door. And upon purchasing it, if you look right here, you'll notice that this had actually moved. It seems like it was just something that they forgot to take out and just never really noticed it until it was too late. And then we're just like, it's not going to affect anything and no one's ever going to know or really interact with it, so why take it out? I just think it's pretty funny that it also carried over into Black Ops 3. Awaken the Gazebo.
Awaken the Gazebo is an achievement in Buried where you have to pack-a-punch a weapon during round 1, not 2 or 3 or 4, only on round 1, but you can't use the bank or the weapon locker. And at first, this sounds incredibly difficult, but you have to remember it's Buried. There are plenty of ways to get points. And there's actually a couple different ways to do it. If you get lucky and get the paralyzer or the time bomb, it will make your life so much easier. Or if you cannot get either of those two, you're just going to have to make do with the trample steam and using Leroy to get you as many points as possible. Just remember that the farther Leroy is from debris, the more points you get. Use that to your advantage. We don't have all day to sit here and go step by step on how to get this achievement. There are plenty of other YouTube videos out there that can help you.
Northwoods. This was a very fun theory back in the day, and it all sprouted up because of one Xbox Marketplace glitch. That would show you something like this that said Northwoods by Activision, and it read, "Tired, cold, alone, surrounded by sounds of the unknown. Through the tree line you hear them coming, hunting. Do you have what it takes to survive, or will you descend into madness? Welcome to the frozen desolation of Northwoods." And of course, this spawned countless theories that there was going to be a Zombies DLC called Northwoods. I mean, hell, you combined this with the Black Ops 3 Zombies menu where you're literally in the woods, was a pretty good indication that we were probably going to get a Northwoods map. Or that's what we thought. Of course, we know that we never got a Northwoods map, but what was this? Well, Northwoods is the alpha name for Black Ops 3. And I would assume the reason they named it Northwoods and gave it all of this stuff is so that way people wouldn't know it's Black Ops 3. If they're working on something or if people are playtesting it, you would never know what they're working or playing on. Hence you have Northwoods and all this extra stuff. It's just a shame that the marketplace glitched out and led us to believe that we might be getting another Zombies DLC. It really was just one of those glitches where it happened at the wrong place at the wrong time and sent the Zombies community hunting after dead ends. Bury the Panzer.
This is talking about what happens when you get one of the giant robots to successfully step on a Panzer. Unfortunately, it does not kill the Panzer, but it does get it stuck in the ground, which will make your life infinitely easier. Now you don't have somebody running around trying to set you on fire and trying to shoot a grappling hook at you. Like, who does this guy think he is, Batman? But even though you do have Batman half in the ground, he will not stay there. Eventually he will be able to get himself out. So you only have a limited amount of time with him stuck in the ground, so you better make use of it.
Killing zombies is bad.
I believe this is talking about a pretty important piece of information that we learned on Moon that was like widely ignored and kind of got swept under the rug for future maps. After you have done the Easter egg and Samantha and Richtofen switch bodies, Samantha gives us some pretty important information.
Don't kill the zombies! He just gains power when you do! Stop tempting us to kill Edward! He just wants you to earn points faster! You just gave Teddy more power!
So using those audio clues, we can kind of pick up that by killing more zombies, we're giving whoever is in charge of the pyramid more power. And that's kind of evident from just doing the Easter egg. As you kill zombies next to the soul canisters, it powers up the device. So maybe the reason that we have infinite waves of zombies coming at us is because it's making whoever is in charge more and more powerful. Hence why whoever's in charge keeps giving you max ammos, insta-kills, carpenters, and things like that. They want you to stay alive a little bit longer, so that way you can keep giving them more and more power. Because when you think about it, why would Samantha or Richtofen want you to have a max ammo? Why would they give you an insta-kill? Why would they give you a nuke if it wasn't going to help them at all? Why would they give you any of these things if it wasn't beneficial to them? If it was only beneficial to you, the person that's trying to kill them? So we learned this, in my opinion, pretty big bombshell in Moon, that a reason for majority of the things we see in zombies is because whoever's in the pyramid wants more power, but no one really noticed it. And from the games on out, it was kind of just ignored, and it seems like eventually it was just kind of rewritten to be Dr. Monty. And this is just one of those aspects of zombies that I look back on and think, man, I wonder where they were going to take this, because there's a lot of potential here.
Sam's original voice.
So you all probably know about Samantha's voice and origins. It sounds like this.
It began long ago, on the battlefields of the Great War. 2 German scientists sought to harness dark and mysterious forces.
For some reason, she's an American. I don't question it. But did you know that in the original Origins trailer, she actually sounded very different and more demonic?
It began long ago, on the battlefields of the Great War. Two German scientists sought to harness dark and mysterious forces.
So that is definitely a huge difference from the one we got. And honestly, I'm not a fan of either, to be honest. Solaris. I really couldn't find too much information about this. I bet somewhere out there is a interview that someone gave that mentions this movie by name. I could not find it. So if you happen to know more about this, please let me know down below in the comments. But allegedly, the Treyarch devs were all told that they had to watch this movie to get a general feel of what they wanted out of Black Ops 3. And if you don't know about this movie, the main plot is like so. A bunch of scientists get sent out to this orbital space station that goes around this mysterious planet, only for them to come to understand that this planet may or may not be alive and has the power to manifest someone's innermost desires. For example, one of the main characters, his wife passed away by taking her own life. The planet creates an exact copy of her, essentially trying to create a perfect world for someone. And I can definitely see how if they were to watch this movie, they could take some aspects like that and interweave them into the zombie storyline. But like I said before, if you happen to know about an interview where they expressly talked about this, please let me know, because I'm very interested. How do you survive a fall out of a giant robot?
One thing that I just love about zombies is they always try to explain the little things. For example, this entry. How do you survive a fall out of a giant robot? Well, according to Richtofen,
initial test subjects failed to survive the purge sequence, hence the addition of the velocity compensator.
And that's just pretty funny to think about that. With the original test subjects, they were just yeeting them out of the giant robot and like expecting them to fall. But after a certain amount of them died, then they got the idea to be like, hey, people die from high heights. We should do something about that.
Cut projector images.
A couple years ago, one of the old art directors for Call of Duty Zombies, James Dargy, released on his website a bunch of images that were going to run in the Kino der Toten projector screen. And I'm kind of upset that these images never did make it through. Don't get me wrong, I like the ones we have now, definitely adds to the creepy and mysterious factor, but these ones really make it seem like Group 935 or Group 601 had a plan to take over the world using their undead horde. Made in your like stereotypical 1940s Disney cartoon theme, some of these images show zombies attacking with the simple word attack on them. A couple other images lay out a game plan for how they wanted to take over the world with saying first Europe, then the rest of the world. And other images show how they intended to do this by brainwashing their undead army. And one way to do that was to show this picture of Maxis with the word obey in German written on it. And I actually remember seeing this image back in the day, but it was quickly taken down. So I'm assuming Activision had a very fast response on this one. But it looks like so much time has passed that they don't really care nowadays. But this face right here is what I'm assuming they originally intended Dr. Maxis to look like. Now these last three are kind of interesting because it shows like a different perspective of like, I guess, how they created the first Hellhound with Dr. Maxis holding a dog. And then I'm assuming this buff bald guy is representative of Richtofen, and then the last image is a Hellhound. I can't exactly decipher these three, but is that a mech in the background? So these cut images are definitely very interesting, and I wish we honestly would have seen them. I feel like Zombies might have taken a completely different direction than the one it did.
Zetsubo Noshima copied Indiana Jones. Copied is a very, very strong word. I would say heavily took inspiration from. The Zetsubo Noshima intro cutscene seems to take heavy inspiration from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. In the beginning of that movie, we can see a scene that plays out very similar to Zetsubo Noshima. To start off, both in the game and in the movie have a scene that takes place on a ship where it's pouring rain and at night. And in the game and the movie, there's an artifact that they are fighting over, whether it be the summoning key in Zetsubo Noshima or the crucifix in Indiana Jones.
I'm sorry, I don't speak Japanese.
and in both of them, said artifact almost gets sent off the edge of the ship.
That was close.
Of course, in both we get a fight scene, and both of these scenes end up with our main characters floating on some sort of raft while the ship explodes and sinks, and then they have to swim to shore. I wouldn't say Treyarch copied Indiana Jones, but I would say that they took heavy inspiration. And if you have seen some of my previous Icebergs, you would know that this is not their first time doing this. I'm not saying it's wrong. I actually really like callbacks like this. Brazil.
Very similar to the 3 World Wars one, this is a quote by Dempsey when pack punching on the Giant that explains that at some point they've been to Brazil.
This machine's been everywhere I have. France, Brazil, even the damn moon. Why is that?
Now, during my research, I saw a lot of people say this was Shangri-La, and this is like from a couple years ago, so, you know, give people a little leeway. But this is not Shangri-La. Brazil and the Himalayas are nowhere near each other. But back when the Giant was still new, this gave a lot of ideas that we would get a DLC in Brazil, which, as you know, we did not.
The douche.
This is talking about one of the original concept characters for Black Ops 2. In some of the recent leaked documents, we got some information on what kind of characters they were wanting. For example, the farmer's daughter, which is of course Misty, the electrical engineer, which I'm assuming is Marlton, and also the conspiracy dude, who of course is Samuel. But the one other character that they were playing around with was nicknamed the douche, and his description was like this. Steven Seagal meets the one-upper playing James Bond, comes in on a bus at the game's start, tries to convince everyone he is a hotshot spy or something, know-it-all but actually calls weapons and other stuff by slightly incorrect names or inappropriate usage, etc. Uses a lot of movie or pop culture references, he's in a tuxedo or some other spy outfit that was acquired to sell his ruse, and he would have lines like, "This reminds me of when I was deep undercover," or "Hey, watch the threads, guy." If you couldn't tell, this was definitely the predecessor to Russman. And thank God they did not go with this guy. He would have probably been one of the most annoying characters of all time. I mean, Marlton already kind of gets under my skin, but Marlton would have looked like a saint compared to this guy, so thank God they did not go with him.
Negative points.
Did you know that in Nocturne and Toten, you can actually end up with negative points? If you have anywhere between 150 and 250 points, and you try to buy grenades, you will actually go into the negative. Even if you do not have enough to purchase it, you will still be able to get the grenades, you're just going to be in a small amount of debt. And this is actually something that I really recently learned, and I think that's really interesting. Even though World at War came out a very, very long time ago, I'm still learning little details about it even to this day.
Maxis's betrayal was foreshadowed.
Now, I'm not sure if this is referring to when Richtofen betrayed Maxis or when Maxis betrayed the player. If it's the first one, then this could be a reference to the note that I mentioned earlier, which was written in the Illuminati code in Doris's spawn that says, "Richtofen, it's time, kill Maxis." Or it could be a reference to Black Ops 2, and at the buried endgame, if you completed the Maxis side of the Easter eggs, he pretty much wipes out the Earth and everything you love.
The process has begun. Now I control the ether's energy. I can at last reach Agatha.
Ah, you fools! Why did you listen to him?
Regretfully, I must inform you that neither the Earth nor its people will survive.
Ah, I tried so hard to warn you. Don't cough!
Once the gateway is open, I will finally be reunited with my dearest Samantha.
Hello? Are you forgetting something? Even if your wretched daughter is still alive, she has my body!
If you are so eager to re-enter the physical world, Richtofen,
and this was foreshadowed in one of the radios in transit.
You think you're so smart, huh? You think you can manipulate everybody into doing what you want, but we know the truth. All your calculating works and your sinister agents? You mean to destroy this planet and kill us all? We're not gonna help. No way, no how. So yeah, you keep talking. But no one's gonna hear you because we're destroying everything. Everything electronic, starting with this evil radio box thing.
So no matter what it has to do with Maxis, someone was getting betrayed and there was a lot of foreshadowing to it.
Ignomo Jubilis.
This is a piece of paper that can be found on both 5 and Kino der Toten. On 5, it's located in the spawn room, and in Kino der Toten, it's actually located outside the map in this barricade sitting in this book. Now, when translated from Latin, there are a couple different things that I've seen people say. Laughable mistake, a joyful disgrace, things like that, a negative and a positive. And I've also seen people say that this is not proper Latin, that this is actually misspelled. But even with all that, what exactly does this mean? What's the meaning behind this? Why would they just put a random piece of paper that seemingly doesn't mean anything on both of these maps? Well, I actually came across a video that had a very interesting theory. The YouTuber Moonblast speculates that this was actually the name that was going to be given to the Nova Crawlers. And I will leave his video down there below in the description if you want to check it out, but honestly, I kind of believe it. I feel like maybe that's the original name that they were going to give to it, but everybody just started calling them Nova Crawlers, and that name just kind of stuck instead.
Zombies community writes the story. This has been a pretty common theory ever since World at War Zombies, that the Zombies community is basically writing the story for Treyarch, or at least pushing it in the direction that they want it to go in. I mean, some of the first real examples, and one of the biggest examples we've ever seen, has to be Samantha in World at War. Back in World at War Zombies, I believe in Verrucht, players thought that when a zombie would swipe at you, it would say Sam. And this led to countless theories about who Sam was, thus making Treyarch put a Sam in the game. And it kind of feels like, even until today, that the zombie community kind of picks and chooses what we want to explore. This is why you'll see a lot of concepts in zombies be brought up, and then ultimately just discarded. And that's because the community either one, showed no real interest in it, didn't know it was there, or never solved the little riddle or Easter egg that they had around it. Like I said earlier with the London thing, nobody really paid too much attention to that back when it was a thing. So Treyarch probably saw that we weren't latching onto that, and dropped that, and picked whatever the community was latching onto, and moved forward with that. So I would agree to some extent. I wouldn't say we are writing the story, but I think the zombies community kind of pushes it in the direction that we want to go in, and then the developers write the story around it. Or at least that's what I think.
I was on, I'm pretty sure it was Call of Duty Zombies forum, and someone had written a post that said, guys, I was playing, and there's a zombie that when he swipes you, I think he says something. You know, he comes up to you and goes, Sam, Sam. And who do you guys think Sam is? And so we read this and we're like, yeah, who is Sam? Samantha?
We should make a Sam.
We could make a Sam.
Yeah.
So that's why in Doris, when we wrote the Samantha and Dr. Maxis, that's why the little girl's name was Samantha, was become some guy in the community heard a zombie say Sam, and that spawned this whole idea.
Now you know who Sam is. So sometimes the community really has a direct impact on future projects.
Yeah. I mean, we read what they say a lot.
A lot.
Yeah.
Old Man Dempsey.
So just prior to Alpha Omega actually coming out, some zombies artwork of what appears to be Dempsey, but as an old man, had surfaced and then was immediately KO'd. But the images still do exist. And I've seen a lot of people discussing this about what this could be for. Was it for like a map player model? Was it for a cutscene? And honestly, I kind of lean more towards actually being like the ending cutscene. Like, we would have seen how these characters grew old and what their lives would have been like after the whole zombies thing. Because there were rumors that Treyarch was going to have more DLC for zombies and we would have gotten even more maps, but because of how Black Ops 4 went down and they actually just pushed all the resources to the next game, we never got that. So maybe the ending to zombies that they wanted to give us involved having our characters growing old and living the rest of their lives, and they didn't really want to give us the ending that they gave us.
Russman's disabilities.
This is talking about the multiple things that Russman just has going wrong with him. As you know, Russman is an old man, so naturally he's gonna have a couple problems, such as his arthritis, which is helped by drinking speed cola.
Arthritic fingers are feeling better already.
Or a bad hip that's fixed with stamina.
It's like I got a whole new hip.
And his bad knee that is readjusted by Quick Revive.
Oh, the knees is bending easy again.
Second outbreak.
This is referring to the mysterious radio transmission that was up on Treyarch's official site back in 2009. And it said this: ever since the second outbreak at Nocturne Toten, troops have been noticing strange radio transmissions and broadcasts taking place in the dead of night. Now, of course, this is no longer available, but I would love to know what they meant by this and where they were planning to take this, if they were planning to take it anywhere at all. Like, if I could ask Jimmy Zelensky a bunch of questions, this radio transmission is definitely going to be one of them. What were they planning, and what did they have in mind with the zombie storyline that made them give us this radio transmission?
Every player is trapped in their own universe.
Now, I believe this is a throwback all the way to a World at War theory. So in World at War Derice, if you look at the clock, it goes ahead 3 seconds and then immediately reverts back and then keeps doing that over and over and over again. Well, this spawned a very popular theory that every player is trapped in their own segment in time, and that's why there's infinite amount of zombies, and that's why no one is coming to help, because they're isolated in their own universe. They pretty much have unlimited ammo, unlimited zombies, no outside help, and the reason that no one really ever notices. Of course, this theory did not turn out to be true, but back in the World at War and Black Ops 1 days, it did kind of help explain a lot of the things in zombies.
Pepsi logo on Kino.
This one's kind of dumb, but like once you see it, you can't unsee it. Coming over to the Die Bismarck poster, if you look towards the front of the ship, you're going to see that circle. That circle is red, white, and blue. What other logo looks like that? You're goddamn right, the Pepsi logo. And now every time I see this poster, my eyes just immediately go to the Pepsi logo, and I can't unsee it.
Comic book loading screens.
So for majority of zombies, as you are loading into the map, you would see this comic book page. And in the page, it would give you a little hint and some teasers as to what exactly is happening in the story. Some things we really never got answers to, and some things are still just mysteries to this day. And these comic book loading screens would continue from Black Ops 1 to Black Ops 2. And they would eventually make a reappearance in the Zombies comic, like the actual physical Zombies comic. And in that, we had some alternate versions of the loading screens. And with these alternate versions, it would show a different timeline of events. And none of them kind of describe what is happening better than the Giants alternate loading screen. In that one, you can see that Richthofen shooting himself had drastic changes on everything that's happening. And that is kind of the same theme with the rest of the loading screens. Because of the events that are happening in the storyline, things are being rewritten and things are changing. So each of the loading screens are going to have minor variations and minor differences compared to their original counterparts. And we could spend like all day talking about every minute difference, but if you haven't read the zombie comics, they're actually pretty interesting, so definitely check them out, even if it's just to see the alternate loading screens.
Transit traffic light code.
In transit, if you head to town and you just look up here at this traffic light, you will notice that it's blinking in a very strange way. That's because this is actually Morse code, and if you translate it, it says, "Help me so I can help you. The future is ours to destroy, power is knowledge, go to the light, and stay close to me, and energy can only be transformed."
Verrucht wall writing.
Verrucht has plenty of interesting things written all over the walls. If you ever sit down and just take a moment to look through it, it can actually be pretty interesting. Of course, you can see in big letters the word Hans, and decoding some Illuminati writing, we can get the Living Dead and also OHM 935. There's a picture of a zombie eating an arm, a man hanging, the words "Teddy is the biggest liar" over and over and over again. Also, the words "go away, and go away." The sentence "nerve impulses generated by the motor neuron activate the muscle to which the stretch receptor is attached," kind of going in a little spiral. Written in cursive we have, if within the warning world, showered full and sullen tide, from the pains torn over fish, legs be weary, cubside sun, if some blank time. The numbers 19, 42, 11, 3. And if we look up this date in World War II, only a couple things really happened. Hitler orders Rommel not to retreat at El Alamein in Egypt, and on Guadalcanal, the US Marines take Point Cruz and land at Coley Point. And we can also find the numbers 1938, 2406, 921. And if we look at this day on history, on June 24th, 1938, a meteorite fell in the vicinity of Chicora, which was named the Chicora meteor. The 450-ton meteorite exploded approximately 12 miles above the Earth's surface. Only 2 fragments of the meteorite were found following initial investigations. They had masses of 242 grams and 61 grams, and were discovered some miles short of the calculated point of impact of the main mass, which was never found. And 2 more smaller fragments would be found nearby in 1940. Now, the 921 could be talking about a time that this actually happened, or it could, of course, be a Bible verse because we have seen that plenty of times in zombies. It could be Jeremiah 9:21. Death has climbed in through our windows and has entered our fortresses. It has removed the children from the streets and the young men from the public squares. We also have a really silly drawn man saying Schnell with kill this dumb, kill that not so dumb. There's also a teddy bear that's crossed out, a saw, something being stepped on with the words ha ha, and of course the word help being written, and the words what now I'm not talking to you. And like I've said a million times, Verrucht wasn't the start of the zombie storyline. They had some inklings to it, but the real storyline didn't start until Shina Numa. So that's why a lot of this really just doesn't make sense, and some of it kind of does a little bit.
All the dead crew died of hypothermia.
So this is yet again another old school theory that the Call of the Dead crew did not die due to zombies, but instead died to hypothermia. And we do know that the Call of the Dead crew eventually did meet an end because of Black Ops 3 radios.
It's been 6 weeks since the rest of the Call of the Dead cast and crew went missing. Hollywood's lost its fucking mind with this story. An entire production vanishes? Crazy talk. I told you, this is why you don't shoot in Siberia. So with Agent on line 1, Manager on line 2, I needed to sort this quickly. I'd rather have zombies come for me than an agent. That's real horror. I don't need that.
But the reason people say that it was the hypothermia and not something else is because the whole reason that there were zombies at Call of the Dead was because Richtofen and the gang had to go there to get the Vril device. So it is assumed that when Richtofen and the gang first got there, that's when George got taken, and that's when the zombies started overrunning everybody. But right after Richtofen and the gang teleport away, Samantha no longer has a need to kill these people and stops the zombie attack. Now, of course, in the video game, this doesn't happen after the Easter egg because it's a video game. But lore-wise, people seem to believe that once Richtofen and the gang left, the zombies no longer have a reason to be there and thus stop attacking them. And since the zombies pretty much killed everybody else and they kind of got left stranded, they naturally would die to hypothermia.
Cosmic Silverback Magazine.
So this is a pretty interesting rabbit hole. The Cosmic Silverback was originally supposed to appear in Ascension, but eventually just got thrown into Dead Ops Arcade. I've actually played with a couple mods that throw on the Cosmic Silverback on Ascension, and my god is he terrifying. But what's interesting about this is if you go onto the map 5 and you come to the Pack-a-Punch room, you can see an exposed magazine on it that says Space Race, who will get the title of First in Space. History in the making between two worlds, two most powerful nations. But what's interesting about this is that magazine was not always the one that was there. When the map originally launched, it was this one, with a picture of the Cosmic Silverback and the words, "What the hell is this? Russians launch first primate into space," and it returned a... And the reason that it was originally the Cosmic Silverback was because the next map was going to be Ascension, and he was going to be on Ascension. But since he never appeared, they ended up changing the magazine. And I actually do remember when they changed it because I was trying to show a friend the magazine. Dude, you gotta come check out this dyslexic monkey on this magazine. And then I took him down to the magazine and it was Ascension. And I was like, ooh, I got bamboozled. But what's even more interesting is for Cold War, Treyarch released a blog on their website that talked about the game. And in that, they talked about Dead Ops Arcade. And in that, they had one very interesting line. In the first Dead Ops Arcade, players squared off against the Cosmic Silverback, a mutant gorilla that escaped from the Black Ops Zombies map Ascension. so it has been officially confirmed. The Cosmic Silverback escaped from Ascension and ends up just chilling out in Dead Up's arcade now, which is a shame. I really do think he would have been a pretty cool boss zombie on Ascension, but I guess we have to do with just the little monkeys.
Unknown events, origins to the giant.
So we have a general idea of what exactly happened between Origins and the Giant. The Primus group frees Samantha, and then she sends them to the Giant. But it's not like that's instantaneous. There was some downtime between those two events that we really don't know what Nikolai, Dempsey, and Takio were up to. In the official Zombies timeline, in Dimension 63, June 4th, 1918, Origins, Element 115 awakens the undead knights from the Great War, and quickly consumes the camp. Maxis is rendered catatonic by the elements. Richtofen removes his brain before he turns. Dempsey, Nikolai, and Takio unite with Richtofen on the battlefield and help free Samantha from her imprisonment in Agartha. Primus has reunited. Samantha sends Primus to their next destination. Maxis' brain arrives in Agartha, and Dr. Monty decides to step in. Monty brings Maxis' brain to the house and wipes the Maxis corrupted by Dark Ether from existence. And then in the original dimension, June 4th, 1943, Primus arrives from Dimension 63. In an effort to prevent the events that are about to unfold, they formulate a plan to stop this dimension's Richtofen. And the events of the Giant don't happen until October 13th, 1945. So it seems like there was some considerable time between Samantha teleporting them to this dimension and the Giant actually taking place and creating a fracture. Because that's why like Richtofen killed himself, was to like create this fracture and anomaly and other space-time mumbo-jumbo. But what exactly were they doing between the events of Origins and the Giant? We kind of know what Richtofen was doing. He was dicking around trying to get summoning keys and chronoriums and hopping around with Maxis. But we really don't know what the rest of Primus was doing. For all we know, they could have been like discovering the internet, like going forward in time and like jerking off to like the endless amount of OnlyFans, or they could have just been drinking in bars. Who knows what they were doing?
Blood and guts.
I believe this is talking about the jet gun, and the fact that if you stand in third person and you fire the jet gun, you can see a bunch of blood and guts spewing out the back. And what's even more interesting is in some of the original concepts for the jet gun, they had originally wanted people standing behind the jet gun to get their screen overlay full of blood and guts.
Verrucht zombie sign.
This is something that you would never be able to see unless you actually no-clip. Outside of the power room, if you happen to no-clip over here, you can see a floating sign that just has a random zombie on it. This is most likely just something they completely forgot to either move or take out, but it's still interesting nonetheless. Sold to the circus. In Verrucht on the American side, you can find a poster that says this in German, and when translated, it says, "Unattended children will immediately be sold to the circus." Again, this is one of those things that you've probably seen, but never really thought to translate or even give it second thought. And it's little Easter eggs like this that are honestly my favorite.
Sam was visited by keepers in Der Eisendrache.
On Der Eisendrache, if you happen to head to Samantha's room, you can see a bunch of drawings that she made hanging on the wall, and one of those drawings shows a keeper coming to visit her. Now, other than this picture, not too much is known about this. There are a couple theories out there, and the main theories revolve around the keepers wanting to protect Sam and or marking Sam in some way, so that way eventually when she gets into the pyramid, she doesn't fall under the Shadow Man's and the Apothecan's influences. It's really all up in the air. Again, not too much is known about this, but the basic idea that I can get is that the keepers were in some way, shape, or form trying to protect Samantha because she was kind of the key to everything.
Sparky.
This is an old school throwback Easter egg, but around Ascension there are various car batteries that just kind of spark every now and then, and on it says Sparky. And this is actually just a reference to the developer Alejandro Romo, whose online gamertag was Sparky McSparks. And my god, the amount of Easter egg theories that went on about these damn batteries that were sparking after the Ascension Easter egg was just too many. The theory that I constantly heard was after you get the death machines, you gotta run to all the batteries and light them up. And eventually, once you do that, the door in the MPL room will open, and guess what's on the table? The Wonderwall.
Black Ops 2 is a cycle.
Now this theory is actually pretty freaking interesting, and I kind of buy into it. I think during like Black Ops 2's life cycle, this was actually pretty plausible.
And I think this is maybe what Jimmy Zielinski was actually aiming for, but kind of got pushed to the side with the more recent games. But this theory would explain why we have two different Easter eggs and how it would make sense storyline-wise. So the theory states that the events of Black Ops 2, so Transit, Die Rise, and Buried with the Victus crew, are happening in a constant loop. Well, only when you do the Richthofen Easter egg. In order for Richthofen to continue power, he has the events of Black Ops 2 in a constant time loop, and this loop can only be broken when you do the Maxis Easter egg. So think about it. Why does Primus Richthofen need the Alcatraz's crew's blood vials? And we think it's because that they were in a universe that was closed off. Well, what if it was because they were stuck in a time loop? What if they needed people's blood that had been stuck in a time loop? We do know about the Mob of the Dead crew and their time loop, and with this theory, we also have the Victus crew in a constant time loop. So what if the insurance policy just needs someone to have been in a loop? If we take a look at a cipher from Gorod Krovi, we get this interesting cipher. Finally, the lab is almost complete. Security measures have been put in place, so the chance of detection by the Americans is very unlikely. We also have several agents embedded with the staff as insurance. We will keep the individuals in stasis, on ice to speak, and continue the specimen rotation. Once we finish drawing more power from the drill. Oh, I almost forgot. The sequencing for the current blood samples is as followed: SS, MJ, ABR, and those are the Victus crew's initials. And the interesting line of that is the continue the specimen rotation. What if the specimen rotation is referring to the Black Ops 2 loop? What if they want it to continue because they're not ready for them to actually break it yet? They're currently still working on all of their plans and are not ready for them to actually break it. And another thing that this would explain would be the nav cards in Black Ops 2. How come you can have the buried nav card and still go and play Transit with it? That really, storyline-wise and just timeline-wise, shouldn't make sense unless they're in a constant loop. And if we take a look at Buried's Easter egg, during that Easter egg, both sides have a Wisp step, and both Maxis and Richthofen say something that's pretty interesting about it.
You must ensure the lantern is safe from harm. The energy contained within is essential to illuminate the words of those who came before you. Their wisdom will show you the way. Though they failed to complete the task, the others left clues for those who followed. Only a burst of electricity will have the brute force necessary to release the energy bound to this realm.
Maxis states that the spirits of those who came before you, and he says while some failed to complete this task, the others left clues for those who follow, and that the energy is bound to this realm. So it's clear that the Wisp energy exists of the spirits of the people who were there before. And with Richthofen's quote, he says, "It will make you sad."
Maxis calls it a wisp. It's really just a ball of life force imprisoned in this place for all eternity. It is probably best not to dwell on what it really is. It will make you so sad.
What if that's because the Wisp is actually the previous Victus crew? What if the Wisp is just the imprisoned life force of the Victus crew, but in the previous cycle? And there's this theory that states that during the Infinity Round and the Buried Easter egg step, how that's only in the Richthofen quest, that this is when the Victus crew was sacrificed in the previous cycle, was during this Infinity Round. And that would be why Richthofen's and Maxis' Wisp both look different. So after the events of Buried, what happens? Well, they get taken back to Transit and the whole thing starts all over again. If we take a look at this tweet from Jimmy Zielinski back in February 23rd of 2020, he says, "The eternal return theory. Gamers be like, duh." What is the eternal return theory? Well, this is a philosophical concept which states that time repeats itself in an infinite loop, and that the exact same events will continue to occur in exactly the same way over and over again for eternity. And the last little interesting thing about this theory is if you decide to go with the Maxis route, Richthofen has this quote at the end of the Easter egg.
What if we're trapped for all eternity? Do you have any idea how long that is?
And what's interesting is he says he's going to be trapped there for eternity. That's because he knows how long this cycle has been going on. He knows that this may be eternal due to the loop. Now, I tried my best to explain this, and honestly, there's still a lot of things about this theory that I don't completely understand, and there is a lot of other stuff that I left out, but to me, it kind of does make sense, especially with the whole 2 Easter egg thing. I think this is what Jimmy Zielinski really wanted the entire time. Because as we know in zombies, they love them some infinite time loops. Nuketown concept art.
If you haven't seen Nuketown's original concept art, it's actually really interesting. It is much different in tone than the Nuketown we actually got. Called Nuked Town, not Nuketown, it takes a vastly different approach than the one in Black Ops 2. Instead of being ground zero for a nuclear explosion, it takes place quite a bit away from the nukes. As you can see in some of these pictures, the nukes are taking place far off in the distance, with the town itself looking like it's been through a thing or two. So it would seem like this would not be the first nuke that this town has gone through. And with the nukes being quite a ways away, it seems like we don't have the same fallout that the Nuketown in Black Ops 2 does. And what's interesting is in this picture right here, you can see a shadow. And if you don't know the actual history behind these kind of shadows, it's kind of very depressing. After the US bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki, many of these shadows would be left behind. And these shadows were actually caused by real people taking pretty much a direct blast from a nuclear explosion, only leaving the shadows. And with us seeing what possibly looks like a shadow right there, and also a little graveyard, maybe the tone would have been a little creepier than what these concept images are leading us to believe.
Group 935 Field Manual.
In Der Reese, there is a cut radio where Maxis specifically talks about his Group 935 Field Manual.
Gentlemen, allow me to take this opportunity to welcome you to Group 935. This is a prestigious moment in the history of our race. You represent the future of technological advancement. You are the pioneers of human discovery. In your hands lies the destiny of mankind. In our hands is a great power, and with that power comes a price. You have volunteered to be part of this great experiment, and with that decision comes the responsibility of absolute secrecy. No one is to know what you do, where you work, what our research has uncovered, or what our purpose will be. You will have no further contact with your governments or with your families. Your decision to fully dedicate your lives to Group 935 is absolute. In your lockers, you will find your Field Ops Manual, which will direct you should our manifesto get compromised. We cannot afford to let this power fall into the wrong hands, and therefore, the Field Ops Manual should be considered your Bible. Make your preparations now. A new dawn is beginning for mankind.
And the interesting thing is we can actually find 2 instances of this field manual on Der Reese. But the second one, which is found in the air conditioning on the bridge, gives us another page, and it says, in the event of critical failure, you are instructed to take your cyanide tablet that's included in your field operations kit. In the event that you have misplaced yours, there are several methods that will accomplish the same task. For example, the test, and then it was cut off. And the more interesting part is the radio that's not too far away actually has some relevance to that passage.
Damn it! I can't find my pills. They are coming. I must do what I must do. God forgive us all.
To destroy our designated materials and report to the barracks. This is not a drill. Warning, the shield is now active.
Mob of the Dead was real.
This one's a little on the nose, but did you know that Mob of the Dead was real? And I'm not just talking about the location, Alcatraz Prison, off of the San Francisco Bay. I'm talking about the escape story, which, while isn't identical, has glaring parallels. For 6 months leading up to June 11th, 1962, 4 prisoners, John Clarence Anglin, Frank Morris, and Alan West, plotted an escape from the inescapable maximum security federal prison, Alcatraz. On that fateful night, when everyone was asleep, they slid fake papier-mâché heads under their sheets, removed the makeshift grates covering the holes they had chipped away in the back of their cells, climbed their way through a maze of pipes up to their hidden workshop above the cell blocks where they had makeshift rafts and vests waiting for them, then made their way to the rooftop, then the shore, then floated off into the frigid waters of the San Francisco Bay completely undetected. But here's the thing. Alan West actually never escaped. While the other 3 prisoners were busy doing the impossible, it turns out that the hole that West had carved in the back of his cell was actually blocked by a pipe, unbeknownst to him, and thus was forced to stay. To this day, the escapees have not been found or convicted, confirmed dead or alive. And while there is quite a raging debate as to whether or not they actually lived, the bottom line is they escaped the inescapable. Treyarch took inspiration from one of the most fascinating stories in human history and zombified it. The 4 mobsters, Sal DeLuca, Billy Handsome, Finn O'Leary, and Albert Weasel Arlington, also plot their escape from Alcatraz via plane in this instance. After duping and killing the warden, they retrieve said plane parts stashed throughout the island, to then make their way to the rooftop to fly off to freedom, but unfortunately crash into the Golden Gate Bridge. Now, these 2 groups of prisoners are very similar, especially when looking at their fractured dynamic, that 3-1 split. In real life, Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers manage to escape while Alan West is unfortunately left behind, despite being the main proprietor of the plan. In Mob of the Dead, when their plan fails and the plane crashes, Sal, Finn, and Billy murder Al Arlington as revenge for devising the unsuccessful plan. If you zoom in a little closer, the parallels between Alan West and Albert Arlington are even more uncanny. They were both the ones that were quote-unquote left behind, and their names even sound eerily similar. Mob of the Dead did such an amazing job retelling the story in their own way. Don't get me wrong, the gameplay in and of itself is also fantastic, but it's the story that drives what is arguably the greatest zombies map of all time.
Real life Ascension.
Believe it or not, Ascension kind of is a real place. Surprise, surprise. A lot of zombie places are actually based off of real places in the real world. This one is no exception. It is based off the, I'm gonna butcher this because it's Russian, Baikonuru Cosmodrome. I wanted to throw a Japanese, I've been learning Japanese, and for some reason I threw a Japanese accent on that. Sorry. But this was the world's first and largest operational space launch facility, and it was located in the desert of Kazakhstan. Now, it was originally built by the Soviet Union in the late 1950s as a base of operations for its space program, and both Sputnik 1 and Vostok 1 were both launched from this facility. And another random fact, because I'm so nice and I love you guys, you know that mural over near PhD Flopper, the yellow and blue one that says CCCP? Well, that's actually based off of a real-life mural. It's based off of the Monument to the Conquerors of Space in Moscow, which is pretty self-explanatory what it is, but the real-life version is much, much bigger than the one we see in Ascension.
Red Eye Zombies. So for the longest time, we seemed to think that zombies that had the red eyes were either being controlled by Monty or the Shadow Man or some other evil force. And this theory persisted for quite a long time, until kind of recently when the truth was revealed.
Sometimes our personal touches are accidental. When we were working on Black Ops 2, we were like a new team working on it, and we hadn't quite caught up with all of the rules yet. And so when we were determining the eye color for Mob of the Dead, a producer got asked like what color to make them, and he's just like, I don't know, red. And then with Q2, like we released the trailer, and the community is like, what is this third faction? What do the red eyes mean? And we're like, oh, okay.
So the red eyes don't really have any big significance other than the fact that they looked cool. International Zombie Center sign. This is talking about a sign that you can see hanging off a building in Die Rise that, when translated, reads International Zombie Center. And the fact that it says International and also Zombie Center makes you think that at some point this building was a collaboration between multiple countries in trying to fight back against the zombies. But unfortunately, because of how Black Ops 2 ended up panning out, we never really got to see them explore this idea. George Barkley. George Barkley was a character that was first introduced in Die Rise through the TV radios and later expanded on in Alpha Omega. George Barkley was a case officer at the American research group Broken Arrow, where he worked under the project manager, Russman. Him and Russman would eventually travel to Camp Edward in Nevada on July 6th of 2025
to transfer a sample of the Avogadro to the Hanford site in Washington, whereafter he would be transferred to the CDC. And shortly after, the destruction of the Earth via the Moon Easter egg would commence, and where we got the Die-Rise radio.
Attention all on this channel. This is George Barkley, former Assistant Director of the CDC facility in Druid Hills, Georgia. Prior to the destruction of our headquarters, our research found evidence that contaminants are now infecting the very air we breathe. As such, exposure of some sort appears inevitable for all survivors. Symptoms are variable, but most subjects display short-term memory loss, psychosis, delusion, and paranoia. Short-term memory loss has also been reported, but as of yet, I have been unable to confirm this. We advise all individuals to monitor their fellow survivors for signs of the above symptoms, paranoia in particular. Ask yourself, are those closest to you really who you think they are? Are they following their own secret agenda? Are they perhaps plotting against you? The dangers presented by such symptoms cannot be overstated. It was with deep sadness that I myself was forced to euthanize 14 members of my own team. My condolences to their families. I hope this message serves as a warning to all survivors. We must all do whatever it takes to ensure our future as a species. Thank you.
Duplicate Sliquifier.
I believe this is referencing the numerous glitches that were available back in the day to get multiple Sliquifiers. The first one was definitely the easiest. All you had to do is have all the characters around when you build it, and everyone just holds the F button or action button at the same time to pick it up, and everyone would be granted their very own Sliquifier. And eventually, after that was patched, it evolved into using Mule Kick, having someone go down with a Sliquifier as their third gun, while also having persistent perks so they don't lose their perks, and having someone hit the box to try to get the Wonder Weapon. It turned into kind of a pain in the ass. But in Die-Rise, for almost the entire map's length, people have been experimenting with how to get multiple Sliquifiers.
Budget cuts ruined the storyline.
This is like 100% true. We all kind of know that Black Ops 4 was going to be much grander. They were going to have more zombie maps and just so much more added into it. But due to budget cuts and them needing more people to work on other games, Black Ops 4 kind of got the short end of the stick. And that's why the zombies mode kind of seems rushed when it comes to the story, and why we just got a bunch of old school reused maps. I really don't think this is how Treyarch wanted the storyline to go, and I believe they had much bigger plans intended, but unfortunately, what are you gonna do? Activision's Activision.
Tian Zhao's poster.
Tian Zhao was one of the antagonists for the Black Ops 2 campaign, and was the chairman of the SDC, the Strategic Defense Coalition, a Chinese-led East Asian military alliance that served as America's primary strategic rival in the year 2025. But what's interesting about this man is he also makes an appearance in Zombies. Around Die-Rise, you can find this wanted poster, which reads, "Wanted, this is a wanted man. He did everything evil, he carries weapons of mass destruction. He is a dangerous man carrying weapons of mass destruction, and he is suspected to be a zombie. For anyone who gives us clues to help us capture this man, the reward will be 50,000 won." And what's interesting about this is a campaign character making an appearance in Zombies that specifically references him being a zombie. And if we remember back to the International Zombie Center, it seems like they were really trying to expand the world around zombies. But unfortunately, as we know, that never got to happen. And the direction that Zelensky was probably wanting to take ended up just getting axed, and they ended up taking Jason Blundell's direction instead.
Cell 14D.
In the Mob of the Dead trailer, for a single frame, you have this image. And looking at it, you see a teddy bear in what appears to be some sort of cell. Well, that cell is 14D, located in the Alcatraz prison. Cell 14D is known as a whole cell, where unruly prisoners would be kept for up to 19 days at a time in complete isolation. And Cell 14D has many legends around it. One of those legends is back in the 1940s, a prisoner was thrown into the cell for some misdemeanor, but as soon as the door was closed, he immediately began to scream, shouting that there was some kind of creature in the cell with him with glowing eyes that was trying to kill him. The screaming would carry on throughout the night until the next morning, when the inmate was silent. When the guards eventually decided to check on him, he was found strangled to death. But that's not where the story ends. When the guards eventually decided to do their count, they found that they had one too many prisoners. And a few guards say that when they were doing the count, they saw what they thought was the screaming inmate. But upon double check, he quickly vanished. Now whether you believe that this cell is haunted or not, doesn't matter. It's still insanely creepy, and goes to show you what they were trying to aim for with Mob of the Dead.
James Johnston.
James A. Johnston is who the warden in Mob of the Dead probably is, or at least is based off of. In real life, he was the first and longest serving warden at Alcatraz, serving from 1934 to 1948. And what's interesting about his tenure at Alcatraz is that 10 of the 14 escape attempts took place while he was in charge. And this includes what is called the Battle of Alcatraz, which got so violent that Marines had to be called in to help the prison guards in suppressing an escape attempt and riot. And what's interesting is during the Battle of Alcatraz, 2 prison guards were killed and 3 of the escaping prisoners were killed. And just to put the icing on top as to why this guy is definitely the warden, the Golden Gate Bridge in Mob of the Dead is still under construction, when in real life, the Golden Gate Bridge did not open until 1937. And prior to 1937, guess who was in charge of Alcatraz? That's right, my dude James. I mean, if you wanted to get technical, you could just check the official Zombies timeline and all the prisoners arrive in the early 1930s, but that's boring and I prefer connecting things to real life.
Sassafras meaning.
The Sassafras is the upgraded version of the Remington New Model Army. But what the hell is a sassafras? Well, the sassafras is a group of trees that are native to North America and Eastern Asia. And I'm not gonna sit here and bore you with a bunch of like nerd talk, because plants are plants. All you have to know is that the sassafras is a very important ingredient. It is actually one of the main ingredients in root beers. So just know that the next time you're using the sassafras and you have double tap root beer, it's a perfect combination.
Rite of Spring.
This is a reference to an agreement with the Soviets that Richthofen has that stipulates a list of materials that he needs, and just a couple of those is a pet monkey, 1 recording of Igor Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring, 1 cosmonaut spacesuit, and 1 lunar lander, coordinates to be specified. 1 miniature replica of St. Basil's Cathedral, 1 Fabergé egg yolk, and 1 bottle of Stalin's vodka to see what all the fuss is about. So in that, you'll notice that he wants a copy of The Rite of Spring. And I will talk about that a little bit more on a different entry, but for right now, just know that Richthofen wanted that book.
Sloth.
Sloth is the name that was given to Leroy, aka Arthur, such a dumb name, during the development of Buried. And looking through a bunch of these leaked documents, it seems like they wanted to do so much more with him. One of the things that they were wanting to have was a protective mode, where if a player goes down, the Sloth would get very protective of him, flailing his arms above the down player. And the only way that someone would have been able to revive them is if they go prone and lay down under the Sloth while he is flailing his arms around. Another aspect that they wanted to include was that the Sloth would get angry if you refused to give him candy. And the exact same thing would happen if you refused to give him any alcohol. And if he got angry, he will chase you down, and the only way to calm him down is to throw the candy or drop it, so that way he can go and pick it up and calm down. Another way that you would have been able to calm him down was ring a bell that would have been located inside of the church. And it seems like there would have been a gun shop that you could have taken the Sloth to, and if you put your pack-punched weapon on the table and gave the Sloth candy next to it, he would have increased your magazine size to 100. So some of these ideas for the Sloth would have been really cool, and honestly, it's a shame that they never got to fully implement it all.
Samantha Imposter on Origins.
This is talking about a theory that states that the Samantha that we are interacting with in Origins isn't really the same one that we had on Moon and the one we had in Alpha Omega. She sounds completely different and has an American accent.
I'll torture Edward when I get the chance. I'll play with his kidneys and swallow his bile. 1, 2, gun is true. 3, 4, 12 bore gore. 5, 6, evil tricks. 7, 8, set the bait. 9, 10, kill again!
I'm not safe here. You have to hurry. Only the giants can break the seal. We are so close. Please, keep going. Release the souls of the ancients.
We're going to fight the war, Eddie. The great war. Then, we're going back to the house to kill him and burn it all to the ground. Agartha, the ether, the infinite, everything.
And the theory goes that when she is in Origins, she's being influenced by Monty. She's not really in complete control of what she's doing. And that's why she acts and sounds very, very different pre-Origins and post-Origins. After Alpha Omega, she is able to break free of Monty's influence and revert to her normal self.
Oil lamps on Buried.
This is talking about the oil lamps from the supposed leaked documents that I keep referencing. In the original concept for Buried, they wanted Buried to be a lot darker, and not like in theme. Well, maybe in theme, but also in like visual. One of the things you would have been able to do is pick up an oil lamp, and you could have used it in two different ways. One, as a dynamic light just attached to the player. It would have been sort of like you were holding a torch. And it would have only lasted a set amount of time before fading away and having to find a new one. Or you could have taken the oil lamp to a generator, and you would have been able to use the oil lamp to power up the generator, illuminating a much larger area. And again, this would have lasted for a set amount of time before you eventually had to go back and redo it. And this would have only been for certain sections of the map, so the entire map wouldn't have been like this. It would have only been for certain underground sections. And looking through a lot of these supposed leaked documents, it seems like they were really interested in the idea of Buried kind of being much darker and hard to see through, especially through certain underground portions. Because I keep finding plenty of references to oil lamps, generators, and lighting being a pretty big part of the map that they wanted to implement. But as we know, the Buried that we got did not implement any of this whatsoever.
Dempsey remembers the cycle.
This is a reference to one of the quotes that Dempsey has in The Giant, where he says this.
As expected, my memory's slipping. Unable to determine current jump count to this location. 2 at least, maybe more.
So now does Dempsey remember every single time that they're in the cycle? No, but due to one of the previous entries, we do know that they all have a hive mind and are sharing very similar memories. So perhaps some of his older memories are coming in and influencing his current decisions.
Stuhlinger was CIA.
I really like this one because I guess it's kind of true in a weird way. In the game files, Stuhlinger is referred to as a reporter. And in 2013, David Boat, who is Stuhlinger's voice actor, described him as a CIA agent. In an interview, he was asked this question: what have been some of your previous roles and which did you enjoy the most? And one of his answers was, currently I'm a certified nutjob CIA agent, Stuhlinger, in the zombie element of Black Ops 2. The role is very fun, and they let me play with the delivery of the script, which is always extra fun. So maybe Stuhlinger isn't just crazy, maybe the government made him that way.
Giant robots aren't original.
I think this is talking about the fact that the giant robots that we see in Origins aren't an original idea, and in fact have been around for quite some time. Probably some of the more famous examples would be the 1999 animated film, The Iron Giant. And I mean, when you look at some of the beta footage of Origins compared to the Iron Giant, they're pretty similar. But you also have Liberty Prime from Fallout 3, and the giant robots from the movie Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow. So the giant robots in Origins have definitely been around a while, and were not unique to Origins whatsoever.
Tunguska event.
Tunguska is very interesting because early on in Zombies, we had a lot of hints to it. In Varuk, there was some writing on the wall in blood that had coordinates that led to Tunguska. In Shinonuma, we have the radio that gives us the coordinates to it. And in the Black Ops 1 terminal, it is said that Tunguska is one of the 5 locations confirmed by Group 935 to be an Element 115 location. And we eventually did kind of get our Tunguska map with Call of the Dead, which takes place right around the Tunguska event. Now, what is the Tunguska event? This was a huge explosion that took place near the Stony Tunguska River in Siberia, Russia, on the morning of June 30th, 1908. And it ended up flattening an entire area of trees, like it got destroyed. And it turns out that this was a meteor strike, and it is one of the largest impact events on Earth in recorded history. An eyewitness, Farmy Sergei Semenov, actually has this account. I was sitting in the porch of the house at the trading station of Vanavara at 7 a.m. and looking towards the north. Suddenly, the sky appeared like it was split in two. High above the forest, the whole northern sky appeared to be completely covered with a blazing fire. At that moment, I felt a great wave of heat as if my shirt had caught fire. After a minute, there was a loud bang in the sky, and I could hear a mighty crash. Subsequently, I was fiercely thrown to the ground about 5 to 6 meters away from my house, and for a minute or two, I lost consciousness. Definitely would not want to be anywhere near where this thing touched down. And for a long time in the zombie storyline, that was kind of the end of Tunguska. We really didn't hear too much about it. That was until Black Ops 4 and their rushed ending. As we know, Tag der Toten ended up being the final, which is a Call of the Dead remake. And that takes place where the Tunguska event happens. And there is a popular theory that states that the forest that you are in Black Ops 3 is actually the forest in Tunguska. And the blue light that you see in the background is actually 115 from the meteor. Now, to cycle all this back around, maybe back in World at War they had bigger plans for Tunguska, but after Call of the Dead they kind of just dropped it and were like, yeah, we're good. But due to the rushed ending of Black Ops 4, it seems like they tried to cling on to something and this was it. Because I kind of feel like for a lot of World at War it was really hyped up for what it turned out to be.
VR11 Bible reference.
It may come to surprise you, but a lot of zombies actually does take inspiration from the Bible, and the VR11 is one of those cases. When you upgrade the VR11, it turns into the VR11 Lazarus, and if we translate this to the Bible, it leads us to John 11, the story of Lazarus. And in this story, a man named Lazarus ended up passing away, and people reached out to Jesus to bring him back, and that's exactly what he did. In the story, Jesus receives a message that Lazarus is ill and his 2 sisters seek his help. Jesus ends up delaying his departure for 2 days, and by the time he arrives in Bethany, Lazarus has been dead and buried for 4 days. And Martha, who was Lazarus' sister, comes to meet Jesus and tells him, "If you had been here, my brother would not have died." And Jesus reassures her that her brother will rise again, and he says, "I'm the resurrection and the life. He who believes in me will live, even though he dies, and whoever lives and believes in me will never die. Do you believe this?" And with Martha's confirmation that she does indeed believe that he is the Son of God, Jesus enters the town and calls out in a loud voice, "Lazarus, come out." And the man who was previously dead rose up from the grave with his hands and feet and his face all still wrapped in linen and cloth, and in which Jesus said, "Take off the grave clothes and let him go." And if we compare that to what the VR11 does in game, it turns the undead into humans again, you can see the connection.
John D. This is an Easter egg that was solved relatively recently, even though Black Ops 3 came out like 9-10 years ago. And this is saying that Dr. Monty, the godlike old man that we've been seeing throughout Black Ops 3, is actually John D. And we'll get into a little bit of how we know that here in a second, but who was John D? Well, he was a very controversial figure in English history. He was born in 1527 and lived until 1609. He was a scholar and mathematician, a highly educated man studying at Cambridge, and later became one of the most respected mathematicians in Elizabethan England. And not only was he involved with the maths, he was also deeply involved in astrology, navigation, cartography, and advised explorers such as those who charted routes for England's expansion overseas. So this was a very intellectual man. So much so that John Dee served as an advisor to Queen Elizabeth I, mainly in astrology and scientific matters, but hey, you're serving a queen, you must be important. And he would go on to even be credited with coining and popularizing the term British Empire when discussing England's potential for global expansion. And of course, given the time period, not only was he involved in science, but he was also deeply involved in alchemy, astrology, and many other occultist beliefs like that. He would go on to conduct many attempts to communicate with angels. And from these sessions, him and his assistant claimed to have received a unique angelic language known as Enochian, which remains influential in occult traditions today. So he was trying to summon angels with ritual circles, where have we seen that before? And claimed that they had their own unique language. What else has a rather unique language? So this John Dee guy was very famous back in his day, and not only dabbled in science, but also dabbled in the occult. And this man, John Dee, is who Dr. Monty is. And we've only learned that relatively recently. A lot of people in the zombies community have pretty much come together and have put all this information together that basically points to Dr. Monty being John Dee. Now, even though we don't have like 100% evidence that says, hey, Dr. Monty is John Dee, I would say we're like 99% of the way there. One of the biggest pieces of evidence actually comes from Revelations. In Revelations in the Kino area, you can hear this radio.
Our revels are now ended. These are actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the basest fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself. Yea, all which it inherits shall dissolve, and like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little lives are rounded with a sleep.
And in that radio, Dr. Monty is reading a passage from Prospero, a character in Shakespeare's The Tempest. Now, two things about this radio. One, originally it was only supposed to be unlocked after completing the main Easter egg, but Treyarch ended up changing it and just throwing it in Kino. So why would they make this radio that seems to be a big nothing burger so important that it has to be locked behind an Easter egg? Well, that's because it pretty much points to Dr. Monty being John Dee. Because many people have said that Shakespeare's The Tempest play is actually based off of John Dee, with the main character being an insert for John Dee. So with knowing all that, Dr. Monty is essentially quoting John Dee. And just to make it so it's not so obvious, Treyarch was like, hey, we can't put this as an Easter egg ending. We should just make it seem like it's nothing and just throw it randomly in the map. Another thing that John Dee was also known for is being heavy into ciphers. And if we go look on Horizon Track, we can discover 24 books around the map. And I'm not going to go ahead and explain how people solved this because even my brain was starting to hurt watching it. But essentially, by using all of these books and using John Dee's methods for coding text, we eventually got the words, "Title is Dr. Monty." So with all this and a couple other smaller things, we can almost for certain say that Dr. Monty is John Dee. That was his true identity. Before becoming the godlike figure he is now, he was this scientist jabroni that was just helping queens and stuff, and just dabbling a little bit in the occult. Now, I really can't take any credit for any of that. All the credit goes to the Glitching Queen, the Gaming Revolution, and Skype in it. I am dumb when it comes to solving things like this, so I'm not going to pretend like I had any help in it whatsoever. But if you were ever really wondering who Dr. Monty is, he is John Dee. Now, is this the impossible Easter egg? To me, I don't believe so. I think there's still a lot more to this, and I feel like we still have a long way to go. The house is in a pocket dimension.
So I found a really interesting post that went way in detail talking about the house, what it is, and it actually explains the giant radios. So I'm going to read you guys this whole thing because it really cleared a lot of things up for me. As odd as it sounds, the house initially seems to originate outside a pocket dimension, within our regular physical Earth. The house area in Revelations is in-game called Sheffield, a city in central England, which location also seems to be hinted at in the alternate Die Rise loading screen. Interestingly enough, Maxis seems to have found his way to it before the apocalypse, and the subsequent knock on the door and Monty's arrival. We'll get to that later on. Perhaps this could have anything to do with the teleporters in World at War Doresis indicating the abbreviations, GER for Germany, FAR for France, and curiously enough, ENG for England. Germany and France are confirmed to have had Group 935 facilities, and it would actually make sense since both countries were under Nazi regime. But the fact that Group 935 has a teleportation connection with England is quite intriguing. This, I think, may very well have been the house, Maxis' house. This could be why we are able to simply teleport to it in Kino der Toten, as it wasn't in a safely locked off pocket yet. When the Earth was blown to bits after the events of Moon, the house was too condemned to exist in the apocalyptic wasteland.
Day 66. The children are gone, and the house feels empty. I miss their laughter, their games. The sirens have not sounded for several months. I do believe that we may have turned the tide in the battle. But at what cost? The radiation levels from the fallout remain dangerously high. I can only pray I live long enough to confirm that my plan was indeed successful. And the dark presence that has haunted our dreams and infected every facet of our existence has finally been vanquished.
Keep in mind that the time of Black Ops 3's release, alongside the giant radios, we were only one map away of Buried and the old story of Earth's destruction. Ironically, the destruction of Earth was Maxis' own intent, as he instructed Ultimus to launch the rockets. I believe that's why he notes that he may have turned the tide of the battle, but at what cost? But things changed when a man named Dr. Monty knocked on the door, offering his help to change the present by altering the past.
After so long in isolation, we had begun to believe that we were the only survivors of the catastrophic event that had shaped our lives. Supplies were beginning to run low, and I was forced to prepare for the worst outcome. Just as I feared that we were truly alone, just as I feared that the end was near, there was a knock at the door. He explained everything to me. He will explain everything to you. Though his very presence defied logic, defied reason, he told me that he would help. I could not refuse.
Let's go into the giant intro, where zombies start to break in after the freezing of time and Primus's arrival. This distracts them, which allows Ultimus Richtofen to link the MPD, as you can clearly hear the sound. Dempsey shouts at him, "Whatever you think you're doing, don't do it." Nikolai says that he does not want to meet what's on the other side of that door, and Takio warns him that he cannot begin to comprehend the great evil he could unleash. Despite their warnings, they do not simply kill Ultimus Richtofen, they seem to want him alive for some reason. Stubborn as he is, Ultimus Richtofen activates the teleporter, and the door subsequently opens. Primus Richtofen steps out and kills his Ultimus counterpart. Tank is angry at Primus Richtofen. "I thought we were done with this." But Richtofen tells them that things change. Nikolai says that only a fool would dare to change history, but Richtofen says he does so in order to secure a better tomorrow. From intel, we know this Primus Richtofen was told by Maxis to trust Monty's plan in order to save the world. He is sent by the House with survivors who have witnessed the destruction of Earth, and he is convinced that what he does to not let that happen again. He obeys Monty's plan, which include changing history at the Der Riese facility, to kill Ultimus Richtofen and not let the test subjects be awoken. As Maxis says, the test subjects can never be allowed to awaken. The havoc that could be wreaked upon the future by such simple-minded individuals would be catastrophic. The event happening at Der Riese is what we can call a nexus point, where various timelines converge. As the events of the destruction of Earth and the nuclear house happened after the events of Der Riese, in a reality where Ultimus Richtofen didn't open the MPD and Primus Richtofen never intervened. The future was altered as soon as the past was changed, according to Monty's plan. For Maxis, this may have felt very strange, as his own past also changed. His skin, caused by the fallout, vanished. The environment around him changed from a nuclear wasteland to a peaceful countryside. As the original outcome of the universe was changed, his old experiences first became vague memories and then vanished completely.
The siren has not sounded in many months. I am confused by the changing world around me. I look at my hands, and they are not the hands I remember. The wrinkles, veins, and liver spots that textured my skin have disappeared, as though time itself was unraveling against its natural order. Is this the end, or a new beginning? Reality itself is shifting. I find myself reflecting on memories I am no longer sure are my own. Beyond the window, I saw a wasteland, stretching as far as the eye could see. I saw a scourge visited upon the earth. I saw the children withered before my eyes. That was before he came. Samantha has been returned to me once more. As have you, Edvard. As have you.
The content of Monty's plan, which eventually saved the house, was to collect the souls of our 4 heroes, a process which takes the entirety of Black Ops 3. The use of the souls may have multiple reasons, but I believe one of them may be elevating the house to a pocket dimension. In Morgue City and Alcatraz pockets, we learned that it takes a sacrifice to actually create a pocket dimension. What's more, Morgue City and Alcatraz require, respectively, the 4 souls of our Shadows crew to be poisoned, and the death of the 4 mobsters on the electric chair.
In case of the house, the 4 souls attached to the ether via the elemental shard may have been used to create a pocket of the house. One last thing regarding the house and awakening of the test subjects. As we know, Primus Nikolai, Tank, and Takio were on their way to Ultimus Richthofen, telling him to awaken the test subjects. Then Primus Richthofen intervenes, and suddenly, they all agree on not to awaken the test subjects, an order given by no one else than House Maxis. I believe this is because of the time alternating event that Richthofen's intervention is, similar to how Maxis's memories were changing after this event, how the house was suddenly healing. Primus Richthofen misleads them by writing their confusion off as 115 induced delusions.
Never mind my ramblings, Takeo. I get confused sometimes. There's so much to do. A vessel for Maxis, the opening of the gateway. 9! I am getting confused!
Damn these 115 induced delusions.
So in the original timeline, the timeline where Ultimus Richthofen didn't open the MPD, and Primus Richthofen never intervened, the rest of Primus insisted on waking up the test subjects together with Ultimus Richthofen. A tale that could be shown on this comic page. As you can see, the alternate comic page with Primus Richthofen killing his Ultimus counterpart can be seen after this page, indicating that this current event of Primus and Ultimus Richthofen was supposed to happen prior to the history changing at the Giant. The test subjects, whether they had to be awoken or not, seem to have a prominent role in either Primus's or Monty's plan. For a long time, I thought it was talking about the Ultimus test subjects, but rather, could it be perhaps referring to Victus? Let's consider the theory that the events of Black Ops 2 occur in a cycle. Whilst Victus are still actually cryogenically frozen in the Alcatraz pocket dimension, invisible from Monty, Richthofen's soul, which is in zombies after the Maxis ending in Buried, says there has to be a way to break the cycle. If it is true that the Maxis path in Black Ops 2 is actually the one that makes the Victus cycle to occur over and over, it is logical why Maxis and Monty never want them to be awoken from their pods. On the other hand, Ultimus Richthofen with Primus do want to awaken them, as this may also lead to breaking the large cycle they are stuck in, which would be like the entire game's cycle, like all the multiple games, not just Black Ops 2. So that is the entirety of the house explanation. Hopefully that cleared a lot of things up, because honestly, it makes a lot of sense to me, and everything I just read, I choose to believe is true.
Zombie Richthofen affects the storyline.
So Zombie Richthofen is mainly present in the Call of Duty Zombies comics, and in the comics he actually does have a pretty important part. He is basically used to guide Victus to their locations and help them out when they need it. He is pretty much working for Primus Richthofen and allows Primus Richthofen to get Victus's blood and the Chronorium. And if it was not for Zombie Richthofen, a lot of the story, I guess, technically wouldn't happen.
Origins copied Wolfenstein 2009.
Now, I wouldn't say that Origins copied Wolfenstein 2009, but there definitely are a lot of similarities. For instance, Wolfenstein 2009 takes place during World War II with some Nazis, aka Germans. The Germans are excavating at a dig site to find some crystals that they need to access another dimension. Very, very similar to the dig site in Origins, and the crazy place, trying to get to Argartha. But in Wolfenstein, they are trying to access the Black Sun dimension so that way they can harness its power. You can kind of see where I'm going with this? How a lot of people in the zombie storyline are trying to harness Agartha for their own means? A little similar there. And maybe in Wolfenstein, you have to collect 4 crystals which each have different powers, and take a colorful teleporter to the Black Sun dimension. Not at all similar to the 4 stabs in Origins and the teleporter to the crazy place. Not at all similar. So there definitely are a couple connections between the two. I don't think it was a one-for-one ripoff, but they probably took some inspiration.
What the static voices say in Shinonuma.
Heading to the comm room in Shinonuma, you can find these very large radios, and standing by them and just listening, you can hear what appears to be voices in the static that sound like someone is trapped and begging for help and saying "save us" and "God."
Robomaxis and Cyborg Zombies.
I'm putting both of these together because I feel like they're pretty intertwined. So the theory states that there is an alternate version of Maxis out there that is either part cyborg or is all robot. And that is not too crazy considering Origins, where we literally had Maxis flying a drone, so Maxis being a robot somewhere in the universe isn't too far-fetched. But in the Zombie Chronicles Kino Knocking Mystery Man Easter egg, the audio that you can hear sounds an awful lot like Maxis constructing some kind of robot. With him saying 21 goes here, 31 on the right, and one part goes here, and the other one goes here, and then right above his eye, it sounds like he's working on some kind of machine. And in a Revelations radio, after Sophia is infected by a zombie, he turns her into the Sophia that we know, and he says that he saved her the only way he knew how.
This is Dr. Ludwig Maxis, beginning preliminary trials for the Strategic Operations Planning Heuristic Intelligence Analyzer.
What's happening? Ludwig? Dr. Maxis?
Hello, Sophia.
Where am I? It's so dark here. I can't see anything.
That's all perfectly normal. How are you feeling?
I feel nothing. What have you done to me?
I saved you, Sophia. I saved you the only way I knew how.
Oh, Maxis. What have you done?
And in the official timeline, it states that an alternate Maxis had constructed the Zero Base. The Zero Base is the one that the Victus crew goes to in the comics. And in the base, there are a lot of half-robot, half-zombie cyborgs running around and guarding it. So it's a pretty far-fetched theory, but we do know that Maxis learned how to merge with electricity, so maybe there is a robot Maxis out there building cyborg zombies. Transit IRL. A lot of zombie maps are inspired by real-life places, and Transit is no exception. For the town part of Transit, it seems like it takes place in the city of Pasco, Washington. A YouTuber by the name of Spencer Films has a pretty good video where he goes to this location and shows you that, yeah, this block right here was probably the inspiration for town. A lot of buildings and the layout were very, very similar. Now, when it comes to the other aspects of Transit, like the diner, the bus depot, etc., I don't think they were inspired by any one place. We do know that the bus depot was inspired by old school Greyhound bus stations, and the diner just seems like every other single stereotypical retro diner. I've seen a bunch of people claim that it's this diner, but I'm not sure if there is a single one that was referenced. There might be, but I don't think so. I could always be wrong about that, and if I am, please let me know down there below in the comments, but it just seems like it's your standard retro diner. Even more Shangri-La cut content. Now, we did talk previously about some of the Shangri-La cut content, but let's get into more of the interesting stuff. Probably everybody knows about the numerous cut boss zombies and the numerous cut zombie variants like the Viet Cong zombie, back when the map was like a Vietnam map, and like the cut Brahmin zombie. Everybody knows about those. Let's talk a little bit more about the stuff people may not know about. And a lot of this is actually coming from a Rad Austin 27 video from almost 10 years ago. Link to that will be down there below in the description. It's 25 minutes, and it's a pretty interesting watch. But a couple things that I did learn is that you know the meteorite that you pick up in the Easter egg? Well, the name in the files for that is Anti-115. Now, whether they were planning to do a lot more with this, or that was just a tongue-in-cheek name, I'll never know, but naming it Anti-115, that's gotta mean something, right? And another interesting name is going to be Brock's last name. In the files, he is referred to as Brock Russman. Now, this never ended up going anywhere, but it's still interesting nonetheless. I mean, how common is the name Russman? Not very, so they must have deliberately named him Russman and then introduced a character named Russman. Why? I don't know, but there's gotta be a connection. Now, they also ended up cutting a couple guns. The weapon that they cut was the blow dart gun, or just the blowgun as it's called in the files. But I'm assuming it would have behaved very similar to like a blow dart gun. Come on, that would have been freaking awesome. They also were planning to have the weapon locker. You know, the one from like Transit and Die Rise where you can put your weapon in and take it out later. They pretty much had that made for Shangri-La, but never ended up doing anything with it. Which just really irks me. Like, with all this cool stuff that they were planning to add to Shangri-La, it would have been such a better map. Also, the waterfall was actually planned on being a real trap, and not just knocking over zombies, but actually injuring them as well. And this got cut pretty late, it seems, because in the trailer you can't see it as a trap. Another thing that was cut is something called a power cell, which would have glowed around the map and you would have been able to pick it up and take it to Pack-a-Punch. Maybe this was a way to turn on Pack-a-Punch before you had to do the whole stand on the tiles, but they were experimenting around with a power cell. There was also some teleporters that were planned to be in Shangri-La, and probably one of the more interesting things is a monkey swarm power-up drop. And this drop, once gotten, would have gotten rid of all of the zombies and replaced them with monkeys. But apparently they were just having too much trouble getting this to work, so they had to end up axing it. Which really sucks, because that would have been freaking awesome. Like, all the zombies just like disappear, and now you have just like a million monkeys swarming the map. I just think that if they could create the Shangri-La that they were wanting to create, I think Shangri-La would have been one of the GOATs.
Booty t-shirt. This is talking about one of the rarest zombies t-shirts out there. Only a handful were made, and when I mean a handful, I mean like 2 or 3. And a t-shirt shows a scantily clad female with her back towards the camera while holding a zombie head with 2 zombies in the background and her also holding a gun in the other hand, with the words "Reckless" at the bottom. And this was all a part of the early Black Ops 3 promotion. And looking around, I think only 2 people got this shirt, Taiga and Evan Longoria. Evan Longoria is an MLB player, and I can confirm that he got it because I could find this tweet. But the one about Taiga, I'm still iffy about. I haven't found a picture of him wearing this exact shirt. But since these Reckless t-shirts, which were created by a streetwear brand called Young and Reckless, were only really given out to celebrities, it was almost impossible for your average Joe Schmo, like me, to get their hands on one, thus making these shirts some of the rarest Call of Duty Zombies t-shirts out there. So rare in fact that when I looked up booty shirt, it took me a solid minute or 2 to actually remember that this was a thing. Now, of course, when the zombies community saw this shirt, a million different theories popped up, and the biggest one was that we were going to see Misty return in Black Ops 3. Mainly because if you remember some of the early Black Ops 2 promotional art, we saw Misty kind of in a similar position in some of the promotional work. So this led a lot of people to think that Misty was going to return. Now we know that she definitely didn't, but looking back on it now, I can see why we all thought this. It really did seem like she was going to return. Richtofen and Dempsey's secret.
This is a reference to a quote that you can get on Revelations, where Dempsey maybe knows a little bit more than he lets on.
So, answer me honestly. Just how much of this chaos is your fault? Did our little trip to Alcatraz have anything to do with it?
Be quiet, Dempsey. I told you, that's our little secret.
So now you have to remember, this was before like Blood of the Dead and everything. So at the time, this was actually pretty big. What did Dempsey know that Richtofen didn't want getting out there? Or at least that's what I'm assuming they're talking about is Blood of the Dead. Well, not like the events of Blood of the Dead, but like Alcatraz as a whole, and like how they have a secret base there and everything. It's hard to like go back and think about things and pretend like you don't know a lot. But I'm assuming that's what Dempsey and Richtofen are talking about, is that super top secret base in Alcatraz.
Division 9 is Unit 731.
So Division 9 in Call of Duty Zombies is directly taken from Unit 731, which is short for Manchu Detachment 731, also known as the Kamo Detachment and the Ishi Unit. And this was a highly secret, covert biological and chemical warfare research and development unit of the Imperial Japanese Army that engaged in lethal human experimentation and biological weapons manufacturing during the Second Sino-Japanese War, aka World War II, because we all know World War II started with the invasion of China by Japan. It was not the invasion of Poland. The Japanese, in my opinion, started World War II. and Unit 731 was responsible for some of the worst war crimes or atrocities that I've ever seen committed. These included disease injections, controlled dehydration, biological weapons testing, hypobaric pressure chamber testing, which is pretty much where you're in a chamber and they mess with the pressure, so just use your imagination on that one, vivisections without anesthesia, organ harvesting, amputations, and standard weapon testing. And victims not only included men, they also included women, including pregnant women, and children and babies. And this only scratches a surface of the horrors that this group inflicted upon people. If you are interested in history and want to see a group that was way worse than the Nazis, definitely read up on Unit 731, because those who forget the past are doomed to repeat it.
Ultimus Richtofen made the Dark Mechanism.
So you know the Dark Mechanism in Blood of the Dead, the thing that Richtofen jumps in the cutscene. Well, there is a theory that suggests that it was actually made by Ultimus Richtofen. There are a couple pieces of evidence. There is a drawing that was done by Weasel that looks exactly like Ultimus Richtofen, which would mean Weasel at some point had to have seen him. Now, did he just see him at Alcatraz, or was there visions of him? We don't know, but there is the connection. And there are also a couple quotes that would hint that the warden wasn't really smart enough to do this by himself.
How could I have underestimated the wardens this much? How could he have the knowledge to build... Unless...
And I've also seen people refer to this chalkboard and the fact that it says no fail-safes madness, and that it kind of does look like a teleporter, that this could also be another connection to Ultimus Richtofen. So I'm not exactly sure how this would fit in with the story, but I do like the idea and the theory, so I choose to believe it.
Die Rise real location.
Die Rise is interesting because it takes place in two places at once. It takes place in Province 22 and also takes place in Shanghai at the same time. That's because Shanghai collided with Province 22. Province 22, otherwise known as Jilin, is located in northeast China and doesn't really have numerous tall skyscrapers like Die Rise has. But what does is Shanghai. If we take a look at this building right here, it looks an awful lot like the Jinmao Tower in Shanghai. I mean, the architectures are literally almost the same. What we can also find located outside of spawn is this mural right here of a city skyline. What you can notice is the Jinmao Tower in the back. And just looking at this skyline, you can also find many real-life examples of this mural. And honestly, I'm impressed with how accurate Treyarch actually made Die Rise to Shanghai. Like, it's pretty damn close.
27 zombies.
So of course, the normal rule in World at War up until Der Riese was that only 24 zombies could spawn in per round. But in Shinonuma, that was not exactly the case. Under certain circumstances, you can have 3 more zombies spawn in. And to do that, all you have to do is unlock a perk. By opening one of the perk doors, 3 more zombies are going to spawn in, regardless of how many zombies have already come onto the map. So technically, at certain points, there are 27 zombies instead of 24. And again, little things like this are just so fascinating. Things that you don't figure out for a very long time that really don't have that much of an impact, but it's still cool.
NASA Moon Image AS11385564.
So in real life, there are many conspiracy theories involving the moon. That we never landed on the moon, that the moon's not real, it's made of cheese. There are ancient alien structures on the moon. There are ancient civilizations that have visited the moon. And one of them that makes a lot of people believe that there are structures on the moon is this NASA image. When you look at it, it definitely looks like there is some pyramid-like structure on the moon. Now this could have been the inspiration for the pyramid that we do see on Moon, but what I found interesting is the loading screen image for Moon also has a pyramid on what appears to be the surface. We do know that Treyarch has taken ideas from conspiracy theories in the past, and I wouldn't say it's too far-fetched that this image inspired a lot of what we see on the map of Moon.
Tog is in a pocket dimension.
Now this would make a little sense because we have played a lot of maps that were in pocket dimensions. So it would seem that this pocket dimension is all tied to Pablo. It would seem that his soul is the thing that holds it together. And the reason that we think this is a pocket dimension is because of what Pablo says.
Day 521. I still don't know how it is possible, but late last year, I awoke from a watery grave. When I swam to the surface, I found the German military base abandoned. Only the undead remained on their shores. I attempted to flee, but the fog, it seemed no sooner that the shore faded behind me, it reappeared in front of me. Every attempt I made to escape, it led me right back here. As if I was meant to be here. I have begun broadcasting a radio signal. I'm hoping that someone will answer and come to my rescue. But if no one comes, I'm not sure how much longer I will survive this place.
He claims that he's been trying to escape, but he always just ends up right back to the lighthouse. Why would that happen? Well, if you're in a pocket dimension, you're really not going to be able to escape and go anywhere, and you're always just going to end up back where you started. And I feel like a lot of people don't really buy into this, but I actually kind of do, especially for the other entry that's on this list, which we'll get to here in a second. Empty Earth Maxis is GK Maxis. So remember how we talked about the cyborg zombies and Maxis and everything, and the alternate Maxis? Well, this theory states that the Maxis from Gorod Krovi is actually the one that built the Zero base from the zombie comic and was building all of these cyborg zombies. And really the main connection that we have is Gorod Krovi itself, how it's all kind of like futuristic tech zombies, like you have a bunch of cyborg-esque things roaming around the map, and also the fact that there is a Sophia in Gorod Krovi, and there's also one at the Zero base in the zombie comics. Now it's not too much evidence, and it is definitely a stretch, but I can kind of see it. It's not really the most definite theory, but I can see it. Liquefier. Yes, there does exist an upgraded Liquefier. It literally has the same name, except for it replaced some letters with numbers, but otherwise, it's called the Liquefier. It's kind of like how Crazy Rabbit, I replaced the one with a T. Elite gamer speak back in the day. But the upgraded version is literally almost the exact same thing as the unupgraded version. They look identical and hold the same amount of ammo. The only difference is the upgraded version, the goo's effect will last twice as long, essentially making it almost twice as powerful. And the regular Liquefier is already powerful enough. And the fact that you can get it pretty much on round 1 very easily, I can kind of understand why they got rid of the upgraded version. Die Rise is already easy enough, you don't need to make it any easier. Icarus Voices in Shadows of Evil. This entry is just talking about the voices that you can hear from the Icarus plane when you see it in theater mode in Shadows of Evil. Pretty self-explanatory, I know, right? And if you listen closely, it does sound like the mobsters from Mob of the Dead. So maybe as the plane is flying over, the mobsters are supposed to be on it, traveling to the Golden Gate Bridge. And again, from the cipher we talked about way earlier in this list, we do know that Icarus travels through dimensions to places that it shouldn't be. Die Rise sign translations. There is a lot of writing around Die Rise, and majority of it is in Mandarin. And when translated, a lot of it is actually pretty interesting. The first one, you don't need to translate because it does say in English, please do not urinate here. But what I found funny forever ago when I was translating this was that when you use like an app or something, it translates to no pissing here. And there are numerous of these signs littered throughout the map. If you go to the top of the buildings and you have a sniper rifle and you look over here, this sign translates to Zombie Bank. And the one with the old dude getting jiggy with it translates to Black Pill Vitamin 4 Immortality. Or this sign, which translates to Black Ops Beer. And the last interesting thing isn't actually in Mandarin, it's in Ukrainian. These tanks that are around the map have some Ukrainian writing on them. And when translated, it translates to Control Disymmetric Point. And this last word, every time you use an app, kind of translates to like children or something, but I don't believe that is quite right. This is actually the name of a town. And funny enough, you can find this exact sign in real life. And guess where this town is located near? Chernobyl. So maybe these were leftover assets, or maybe there was more to this or more planned for it. That I don't know, but it's always fun walking around zombie maps translating random signs, because sometimes they're pretty funny. Moon takes place during Pangea. This theory I 100% subscribe to, and it's very, very complicated because it never got fully fleshed out because Jimmy Zielinski got swapped out for Jason Blundell, so we really never got to see a conclusion to this theory. Now, for this theory though, I want you to forget everything from the Blundell verse. We're only talking about the Zielinski verse, so everything after Origins and Mob of the Dead, just completely forget. Forget Black Ops 3, forget the official timeline, Black Ops 4, all that stuff. We're just focusing on everything up until Buried. Now, to start this off, Buried and Moon have a lot of connections. Not only in the first couple seconds of the Buried intro can we hear the loading screen for Moon, but the real-world inspirations for both of them are located right next to each other. We talked about them previously. Moon's biodome and Buried's maze are located at the same spot. And what's interesting about this is in a Glitching Queen video, Zielinski says this: maybe, just maybe, these locations are not just close IRL. What does that mean? Does that mean that they're not only close in real life, but also close in the storyline? Well, how could that be if one's on the moon and one's on the Earth? So he must be talking about the timeline. So Buried and Moon are very close on the timeline. Now let's pause and go back to Moon being on Pangea. Moon takes place during Pangea. Moon is in its own little time dimension, time pocket, mumbo jumbo, time travel, whatever you wish to call it, a fracture, anything you can call it. I'm just going to call it a pocket dimension for lack of a better term. Moon takes place during its own pocket dimension. Whether that's because of the numerous amounts of 115 or the pyramid, it takes place in its own isolated area, unaffected really by the outside world. And the reason people say that it happens on Pangea is, number one, just look at the Earth. Does that look like modern Earth to you? No, that looks like Pangea. If you don't know what Pangea is, it's the supercontinent that happened millions of years ago with like dinosaurs and shit. So like when you think of Earth now, you have like all the continents. Think of all those merged together as one. That's Pangea, millions and millions of years ago, forever ago. So as the Earth is progressing, Moon is in its own little pocket dimension doing its own thing. And another bit of evidence to support this would be the loading screens. If we take a look at Black Ops 1's Moon loading screen, we can see a bunch of astronauts dicking around on the moon with an excavator. But what's interesting about that is one word, and that is meanwhile, up at the top. If we go to the page before this, we can see the Shangri-La loading screen. We see a tornado ravishing what appears to be Shangri-La. But what's interesting about this is taking place during the eclipse. And what do we know about Shangri-La that happens during the eclipse? We time travel back in time to when it was on Mars. We've talked about this numerous of times, but when you are doing the Shangri-La Easter egg, during the eclipse, we are transported back to when Shangri-La was on Mars. And after the eclipse ends, we are back to when Shangri-La is on Earth. The theory goes that the ancient race, the Vrilya, took Shangri-La from Mars and brought it to Earth. And my theory goes that this right now, what we are seeing in this loading screen, is that very instance when it was brought to Earth. You have a tornado picking up pyramids with lightning, and this is all happening during an eclipse when it's on Mars, so maybe this is the point when it went to Earth. And the fact that the Moon loading screen says meanwhile indicates that these are happening at the same time. So as astronauts are dicking around on the moon, millions and millions of years ago, Shangri-La is going from Mars to the Earth. And one final thing to really nail it down. In Buried's loading screen, we see its location as primary plates. Could this be the original tectonic plates, Pangea, the first ones? Because how else would an Old West mining town end up in Africa? It just doesn't make any sense. Again, take everything you know about modern zombies and how they explained it out. We're talking about how Jimmy Zielinski was going to write it, not how Jason Blundell explained it, so forget all the new stuff. So not only do we have the Shangri-La connection, we have the Earth that you can see from Moon, we have Buried being an Old West mining town in Africa, with the location being primary plates. So what does all this mean? This means that the Black Ops 2 zombie storyline was not as clear as we thought during Zielinski's run. This all could really explain a lot about exactly what's going on. It would also explain why Transit appears to be a 1960s diner, while Die Rise appears to be closer to modern day. And why Buried is in Africa, and why all these have been affected by the nukes hitting the Earth. Because us nuking the Earth opens up the rift that we see in Buried, causing all sorts of time displacements and time travel shenanigans. And if this theory does turn out to be true, there is a possibility that Misty could be Dempsey's daughter. I'm sorry. And since Jimmy Zielinski really never got to further explain everything, we really don't have much to go on, and this is all just a rough guess by me and a lot of other people. And maybe the nav cards were originally going to be a way to help explain this, because as we know, the nav cards only work in reverse. You don't take the nav card to the next map, you take the nav card to the previous map. Why is that? Probably because this whole storyline is in a time paradox, where it would appear you need the future to happen for the past to happen because it's in a time loop or a time paradox. The events of Black Ops 2 could just be stuck in a cycle. This would explain why the nav cards work in reverse. You take your nav card from Buried and you take it and you put it in transit. If they're in a cycle, that's logically the next place they're gonna go. This would also explain the infinite round and all of the dead bodies on Buried. Those are our characters' previous cycles. So now we know a lot of time travel and paradox things are happening with the Black Ops 2 and Moon storyline. Let's take it back to Buried, and probably one of the more interesting pieces about this is that Black Ops 2 and the Buried Easter egg take place during the Moon Easter egg. So as we know, in Black Ops 2, you can only really hear Maxis through electronic equipment, radios, etc, etc. That is only possible after a certain point in the Moon Easter egg, when Maxis fuses with what appears to be the computer, and then he goes on to help you complete the Moon Easter egg. Again, this is very confusing, and even as I'm talking about it, there's a lot of holes in this that we never really got fully explained, and I would love to just rack Jimmy Zielinski's brain about this. But as we are completing the Moon Easter egg, we are progressing through Black Ops 2. I mean, just look at Nuketown, which literally does take place during the Moon Easter egg. By round 25, the zombies' eyes change color, and we know Richthofen is now in charge. And we do know that after Nuketown, the events of Transit do happen. During the Buried Maxis Easter egg, as you are completing it, Maxis goes on a whole rant about the purge of the entire Earth and the screen starts shaking. Notice how the Moon loading screen also starts playing during the Easter egg ending. And it's also funny because during the Buried intro, you can also hear the Moon loading screen. Coincidence? I think not.
The process has begun. Now I control the ether's energy. I can at last reach Agatha. Ah, you fools! Why did you listen to him? Regretfully, I must inform you that neither the Earth nor its people will survive. I tried so hard to warn you. Now go! Once the gateway is open, I will finally be reunited with my dearest Samantha.
Hello? Are you forgetting something? Even if your wretched daughter is still alive, she has my body!
If you are so eager to re-enter the physical world, Richthofen, I will grant you that wish!
This is the moment that the rockets have made their impact on the Earth. Notice that it took about 60 seconds from you completing the Easter egg to that big screen shake at the end. What's weird is during the Moon Easter egg, it also takes 60 seconds for the rockets to hit the Earth. More coincidences. Now you might be like, whoa, how could this happen? The rockets have to already hit the Earth for Buried to occur. This is the paradox. As we know, in Buried, it is right next to the Rift, which is supposed to be the gateway to Agartha. And even if you're still confused as I am, because even as I'm explaining this right now, I'm still very confused, I will leave a link to a video that kind of explained it a little bit better than me by the Traveling Tates. But what he said that really kind of cleared it up for me is think back to Doris. Think back to the clock. How it only went a couple seconds and then immediately reversed. It was in a paradox. Hence, what we are in Black Ops 2. They are in a never-ending loop. These things will always constantly be happening. And for the Rift to open and Maxis to reach Agartha, he needs to launch the rockets on Moon. And for that to happen, he also has to have already launched them. Thus the paradox. And again, Jimmy Zielinski got canned. We never really got the full explanation. And I feel like if he would have continued with zombies, he would have been able to further explain it and give us more examples and flesh it out a lot more than my dumbass can. So I mean, that's the best I can explain it. It's very complicated and I spent hours researching it and there's just not that much evidence to go on. But essentially, all of Zombies itself is just one giant paradox where things that shouldn't be happening at the same time are happening at the same time, and both need each other to happen for each other to happen. Time travel mumbo jumbo, it's very confusing, but it's awesome, and I love it more than gods and giant tentacle monsters. Editing me, I thought of a pretty good example to kind of explain what's happening in this whole paradox thing. Think of time travel. If you went back in time and shot yourself, what happens? You would be dead, so you wouldn't be able to go back in time to shoot yourself. But if you never went back in time to shot yourself, you wouldn't be dead. Think about that. That's what's happening with this whole buried moon thing. And when you think of it like that, it kind of starts to make a little bit more sense. At least to me, in my smooth brain, it does. So I'm very upset that Jimmy Zielinski never got to further explain this. I feel like if he would have been able to get another map or two, we would have really gotten a solid explanation for what exactly is happening, why are buried and moon happening at the same time, and how is that even possible? We may never know.
Interdimensional rowboat.
This theory sounds kind of dumb, like on surface, but it makes a little sense once you see some of the explanations for it. So if we remember that Tog der Toten is in a pocket dimension, and when you do the Easter egg to get on Phobos, one of Mars's moons, at the end of the pier, you see a rowboat. And the theory states that since Tog der Toten is in a pocket dimension, this rowboat is how you enter and exit it. And there is a couple pieces of evidence. In general, like history and mythologies, rowboats are commonly used as a means of transportation, generally in between the living and the dead. If we take some Greek mythology, for example, there is a person known as Charon, or Charon, I never know how to pronounce that, who is the ferryman of Hades, whose responsibility is to row the souls of the dead across the rivers to the underworld. And this is a very common trope of people using rowboats to access the underworld. And if we take a look at Blood of the Dead, you can actually find some drawings of a person rowing towards and away from Alcatraz, indicating that that's how they actually arrived and that's how they left. And we do know that the whole Blood of the Dead, Mob of the Dead does take place in a pocket dimension. So it would seem that, at least at some point in time, someone got on a rowboat and used it to enter these pocket dimension areas and used it to leave.
Mob of the Dead perk jingles.
At first glance, or at first listen, you might think that Mob of the Dead doesn't really have any perk jingles, which is kind of true and it's kind of not. It has like this weird bell melody, and each one is unique to each perk. Just listen for the differences and you can easily hear them.
Real life cycle.
So I feel like this is pretty self-explanatory, but there is a belief that the universe itself is on a constant cycle, like the events of the Big Bang, fish walking on land, creating humans having butt sex with a monkey frog or whatever Mr. Garrison said in South Park. And then eventually, like, 9/11, Japan's weird hentai fetish, and then the sun explodes and it restarts all over again. So that would be the real world cycle, and that's what this is a reference to. There are some beliefs out there that think that we're just on a constant loop and it's always going to be like that with minor differences.
Cut Arlington Cemetery map.
This one was a deep dive to go down because there's really not much information about it at all. And I don't know how plausible it is, but let's go. So in Classified, there is a document that reads 31st October 1962. Memorandum to the Secretary of Defense. Subject, classified experiment at secret Pentagon laboratory, evacuation advised. 1. At 10:25 a.m., event unknown. 100 dead humans reanimate in an unconscious frenzy. They are coming in hordes and seem to be going after any living thing they can find. We believe it is a virus, but have not yet gotten confirmation. 2. Whatever it is spreading at a rapid rate. Recommend DC be completely evacuated and quarantined until we know how to proceed. Number 3. The Advisory Committee for International Science and Engineering states that at the current rate, within the next 72 hours, 1 million people will be exposed to the infection. That number will only multiply until we can assess the cause and try to neutralize the spread. From the Joint Chiefs of Staff, this person, Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff. Now this is interesting because this memo happens 1 year before the events of 5. And this would explain why Kennedy actually already knows about the undead.
Sounds like someone breaking in! It's just a storm, Dick. Sit down. Oh my God!
It appears the Pentagon has been breached.
Zombies. Gentlemen, at times like these, our capacity to retaliate must be, and has to be massive, to deter all forms of aggression.
Now, there is a rumor that before Blundell stepped in and created Mob of the Dead and Origins, that the original final map of Black Ops 2 would have taken place in the Arlington National Cemetery, which is a military graveyard near the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., and that the 5 crew would have been set as playable characters. And it's alleged at one point Kennedy would have been able to see his own tombstone. And since Zelensky ended up getting quote-unquote fired and Blundell took charge, the only real reference they have to this would be Weasel's name, Arlington. And the whole idea for the map would have been that the 5 crew used the MTD that was in the basement and ended up overloading it and caused a fraction in time and ended up at the Arlington Cemetery. And them doing that would have eventually led to the events of 5. There's really not much proof of any of this, and it's all just purely speculation, but it's interesting nonetheless. 3179 JGB 215 meaning. This is the name for the baby maker, aka the shrink ray, but did you know that these are actually coordinates? If you take all the numbers and you replace the letters with the number that they are in the alphabet, J is the 10th letter of the alphabet, so it would be 10, and you put these all into Google Maps, it's going to take you deep into the Himalayas, which I'm going to go ahead and assume would be our location for Shangri-La. Five Nights at Freddy's song. This is talking about the cut, buried mystery box song that was originally going to play, and if you've played Five Nights at Freddy's, it might sound awfully familiar. The reason for that is because I believe this is just some royalty-free music that anybody can use, and we do know that zombies, well, Call of Duty as a whole, has a habit of using royalty-free songs and music. So it really doesn't surprise me that like 10 plus years ago, they were just looking for cool free music that they could use for Buried. And to be honest, it kind of fits. Ultimus Richthofen, Kitty Destroyer. So this theory states that Ultimus Richthofen is a big old meanie and ended up committing a little bit of murder against some innocent children. So we do know from the alternate loading screen that Richthofen was at one point at the house with Primus. And if we take a look at some of Samantha's DE drawings, we can see a picture of Richthofen holding a knife with her dad and a mysterious door/teleporter thingy. I'm not sure what they were going with that. Like, goddamn kid, can't draw a little bit better? Jeez. So it seems like Richthofen came through a door and attacked her dad. And if this is Ultimus Richthofen, he certainly does have a grudge against Maxis. And the last piece of evidence is actually an earlier entry. One of the things that Richthofen demanded was a book called The Rite of Spring. And in that book, it tells the story of an ancient pagan society that performs necessary rituals for the upcoming spring as an absolute means of survival each year. And it may or may not, have a little bit of kid murdering. So with the book involving kid murdering for absolute survival, the drawing that Samantha did, and the proof that Richthofen was at the house, it's plausible that he did a little bit of child murdering. Origins location. Origins is rather interesting because it doesn't have an exact location for where it takes place, but we have a general idea. Origins the map takes place in June 4th, 1918 at Excavation Site 64 in northern France. And what was happening during this time in history? Well, shocker, but World War I. And the closest thing that we have to a location is when you boot up Origins, you see this map. and right in the center is Bar-le-Duc, France, and just north of that is Verdun. And I'm sure you've probably heard of the Battle of Verdun, one of the most infamous battles in World War I. And I've seen plenty of theories speculating on where exactly Origins takes place and what battle is going on. And because the Origins World War I timeline differs from the real World War I timeline, I don't think you'll ever get a 100% answer. But my best guess would be that it takes place sometime during the German Spring Offensive, which was a series of battles all along the line that took place between the 21st of March through the 18th of July in 1918, which would fit in with Origins timeline. And if we take a look at the map, there is definitely something going on in this area during the offensive. So I don't think we'll ever get 100% like where Origins is, but if I had to take a guess, I would agree with a lot of other people and say it's probably somewhere around Verdun. Der Reese note on 5. So there are plenty of like storyline connections between Der Reese and 5. After the war, the Allies came in, took all the information and technology they could, and brought it back to either America or the Soviet Union. That's like history and background information. But there actually is a little bit more of a connection between the two maps. On Der Reese in the Thompson room, you can find a brick that you can actually sink into the ground and reveal a note. And the note says, "Side effects of using 115. The power is undeniable, but who can use such weapons without themselves turning?" Now the note really doesn't mean much, but the interesting thing about this is you actually can find it in 5, or Kino der Toten. I'm not sure how you would classify that. In Kino, when you are teleporting back, sometimes you will get teleported to a random room. You can get teleported to the dentist chair, you can get teleported to Samantha's good or bad room, but there's also the Pentagon room. And in the Pentagon room, you can find this exact note hanging right here on the wall. True ending. If I could ask Jason Blundell any question, this would probably be it. What did you actually envision the end of the storyline to be in Black Ops 4? Because as we know, it got axed about halfway through, and a lot of the things that they had planned, they were never able to do because of the lack of resources. And I guess the biggest piece of evidence would just be to look at the ending itself. It looks rushed and doesn't answer a lot of questions, and for the ending to the big storyline in Zombies, we didn't even get an actual cutscene. It's just a slideshow of images. And the ending just feels rushed and like a way to explain things so that way they could actually continue the storyline without all of the Monty and Shadow Man stuff that they had previously. So we may never know what the actual ending to Zombies was gonna be, but if you ever get a chance to ask Jason Blundell, make sure you ask him. Origins trains. So on the back of the giant robots that terrorize the map in Origins, there are two little doodles of choo-choo trains. Yes, somehow someone was able to give a little doodle and drew two trains on these robots' back. I feel like these are a reference to something, but what they're referencing, I have no idea. I just think they're nice little cute doodles. Origins cut town. For a long time, we had always heard rumors that Origins had a lot of cut content, and one of those pieces of cut content was the church area. People had said that the church was going to be much bigger and include many more things such as a little town. Well, with the recently released pre-alpha footage, we finally got to see what that town would have looked like. The church area would have been a little bigger, and you would have had an entire new section of the map right behind it. And honestly, I'm very, very upset that this was cut, because as of now, there's really hardly almost any reason to go to the church unless you're like trying to get the ice staff or just get that generator turned on. But I feel like if the town area was over here, you would have much more incentive to actually go to this area. But at least after all these years, we finally got to see what their true vision would have been, and I gotta say, I like it. Wizard of Oz Easter egg. Now I have no proof for this Easter egg whatsoever, it's just my own personal theory, but I choose to believe it. So a while ago for a Fallout New Vegas Iceberg, I had to do a ton of research into the Wizard of Oz and how it relates to Fallout New Vegas. And recently I was doing a little bit more research into that for my next Fallout Iceberg, when it just suddenly hit me. I was reading about the Wizard of Oz and how it goes from black and white to color, and it all just kind of clicked. I think Ascension might be referencing that in its power. You know how when you boot up Ascension, it's mainly in black and white, and then when you turn on power, it goes to color? I'm not positive, but I think that's a Wizard of Oz reference. We've known many games to reference Wizard of Oz. Fallout New Vegas is a good example because that's the one I'm most familiar with. And we know zombies takes inspiration from tons of things. So honestly, I think this might be a Wizard of Oz Easter egg. Now there actually might be more references that I'm completely missing, but this all just came to me as I'm editing at 12 a.m. So we definitely should look more into this. And if it's true, I'm taking full credit. First in the world. I was almost first in the world for the Shangri-La Easter egg, and I barely got beat out by NGT. I'm taking first in the world for this one, baby.
Origins copied Sucker Punch.
When I first started looking into this, I was like, there's no way Origins is copying Sucker Punch. And then I really started to look into it, and I was like, oh my god, they totally did. Well, copying is strong, but they definitely took heavy inspiration from the movie Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch is a 2011 movie about a woman who gets committed to a mental institution, where she is scheduled to be lobotomized. And in order to quote-unquote escape, she enters a series of fantasy worlds in her own mind with the help of fellow inmates. And one of those fantasy worlds happens to be basically Origins. There are a lot of similarities. I can't play too much of it because, you know, copyright, but I'll do my best. We'll start off easy. World War I and zombies. In the movie, she has to collect a map, and to do that, she has to fight through a bunch of zombies during World War I. Okay, fair enough. You'll see it. It's not too common, but easy enough. Well, they start off in a church, and let me know if you see anything very familiar. And if you notice that water basin, I noticed it too right away. In Origins, that's how you get the upgraded fist. Okay, water basin in a church, kind of a stretch, but I'm not buying it yet. Well, what about this scene, where she shoots down a biplane with a gun? Okay, still not buying it yet. You do have to do that in Origins, but not buying it yet. Well, what about this robot that has weapons and can also fly and is piloted by a person? Okay, so now you're starting to see it. That's very similar to the Panzer. But what really nailed it for me was that this scene where they're fighting in the trenches is basically the Origins intro scene. You have one girl slicing things up with a katana, and at one point, another girl uses an axe.
Just like the way they throw the axe, how you have the shot of it going through the air, hitting the zombie, and then them slowly walking over and picking the axe up out of the dead zombie's body. You can't tell me that those aren't the same exact shots. Like, one for one, somebody was copying something.
And then you have another girl who's just going to town with weapons. And watching this, I was like, god damn, that is the Origins cutscene. Again, I can't let you see the whole thing because of copyright. And what are these three girls fighting to get into the area where the bad guy is? Which in zombies would be Richthofen. So yeah, I'm not saying Origins one for one copied this part from Sucker Punch, but I am saying that they probably took heavy inspiration from it because they are very, very similar.